How far does that go down?
Every single person in the Republican Party right now, except for like the never Trumpers.
That's obviously political suicide, wasting political capital. It's effectively a meme position. It's not even a real position.
Okay, I thought the meme position was where we pretended that the 2020 election didn't happen, and then we doubled down on every single thing we believe, but then we still managed to win in 2025. I thought that was the meme position. But
they're dumb.
Yeah,
They're
that's fine. And those people are enemies to my country. That's fine. And there are people that are legitimate communists and legitimate fucking Nazis. Why the fuck would I care about what they think? I'm an American, and I believe in the American Constitution. They say the Democrats have already done it. The same thing that you use as excuses for restraint on the left, the Republicans use as excuses, as reasons to act on the right. They say, Megyn Kelly,
that's why they're losing and I'm winning.
They're not losing. They won the second election. They won the second election. What are you talking about?
Today, the President of the United States tweeted out that members of Congress were guilty of sedition and should be hanged when they reminded U.S. servicemen and women that they should disobey illegal or unlawful orders. The question becomes, when Democrats retake the Senate, the House, the White House, when we win, what should be done about those who are currently in power and those who have supported those who are currently in power? What should be done with them who have broken the law or hinted at wanting to break the law, all these things? Should we, for the good of the country, come together, move on, move forward? Or should we have a Nuremberg-style kind of trial and hold these people to account to the fullest extent of the law? We're going to talk about it today. We've got some great guests. First guest we're going to give it to is Staxiums. Staxiums, give us what you got.
Hey, yeah, I was hoping to maybe hear from them to understand what exactly I'm attacking, because it kind of depends on their positions. So I'll just kind of swing wide and say that Trump has been laying ground for the possibility of corruption by providing coverage for his political allies. I'll point to people like Roger Stone, him pardoning January 6 rioters, him pardoning George Santos. He's provided coverage for those who give him money. I'll point to his corruption with the meme coin. And I also want to point to that when he was asked why he was pardoning CZ, Trump simply said, "I heard it was a Biden witch hunt, but I don't know who that is." And it seems like there are likely a number of people who are feeding the president information to curry their favor. I can focus on specific key members of his administration as to who specifically I think that we should be targeting, I guess. Maybe that sounds like an extreme word, but I don't feel like it's an extreme word. But I will say that according to a Washington Post analysis, Trump officials have allegedly defied court oversight in roughly 35% of more than 160 lawsuits. It would be bad for the country to provide an incentive for people like this to run it, I guess, is my position.
Wait, hold on. Is he... Wait, are you on our side? Who's on whose side here?
Yeah, I'm on your side. I think... I really want to hear what Connor and Prime have to say, because it really depends on...
Wait, do we have sides in this debate? Is this like a 2-on-2, or is it just like four of us are just kind of giving our opinions, or what? Wait.
No, it's a 2-on-2.
Whose on whose side?
I think I'm on...
He's on my side?
I'm on Steven's side.
Yeah,
I'm on your side.
Okay.
Did I sound like I was not on your side?
Well, you were like, I don't know what that is. Okay, that's fine. We got it. Okay, we're good. Okay, just checking.
Wait, there's...
Staxiums, calm down with the questions. The last time you asked someone a question, bad things happened. We don't want that to happen here, okay?
Jesus Christ, chill. But also, I asked a question, so it's all good.
Wait, I think there's like three different... I don't know if they're specifically saying crimes haven't been committed. I don't know if it's specifically that, like...
Sorry, if you don't know, this is the guy who asked the last question to Charlie Kirk before he got killed.
Too far. So I kind of wanted to hear which of those three sides. I'm against all three of them, but I wanted to specifically hear which of those three sides they're on.
Okay. We're going to get to it. Don't worry. Counterpoints. Go ahead. Why don't you educate the man?
Yeah, thank you. So I side with the intellectual, P.F. Young, in that Trump is a symptom, not the disease. He's a symptom of several factors that are out of control. I would say wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric are the things that are pushing people towards radicalism. And so, once again, Trump is the symptom, not the disease. So unless we start addressing those things, we're screwed, because we're just going to have another Trump in another 4 years or another 8 years or another 10 years or 12 years. When it comes to Nuremberg is obviously reminiscent, or actually, I think, directly referencing the Nazi trials. Now, people have heard me. I've complained endlessly about the hundreds of thousands of people who have been killed by Trump's incompetence through the cuts of USAID and PEPFAR. I still would not assign the level of while hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions, will die as a result of Trump's incompetence. I don't think it rises to the threshold of intentional industrial style genocide. And so I hope that's hyperbole. Also, I think that we should differentiate could versus should, because we should do a lot of things. Like Destiny should just send me $100,000 via PayPal right now, but that's not going to happen, right? So could that happen? Sure. But what's actually going to happen is the Republicans are not going to want to impeach him. He's probably going to pre-pardon his entire administration and pre-pardon himself. And then the only thing that you could probably do is a January 6th style commission that I would actually be in favor of. But no, I don't think we're going to be able to hang these people. I don't think we're going to be able to criminally convict them. I don't think that dragging it out for 2 years is a good idea. So that's what I'm here to fight on.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Let's give it to Prime next. Go ahead, Prime Kai.
I'm in Staxium's position, in that.
Oh shit!
In that
3v1.
I'm leaning no. All right, so I'm on Counterpoint's side. All right, for Steven's benefit. But I'd like to hear the other side to understand their arguments, their positions. Oh, and also, just before that, I want to thank Wick for being so kind as to invite me. Glad to be here. And Prime and Destiny reunited after like 2 years. It feels so good. But anyway, thanks so much.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll go to Destiny then.
There needs to be big memes. I think that there are 2 parts to it, 3 parts maybe. The first part is the insurrection for every single person involved in this administration, mainly for the point that none of the people that are supporting Trump now in office should be allowed to run for office ever again in the United States of America. That's the first thing. The easy way to do this also is if Trump starts pardoning everybody, well, if he's pardoning people, pardon is an admission of guilt, charge them with insurrection, you can charge them, consider them pardoned, and now they've qualified for being charged, convicted, and they've been pardoned of the crime, doesn't matter, the pardon doesn't get rid of the part of the 14th Amendment that would say you can't hold an office again, so fuck them. So that's number 1 and 2, okay? Number 3, the smallest criminal thing, investigate every single person was part of this administration and get as much out into the open as possible. I think the important thing about stuff like Nuremberg, the important thing about these big public trials is there needs to be a public accounting of everything that's happened. And for whatever causes lead into people wanting to vote for Trump, they are absolutely fed into by the misinformation and by the historical rewriting of everything that's happened. And we need to be able to have an honest account of what's happened historically. Right now, half the country doesn't believe that Trump lost the 2020 election. Like, we can't go forward in an environment like that, and simply changing leadership in the conservative party is not going to undo all of the incorrect things that Republicans believe have happened. Trump was not a mistake. Like, Trump was a natural consequence of Republican demagoguery and Republican rhetoric and Republican strategy for the past 3 decades. It's no surprise we wound up here, and to act like it would be to ignore the fact that Trump 2 could come, right around the corner.
Okay, and does that educate everyone on everyone's position, or is everyone clear now? Can we move forward, or do we need further edification?
I mean, we'll get it as we continue. I'll ask a question if I can, please. Right? So, Stephen, hello, hi. The last part of what you said talked about revealing the truth, right? Like correcting the record. And I'm certainly not against that, but like it seems like you're specifically trying to correct the record for the Trump cult. Do you believe that public trials will actually do that?
Yeah, I think if the information is out there, I think it becomes much harder to ignore what's actually happened. Yeah, I think it helps.
Information's out there now. Right?
Not like in an easily accessible way. It's like buried behind PDFs and buried behind commissions and buried behind stuff that, 1, it didn't get the full public attention that it deserves, and then 2, the people who denied all of that information were rewarded by still being able to run for office and hold office. I think that if you do this mass like insurrection charge or whatever you have to do to get all these people to never be allowed to run for again, then there will be, going forward, probably more of an incentive to be like, well, fuck, maybe we shouldn't just lie blatantly about everything that's happening because there are going to be political consequences for us down the road.
I can agree with the last part, but I disagree with the first part. The information is absolutely out there. Like did Trump's was the 2020 election stolen? No. right? Documentaries galore, videos out there, right? Like news segments about. All of that exists, right? Articles, the digital ink spilled. Yet it persists. So I don't. I disagree. At least for now, I can be convinced otherwise. But I disagree that simply having some grand trial where the heroes of MAGA are put before, right, a tribunal where they can be, where Fox News can position them as heroes against the resurgent democratic regime, right? I disagree that that will necessarily lead to a brand new age of truth for the MAGA cult. No.
Are you against criminal prosecution writ large?
Absolutely not. Oh, absolutely not. I can assure you I'm not.
Okay, what if we find like a number of Trump officials criminally liable?
No, Stack.
And like
the thing that I'm pushing back against right now, is simply that the claim that he's saying this will edify the MAGA cult. I don't think that will. I'm not sure anything can actually do that.
I think that if the Mar-a-Lago case would have gone through, I think that would have been very damaging to him, and it would have been much harder to deny everything that happened there. But a lot of people just don't even know the details of it because that court case never happened. I think it would have been good for that to happen.
Okay, sorry, I just have to mute myself in two locations, but I do want to jump in. So can we separate out like probability versus should real quick? So probability, if we had to put it on a probabilistic scale of like 0 to 100, what Staxiums and Destiny, what do you think the probabilistic scale is that this, like, even there's even the political will for this?
Oh, probably quite low, I would say, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree.
Okay, so what we're really talking about is like moral should. We're just this is an ideal. Well, ideally, I would fire Trump from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, that's what I would do. You're not going to find anybody sweeping for the Trump admin on this side of the aisle. I think what we're talking about is now that we've eliminated that as I am not legally permitted or morally permitted to fire Trump out of a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Now we can kind of move into like what's politically pragmatic about the situation. And when you appeal to pragmatism, I actually don't think that the Nuremberg style trials would be helpful at all. I think you would be creating a cult of personality. I think you'd be creating a persecution complex, especially without criminal convictions, especially without the mass insurgency thing. You can do the January 6th style committee where you document all of the alleged crimes and probable crimes of the Trump administration, but without convictions and without prohibitions from office. I think this is a waste of political capital. And I think that what's going on, like I said, is that there are 4 sociological variables that are contributing to people being radicalized. And if we don't address those, and if we don't spend political capital on those, we're fucked.
Well, I would say that one, these for the Mar-a-Lago thing, for instance, that would be a trial. Like, I'm sure there are chargeable offenses here that we can literally have a trial and have people locked up for. Number one. And number two, I think I would argue that one of the big things that is a sociological variable playing into the decision-making of these people on the right is that there really is no punishment for acting the most unhinged way possible. They're still allowed to hold office. They're allowed to lie with impunity. There's no punishment. Like, going forward, if there's not a reckoning, you would be an idiot as a conservative to not act in the same manner because you've constantly been rewarded for it.
I don't agree with that, actually. So I think that what's happened, at least this is my view on it, the Trump cult has painted itself into a corner where they've put all of their hopes and energy and political capital into a single man, a very flawed man, someone who at minimum within the next 6 months is going to be probably exposed as either covering for an ephebophilic sex trafficking ring or participated in an ephebophilic sex trafficking ring. Those are like covered for is the best case scenario. Steve Bannon was communicating with Mr. Jeffrey Epstein as recently as 2017. Like, I think there might even be some text messages from 2019. And, Steve Bannon was Trump's campaign manager. So the whole point about this is like, he's about to take a huge black eye. In the midterms, the Republicans are probably going to get shellacked. And then when he's gone, there's nobody who commands the same level of Trump cult of personality. And I think J.D. Vance has been tapped on the shoulder as the next like MAGA prince. But I think that J.D. Vance is an infinitely more pragmatic person than Trump ever was.
I don't disagree with you, but it doesn't change anything I'm saying. Like, if you're J.D. Vance or if you're anybody in the next part of the Republican establishment, whatever comes after MAGA, if you see that the last part of the establishment got completely screwed by acting in just a blatantly illegal manner, then you have less incentive to do so. But if you see they got away with so much stuff, then that's all going to be in your playbook. Like, okay, well, what rules can I break or bend?
But I don't think he has the riz. I don't think he has the riz.
Vance
to get away
doesn't,
with
but Trump did. Nobody knew that Trump was even coming. Who's to say there's not going to be somebody like Trump in the future?
I mean, the argument right there is whether or not the dissident right wing or the Christian nationalists are going to produce a Trump-like figure who's charismatic to win in mainstream politics. I mean, that's what Nick Fuentes is hoping on, actually.
Sure, but if somebody produces that figure, they're more likely to, ascend to the throne and operate in an unhinged manner if they feel like there's no punishment for doing so.
Well, I agree, but then, okay, so right now, let's talk about it from a process of function, okay? So we have a process of function where effectively what you're saying is we could still do, if they did mass pardons of the Trump admin, what would you charge Marco Rubio for as the person who was running the Department of State under Trump too?
I think if they historically, a pardon has been seen as an admission of guilt. It's part of it. So if they are pre-pardoned, then I would just formally just charge them all with insurrection and then say that they're pardoned from it. And then at the very least, that bars all of them from running for any public office again.
But what's your evidence? Because as far as I know, Marco Rubio wasn't involved in the fake elector scheme or January 6, 2021.
Give a fuck. He's a part of, and he supports the current administration.
Participated in insurrection.
He participates in the current administration, and he's more or less a supporter. He's a cabinet member.
So how? Just to be clear, how far does that go down? So
to every single elected person in the Republican Party right now, except for the never Trumpers.
That one more time?
Every single person in the Republican Party right now, except for like the never Trumpers. So like your Masseys, I guess, maybe your Rand Pauls.
Yeah, that's obviously political suicide, wasting political capital. It's effectively a meme position. It's not even a real position.
Okay,
I thought the meme position was where we pretended that the 2020 election didn't happen, and then we doubled down on every single thing we believe, but then we still managed to win in 2025. I thought that was the meme position, but.
Are you saying even like state senators, like not even national positions?
Yep.
Yeah, so disbarring half of the political process is not an option.
Yep.
Wait a minute, so city council, right? You would say
if they're Trumples, hell
all
yeah,
of them.
Get them.
Well, city council people very rarely position themselves in party.
I mean, people run. Anyone who runs. He's saying anyone who runs on the R ticket, right?
But city council members usually don't have R tickets.
I understand that. I'm saying, but the point is, he's saying everyone, right? So mayors, right?
Okay.
Whatever.
Anybody that supported Trump, if they weren't actively calling out the Trump admin, if they were ever playing into it or whatever, then they're going. They're part of it.
Hold on.
Listen,
I'm gonna let Prime talk, but I know why I would feel that way. Why the fuck do you feel that way?
What do you mean? Because I think that all of these people have contributed to an authoritarian regime that is the most anti-American regime in U.S. history that has almost brought our country to the edge of destruction.
Okay, but at the same time, we have, when it comes to like the deportations of Andre Hernandez Romero or Kilmar Abrego Garcia, ultimately the courts were still able to reel them in. When it comes to January 6, 2021, and by the way, I'm not defending Trump. I think we should fire him from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. But when you're talking about this process, Marco Rubio, to my knowledge, did not participate in January 6, 2021. And what he's guilty of is overseeing the decommission of USAID and PEPFAR, which is going to lead to approximately between 3 million and 14 million preventable deaths worldwide. That's like a man-made Holocaust through incompetence. But I can't think of I don't know how you would charge him with insurrection for participating in the Trump admin related to being a dickhead. Like that,
he aided and abetted the enemies of the state by being a cabinet member for Trump and doing his bidding.
Wait, but now you're just playing into this is just the tit for tat bullshit.
Good.
We're effectively like, what is it? Today, the Democrats did a 1-minute video, which I approve of, by the way, saying, hey, military service members, hey, members of the intelligence community, you are sworn to an oath of the Constitution of the United States, and you have to remember your oath, and you should not follow illegal orders. Donald Trump, as Wick mentioned, said, these people are guilty of sedition, and the punishment of sedition is death. Okay, so all you're doing is you're just playing into, in my opinion, this this hysteria that every single political fight is existential.
Well, except it is on that side. They're the ones that are saying that everything is existential while they're being existential. That's part of their existential fight, is by saying that everything is existential.
No, you're making it existential by saying that if you had the power, then you would disbar them from politics and wielding power altogether.
Yeah, but I think I have a good reason for that. They don't have a good reason to say we should execute sitting senators and congressmen.
So,
okay.
Sorry,
Prime, go ahead, but I got plenty.
I'm sure. I'm sure he's given us plenty, right? But I got one question for each of our friends here.
Uh-huh.
One, to Staxi, I just want to pull you in. I want to hear your beautiful voice.
For sure.
How much of this do you agree with? I mean,
well,
so to be clear, hold
sure.
on, just let me ask the question, right? Yeah, to be clear,
for sure. Go
what Stephen has said is that everyone who has supported Trump, right? I'm assuming he means everyone in office, but I'm not entirely clear on that either.
I think he said in office.
Okay, well, everyone in office.
Wait,
right?
what would that other?
Like
What else
anyone
could
who
it
voted
be?
for him, would we
well,
are people who voted?
Yeah, but if you voted for them, that's also support,
The
right?
200 million people. I assume Steven doesn't think those people.
We could just ask him if he's here.
We shouldn't assume.
Yeah, it wouldn't be every single person that voted for him because they're also for the insurrection thing. You have to be a prior oath taker, so you'd have to have held public office, and we can't access people's votes. So
Yeah, okay. I'm not taking
Thank
Steven literally. I'm taking him seriously. Okay.
take me literally and seriously. I can be taking both. I'm not Trump. I don't need a translator or to speak like a retard. So.
Okay. So Staxium, right? Do
My
agree
implication there being that Trump
like-
speaks like a retard. I wasn't attacking anybody on the panel. That was my thing. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
it's fine. No worries.
Yes, that's
No,
it. Do you
question.
agree
Yeah,
with?
yeah,
Go for it.
I'll
Yeah.
go.
So
You guys go.
No, sorry. I was waiting for him to finish his question. So the first thing that I'm going to point out is I felt like Connor was attacking this idea that like just because it was Nuremberg, like we're calling it the Nuremberg trials, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like making that equivalent to what the Nazis did. Like obviously what this administration doing is not as bad as the Holocaust, but I definitely, that's why I definitely wanted to hear where people's opinions were, because this is actually, I might even say, more extreme than the Nuremberg trials, because weirdly enough, the Nuremberg trials, people were found innocent. Like I think like a quarter of them, maybe a fifth of them, were found innocent, even like high-ranking officials. And I'm genuinely curious, Stephen, like what do you feel like the Nuremberg trials didn't go far enough? Like if you were an official, you should have just been sent off to.
The important part, I think, about the Nuremberg trials was exposing everything that happened under the Nazi regime, right? I think that was
Okay,
like,
great.
the important takeaway. Yeah.
I'm for that, but I disagree with your with how specific, like the fact that any law official, any government official, including like state senators who just voted R and weren't critical of Trump. No, I don't agree with that. Prime, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That feels extreme.
Fair enough. All right.
But I'm
so-
certainly for an extreme sense of justice and subpoenaing, and is that the verb? Subpoenaing?
Subpoenas.
Subpoenas.
I
Thank
think
you.
subpoena's out. I don't know.
Yeah, regardless, I'm for chucking the book at virtually every Trump official in his administration.
I think it's only now you have to send the subpoena. Okay, but to Stephen, you said specifically you had a carve out there said except for never Trumpers. How do we determine a person's a never Trumper?
All the people that took at great risk to their own career positions against Trump. So Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger,
Massey,
maybe Rand Paul. He'd be on, maybe, yeah.
Sure, hold on. Yeah, but I hear you on those, right? That's fair. But since we're talking about all elected Republicans, could you tell me the never Trumpers that have run in Orlando, Florida?
Nope.
No, you can't. Okay, all right. So how do we? So above the top line, right? Above below the federal line, how do we determine these individuals? Because all of them may not have been very public, but maybe they didn't. They had private thoughts. They said something to their friends. Is that enough? I disagree.
You would consult the record. They're public officials, so they should have public statements. That would be pretty exceptional for them to have no public statements as public officials.
Yeah, but Thomas Massey voted with the Republicans 91% of the time. Like he's still in lockstep as far as Trump's agenda goes when it comes to securing the border, when it comes to the big, beautiful bill, when it comes to this, when it comes to that. I mean, he might have fought it at some point, but once again, 91% voting record that aligns with Trump over the past decade.
Okay, you can get rid of them too.
Sorry,
then,
just
if you
to
want. Sure. Yeah.
Just to throw something. What about Fetterman as well? Does he?
Yeah, he's
Would he be
gone.
liable for
Fuck
this?
that guy.
Yeah, because he's like normalized Like,
I mean, I
it's
definitely think
immigration
fuck that guy,
sentiment.
but like, I don't know if
Yeah,
he's
no, this
liable
is,
for
this
the.
is psycho shit. This is my party should rule indefinitely without challenge, and I think it's crazy.
Sure.
I think
So
there's no rooting in
But
reality.
this is why I'm trying to get. That's why I'm asking about details here, right? To like really nail down what the hell we're talking about. Okay, so you're saying they have to have made public statements. Okay, if they were elected within, was it 2027 is the last year of his reign, right? So if they're elected in 2027, a Republican, right? Do they count? Right? Are they up for these trials as well?
If they ran under a Trump ticket, sure. If they were like supportive of Trump, yeah.
Yeah, but hold on, that's not exactly honest because Fetterman has been also very against Trump. Like he's made a lot of public statements, like rejecting Trump. But you also said that Fetterman should go too. So it's
Has he made a
I'm
lot of
curious
statements?
what
I don't
specifically
know. I guess you could find some particular issue. Whatever the particular thing is, if you want to concede the argument that you agree that we should do this, and now you just want to argue over the specifics of like who should be included, that's fine. For 90% of elected people, it's going to be plainly obvious. How you would determine people?
I agree with you.
We could leave it up to a court to decide. We could leave it up
to
to a court to decide, or we could leave it up to a commission to decide, or whatever. But like, I mean, I'm not going to say like, oh, actually, I'm going to change my mind on this entire idea because there's going to be some edge cases that are difficult to decide. That would
No,
that's fair.
That
it's not
55%
fair.
of the Republican Party should be barred from voting indefinitely. I don't concede
Voting.
that.
I'm not saying
it's
who said voting. I just said holding office again.
Okay, 55%. 55% of the Republican Party voted in order to elect Trump as a first choice during the primary. Let's just say that correlates up to the Republican Party, where 55% of the representatives support Trump wholeheartedly as a first choice. I think that separating those people from politics is fucking insane.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it matters here, right? So that like if let's pretend I'm a Republican, right? Let's pretend I'm in office, right? If you're saying there's a way out here, well, I care about that way out. Oh, I'm a never Trumper too. I mean, I was always a never Trumper. Didn't you hear me say? Right? Like, maybe on some website somewhere, I said something critical about Trump.
On some website somewhere. These are public officials.
Trumper.
They make public statements. They have public offices. They put out public press releases. These are not random individual private citizens. Definitionally, these are public
This
officials.
is already so absurd that we could just go ahead and concede like a hypothetical in which we were able to perfectly discern every single never Trumper versus every single Republican. It's still a stupid fucking idea.
I think
It's
it's a
still
base
a wildly
idea.
stupid idea.
We'll do that. Let's do
Hold on.
that.
I have a question. When you, and this is for Destiny, if this is the public position that you're advocating for, what incentive does any Republican or anyone who's ever held office under Trump have to ever denounce Trump? Does this not just make them more incentivized to always support Trump? Because if they don't and Trump loses and the Democrats win, then they know that they're never going to have power again. So why would they ever?
Yeah, he's become the boogeyman that the Republicans pretend he is.
Yeah, no, that this whole thing of like he's become the boogeyman is like raping someone over and over again, saying this person is physically abusive, this person is, and then the 12th time you rape them, they punch you and they go, look at that, you've become the violent person I said you always were. I'm sorry, that's fucking retarded. Also, I don't know why you're speaking hypothetically, Wick. Do people have to support Donald Trump? Otherwise, if they don't, they feel like they're going to be held criminally liable for things. That's literally the entire story of the entire Republican Trump administration. How many people in pardon that have committed crimes either directly on his behalf or on behalf of his administration, or just other crimes and then ended up supporting him? Like, the Republicans already have this thought process, and it needs to be exterminated. The thought process, not the people.
Wait, hold on. This is such, okay. The reason why this is such bullshit is because I feel like you just either don't understand or don't want to understand the MAGA narrative and why it's appealing to Americans. The whole narrative is that since World War II, we have had a runaway federal government that has grown and grown and grown and grown outside of the Constitution. The Republicans have been playing footsie with the Democrats forever, and as a result, we now have a wrecking ball. So regardless of whether or not you think Trump is a good person or a bad person, things like cutting PEPFAR and USAID, that's good on a principled stance because billions of dollars shouldn't be going overseas to help people who aren't American. Slashing the DOE, deconstructing the Department of Education. Well, the federal government, realistically, we're 50, relatively speaking, sovereign states who should be deciding our own local affairs. Well, that's a good thing because the DOE, since it's gutted, it's now giving local control to education. You can say that those stories are bullshit. You can say it's nepotism. You can say it's cronyism. You can say all the corrupt things, and I'm probably going to agree with you 7 out of 10 times. But that doesn't mean that people with Americans, especially with the First Amendment, with freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, that doesn't mean that that opinion or behavior should be made illegal. That's fucking insane. That's insane. You yourself are advocating for a position that's contradictory to the Republic of the United States. It makes no fucking sense.
Literally not. We literally have an amendment that literally bars people from committing insurrection and holding public office again. So I think my opinion is much more
Okay,
aligned
how
with
has Marco Rubio committed insurrection?
by supporting an insurrectionist.
That's not insurrection.
It definitionally is. Read the text of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Aiding and abetting is part of an insurrection. Yeah, there's no difference between committing an insurrection and aiding an insurrection. Is by aiding
a person actively participating in an insurrection. Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection.
You don't have to be convicted for the amendment, but we can convict him by just
And by
charging
the
him
way,
with the crime.
I'm granting
If you
you
charge
that
him with a
there's
crime and he's
some
already
role
pled and
in
he's
which
already
it's
been, if he's been
completely
pardoned,
possible.
One
I
at a
don't
time,
even grant
Let
this.
Destiny, hold on. Let Destiny finish his point. Then
if he's pardoned, if he's pre-pardoned, then he's guilty. Then you just say charge him with it, have him be pardoned, nothing happens, then you bar him from running for office again. So that was,
Oh, okay. So Hunter, right now, because you're being consistent, you're just gonna go ahead and accept the fact that Hunter is guilty of FARA violations, tax violations, money laundering, and corruption on behalf of the Biden family, right?
Sure, Hunter Biden can never run for public office again. I'll be consistent on that.
Okay, that wasn't even the question. But the whole point is that I know that's bullshit because we've thought about this in the past. All you're doing is you're making a concession because the concession doesn't matter anymore. So what's actually going on here is you're saying that we should bar probably a sixth of the country from participating in politics once again.
Why do you keep saying,
And
I
think
said
that's
elected
fucking insane.
officials. No, wait, you keep saying a six. I'm saying elected officials right now. They're the
Saying
ones that
that
we get.
elected officials should never have participated within like the cult of Trump or
Yep.
MAGA
True.
politics.
Yeah, 100%.
This feels just a little bit
It's
sorry,
absurd.
and I think this is a little bit different from the place that we started at, because you were saying Nuremberg trials, but these don't sound like trials. Like, these do sound like if you're part of the admin, you're guilty. But I don't know if that's
Well,
a
if they're
trial.
going to
What if the trial
pre-pardon,
occurs?
if they're pre-pardoning, then we can't have a trial. Now, if they don't pre-pardon, well, then we try them all for insurrection. Fuck it.
Sure. Okay. So what? Let's go.
Okay,
just
yeah,
through a
actually, let's say
quick
that they
hypothetical.
don't pre-pardon him. What's your evidence that they're engaged in insurrection?
I don't know. We'd have to figure out what the historical definition of insurrection is, and then I guess we would dig up all the evidence. We'd do our discovery like a normal trial, and you'd find everything, and you'd go through all their emails, you go through all their phone calls, you
let's
see if
be
they were
safe
knowingly
for a second
violating
and
the
acknowledge
Let's
that
say-
this case would fall flat on its fucking face.
Would it be politically popular? I'm not denying that, of course. Would it be politically unpopular? Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so so what you're saying is you're making a moral statement that 1/6 of political representatives, or actually it would be a quarter because these are elected people, 1/4 of elected representatives should be prohibited from participating in politics.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
What if we do these trials? What if there's no pre-pardoning? Marco Rubio gets put on trial and he's found innocent. Like, I don't know if I understand even your hypothetical.
Well, he beats his trial, but at least all the evidence will be out there. Fuck it.
Okay, sure. So then I don't know. Sure, yeah, I
Here's
agree
a
with
question
that.
for the opposite side.
But
Let's
I
say
don't
that,
agree with this.
wait. Okay, question for the other side. Let's say that there are no trials. Let's say that another Trump comes along. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things he's done now, but worse?
What? Hold on. Sorry.
Why wouldn't you support the
wouldn't
next Trump
I
doing the
support
same?
him doing the next?
No, not you. I'm
Sorry,
not
go
asking
ahead.
you.
Yeah, repeat it.
Elected politician comes about. There's the Trump 3 or whatever. The next Trump comes about. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things that this Trump is doing, but even worse?
Not you. It's a
You in a
general
general
you.
sense, you being MAGA or anyone else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if I were MAGA, what is the disincentive from supporting Trump
Right.
3 if Trump 3 was legally possible?
Aren't we incentivizing people to take advantage of the law here
Ooh.
without political consequences?
I've probably wrapped my head around the fact that I think that Trump's going down because he's an ephebophilic sex cultist. I would have to say that we would need to reinforce, actually, I think the political capital after Trump should be spent on reinforcing the guardrails around authorization of uses around military force. It should be put to reinforcing the guardrails around executive orders. It should be put to trying to get Congress to be more of, like that Congresswoman said who just got installed, that it needs to be a co-equal branch of government.
Gotcha,
I
right,
would
so
actually
just checking.
want
So
to
your check
reinforce all of
against the
guardrails of
people.
Republic.
Your check against the people who would support Trump, the next Trump, the people who are openly okay with breaking the law, would be to make more laws?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that would be
also
effective. I
in
think
reference to breaking the
entirely
law,
self-defeating.
In reference to breaking the law, we would have to get into the nitty-gritty of it. Because as an example, you've said that Trump people have suffered no consequences. That's not true. All the January 6th insurrectionists were incarcerated. There were 1,500 people who had criminal charges.
And then they were pardoned.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with whether or not they suffered consequences. They still suffered consequences. If you want to put limits on the power of the pardon, then I'm all ears for a technocratic solution.
So,
But I guess my question is, if you're a Republican congressperson right now, why the fuck would you ever support guardrails against the pardoning power when, like, you could just be a George Santos? You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just be breaking the law, and then Trump gets to pardon you. Why would you ever try to limit that authority?
Well, I mean, if you had principles, it's because you wouldn't want to see the republic die. And that's
Okay,
what-
great. That's okay. That's a benchmark the Republicans have not been able to clear.
Actually, I would say that Thomas Massie and MTG have actually
Okay,
stood on relatively
got-
strong
You've
political
got
ground
maybe
within the past
5
couple
you
of
can point to. I agree with Massey. Okay, even though he's a fucking psycho, he's for
Yeah,
sure a never
he's a
Trumper.
psycho.
MTG has like the last 2 weeks out of her. I don't know how long she's been in power. 6 years. That seems too high. I don't know. MTG over the last 2 weeks has
Kinzinger.
changed her tone. Okay, great.
Just to be clear real quick, because I don't want people to think I
That's
agree with
not
that
the
statement.
Republican
MTG
Party.
has not changed her tone. She's just following the political winds. Either she's become a never Trumper.
You-
If she
sure,
is, it's not
work
because
with
she's
me.
offended by the authoritarian moves that Trump has made. It's just because she sees the politics going in a different
She's
direction.
not
in the
part
US.
of the team
course.
anymore, so she's scorned. Sure, but you can do the right thing for the wrong reasons, and I don't really give a shit. But
Sorry,
now we've moved the argument from, well,
Yeah, but
we
all
should
you pointed to was
eliminate a
4
quarter
people.
of people from voting to
Let kind of
we
finish.
don't have idealistic candidates that could actually reinforce the guardrails of the republic. These are like totally separate arguments.
Well, to be clear, I didn't make that second argument. I don't know where that second weird argument comes from. Maybe Saxion does, but I didn't make that argument.
Okay. Well, I think that like spending political capital on reinforcing our republic would be infinitely better spent than trying to wipe out 25% of elected representatives.
If look, I have a
Funnily
question
enough, I
wanna-
find these
hold on.
equally feasible.
Yeah,
Like
I-
the fact that Republicans would play ball to put back up guardrails that they have disassembled over the last 10 years, it seems equally
Well, I'll
viable
tell
than
you what's
Steven's
not
solution.
going to help in that effort. What's not going to help in that effort is saying, "Oh yeah, if we ever do get power, we're coming for that ass. We're going to make
No,
sure." that
sorry,
you're
what's not gonna
You
gonna
mean
help
like
in
what
that effort is
you mean,
uniting
you mean
Republicans.
you mean like what Trump has been
Oh.
saying over and over and over again? What he was able to win the election doing it.
Wait,
No, he's an elected piece of shit though, but he won the election. We're not arguing about no, it's not whataboutism. It's this happened. Okay? You're saying that you'll never win an election doing this. Didn't Trump win 2 elections? If you ask him 3 elections doing this? Wasn't his chance in the first election lock her up?
Ran a senile 90-year-old person with his brain leaking out of his fucking ears who couldn't do a debate.
That ran against him in 2016 when he was saying lock her up, we're coming for lock her up.
Wait. What's the point that you're trying to make? If
You're
trying to make the
telling
point
me that if you're acting, you're saying that if you act vindictive and evil, no one's going to want to vote for you. Trump ran on vindictiveness all
how do
3
you
times.
explain the moderate winning in 2020 if everybody is like, so hungry for vindictiveness?
COVID probably had a lot to do with it.
COVID.
Yeah,
I would
COVID
say
probably
COVID.
did have a lot to do with it.
Wait, hold on,
You know what had a lot- hold on.
It was
I'm not done yet. Thank you. You know what had a lot to do with 2024 Trump's win?
Your mom? Sorry.
Democratic incompetence. Democrats seem uniquely capable of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Why
Yeah,
the fuck are we
definitely
talking
not.
about the general when we should be talking about the primary? Trump won the Republican majority.
Okay, Trump won. He did. Okay, in the initial primary, 16-1, okay, like the original primary. In the original
No, I was saying in
primary,
2020.
he won a plurality because all the moderates
Okay.
wouldn't fucking drop out.
No, Trump was the most popular candidate to emerge from the primary.
By the end of the cycle. But
Yes.
I guarantee you that there was like probably 80% of the way through, 90% of the way through, he was still sitting at 37 or 39%.
Yeah, but there's
In-
no
in-
guarantee that if
all the
Cruz or
moderates-
Rubio drop
if
out,
they had done, if the Republicans did to Donald Trump what
Wait.
the Democrats did to Bernie Sanders, we wouldn't have this problem.
No,
but at
absolutely
the same
not.
time, they didn't, and we can't cry
Oh,
over
wait,
spilled milk.
hold on. You're making your argument for us because all you're pointing to is that you don't actually need broad political support in order to push a candidate through.
Well, I have no idea what that has to do with anything I've said.
you owned him. Mogged.
Are you being sarcastic? I feel like that's...
I don't. So,
I
hey, I want to ask
want to
you
give
a-
it. I want to hold on. I have a question. That I want to give it to Prime. My question though is if Staxiums and Destiny, you both acknowledge that this would be politically unviable. Like there would be no political will for this. This would be very unpopular. It just wouldn't be an electoral winner. Why would you think that advocating for this publicly would make it more likely that you are going to win in the future if you've already acknowledged that this is politically cancerous of a position, why the hell would you ever take this position publicly?
Because you got to fight for the things that you believe in to move the public in that direction, like our fucking God Emperor Gavin Newsom did with Prop 50. What a king.
Hell fucking yeah.
See, dude, this
What
is
drove
why I'm
Prop
taking
50 was
you seriously,
Texas
but not literally.
and Republicans. But anyway, Gil, go
What
ahead.
was a response to Republican?
Yes, it was. Yes, exactly. It was response to Republican overreach.
And this is a
Right?
response to
And so
Republican
when-
lawlessness.
Yeah.
When
for
the
sure.
Republicans point to things saying, "Oh, Democrats, public Democratic influencers want to bar all of their opposing, all Republicans from office," right?
Mhm.
They're going to use that to justify people doing some pretty crazy shit on their side.
Like what? Like the
And
president of the United States coming out and saying some congressman should be executed? Like that kind of crazy shit?
Do you think it's gonna? Do you think it could? Do you think it can't get worse?
Yeah, but it
I
can
don't-
always
I
get
don't know
worse.
how
But I mean,
often-
like, hold on, it can always get worse. That's the reason why you take dramatic corrective action right now.
Okay, right now, if we're not able
Right.
to impeach Donald Trump based off of what he's saying right now, what makes you think like, okay, so you made the point that you're arguing to move people more in your direction. Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is not only are you wasting your political capital now, and you're probably making discourse worse now, but the jumping over the bar would be trying to impeach Donald Trump now, and we're nowhere fucking near that. We're not even close. So
But
I
we
don't
can't
even know what
impeach
the
him
fuck
now,
you're
but
doing.
my strategy would have all those current Republicans that are unwilling to impeach him, they wouldn't even be in office in the future, so...
Go ahead,
Bazinga.
Prime
Yeah,
Tide. I knew you
I
wanted.
keep trying to wrap around my head around this fact that effectively you're not trying to eliminate the voter base, if I heard you correct. You're not necessarily trying to eliminate the Republican Party. You're trying to, through effectively, in my opinion, trumping up charges of insurrection for anybody supportive of the Trump administration. You're trying to disallow 25% of the representatives of the United States from office.
Based.
Okay.
So, okay. One, what about first-term Trump supporters? Right? It's 2016.
Well, if they've changed their mind,
Trump-
oh, then they're good now. They changed their mind between Trump 1 and 2.
Oh,
Well, they're
okay,
allowed back
so now
in.
Whoa.
Now we've changed their minds. Okay, great. I'm glad we have that. I mean, I
What
guess
if
that's
what if they change their
something,
mind in
right?
2028?
2027? Yeah.
No,
No. No. Okay.
It's just too late. Okay,
When's
there's a
when's the
Absolutely.
cutoff date? Right? Was it? And I'm honestly
Cutoff
asking
date?
this. Hey, is it
Cutoff date was January 20th when Biden came into office.
when Biden came into office?
it was January
All right.
7th, 2021 or 2021.
Okay, right.
The
So
day
I
after,
guess
you have to
my-
look at your hands and see the blood on them.
So I have, okay, I have a problem with what Destiny is proposing, right? And I'm guessing there's a lot of room for agreement for whatever Staxium is proposing.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
look,
So,
I
hold on,
don't.
1 second.
Sorry.
No worries. So my issue with what Steven is saying is that there's no exit ramp, right? Like, this sounds to me like purging the Ba'athist Party, right? And there won't be any repercussions from that, right? We'll just get rid of them. But these people don't go away, right? And in fact, them and their supporters are well armed. One second. So what we're saying is that we're going to take a maximalist position, not just against the ringleaders, which I can agree with. Like, I believe that I imagine that Staxium's position, right? Hey, let's have an accountability for the people who are in charge, right? But everyone down the rung, right, in terms of elected office, right? Yes, you aren't talking about arresting Republican voters, true, right? But Republican voters are going to take it as a defense, as this is everything that they've always feared, right? That the Democrats are finally coming for them, and now we have to take action, right? That is like the clearest clarion call for violence I've ever seen.
Okay. Then we go to that stage if that's what they want, if that's how they feel.
Jesus.
Okay,
Dude, that's so fucking dumb. Like 9.9 times out of 10, liberals would lose a civil war. That's like the fucking stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Would they though?
Okay, what?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so a quarter of the population gets disbarred
Mhm.
because we're still in the political or a quarter of the representatives get disbarred. They use that as a clarion call in order to rally the troops saying, left-wing authoritarianism has finally come to America. Obama is, in the Jade Helm bunker about to launch nukes and 5G internet and all that bullshit. They get hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers to walk on Congress, and then boom, we're in an actual shooting civil war. You think liberals win that? What the fuck?
Don't we have all like the gang committing people with the pistols, and aren't Republicans like fat and dying and they're watching targets anyway?
They're not particularly good shooters. Sorry to the blacks.
Well, excuse me. All of our trans Tifa, trans furry people seem to be quite adept shooters, if I recall recent history correctly.
But they're only like 0.6% of the population. So what? You're gonna have trans Tifa snipers?
Can I just?
I'm gonna ask one last thing. I'll still do a second.
Yeah, Brian, go for it.
I just and I apologize because I keep interrupting you, but like,
you're chilling.
Destiny, my problem is like there is no path within your framework that you're presenting for reintegration, because that's how you actually heal a divided society, right?
Yeah, we thought that after Reconstruction, and I think it was a mistake. The idea that we need to massively, like, Germany didn't do that, and I think they've had a much better run with their Nazi issue than we've had with our, racial xenophobic issue. I think there is a reason why you need to have an accurate accounting process for what's happened, and the idea that everybody's allowed to come back scot-free. There's a reason why you don't run any type of disciplinary action or program like this.
I'm not disagreeing with an accounting process, right? That actually should happen. If that's what you're talking about, great, right? But the way you're formatting this is that this accounting process means just a blanket accusation against anyone with an R on their name, right? That's the problem in terms of the elected officials,
well,
right?
You shouldn't have supported a fascist. I mean, it sucks, but this is my country. Right? It's kind of how it works. You shouldn't support fascism.
Yeah. I know. Hold on. I get the moral outrage. I'm morally outraged against those people, right?
Well, and legal outrage, but yeah,
a practical in a practical sense, right? That the way to actually heal this country would be that we do that accounting, right? Especially at the top layer, right? We prosecute a Trump figure or Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth, right? We go after those individuals. But for the rest, all right, and maybe some other people a little further down. But for the rest, you have to give them a way to get on board, right? To understand, okay, this was bad, right? I apologize. I admit my mistakes, but I don't necessarily have to go to prison for that, right? And
I'm not talking about prison, to be clear. I'm just talking about people being disbarred from running for office again. If you have a different set of consequences, you can be some. Maybe I'd agree with them.
I have a historical question, just because we're talking about Nuremberg. I do know that there were only like 150 officials that were charged. If you were just like a Nazi soldier, were you barred from running for office?
I don't know. I don't government so. Process.
I believe anyone
just wiki it. Ask
Grok
in
the regime.
Well, don't ask Grok. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't ask Grok. Yeah,
I could be wrong though. So
yeah. Okay. So
I think the one thing that is like I definitely agree with it.
Until they were
pretty severe accounting.
There was a process. Yeah.
I definitely agree with a pretty severe accounting process, but I definitely disagree with Connor where he's specifically saying that like if this occurs, we're going to have like a civil war on our hands. I think this is such a cult of personality that the moment that Trump steps down, there's not going to be this sort of rallying cry that's centralized in any sort of way. But yeah, I definitely think that a blanket.
Would Trump? But would Trump be? Will we even bother for trial with him? Because if all that Stephen is asking for, he can't run for office again. But he can't run for office again. Well, he's already done his 2 terms, right? He's not going to do a 3rd term. Why even bother with a trial for Trump?
Well, Trump would be charged with different things. His entire family's wealth would be expropriated from him and given to the United States of America. All of his family would be stripped of all their businesses, all their assets, and then they can go rebuild their shit in Russia or wherever the fuck. They can do it in the United States of America. Every single thing would be taken from that family, 100%.
Listen. I don't even think this is a real conversation. I think what's going on is Stephen, similar to Newsom, is plotting out an extreme position. And then he's watching Prime and Staxiums, who are trying to steelman his position, sprinting over to him, being like, Daddy Stephen, can we do Nuremberg, but maybe not as extreme as what you're talking about? Can we just like, instead of incarcerating them and disappropriating them of property, could we just like, maybe bar them from office? Okay, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. No, fuck your extreme position. Your extreme position is bullshit. Staxium and Prime Kai is trying to find a sensible like version of your thing. It's a waste of time and energy. And this is part of what I'm saying is like all you're really doing is, because I have like a few MAGA people in my chat, all you're doing is the MAGA people are like, oh, this is who we knew. We knew Stephen was like this the whole time. We knew that he was a left-wing authoritarian communist dick sucker who was gunning for us. Like, dude, that all you're doing is you're giving red meat to the people that already hate you. That's all you've done.
I don't know how not to give red meat to those people, though.
You can't, because it's a trap they've said that Connor keeps falling into over and over again. It's where somebody's beating the shit out of you over and over and over again, and you go, I'm beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy. And then as soon as he hits back, he's like, look, see, I told you. And then all the other people around are like, wow, you're playing right into that dude's rhetoric, I noticed. So when you hit him back, like, you're playing right into that guy's rhetoric.
Speaking the truth is never a trap, okay? And by the way, like, the reason why MAGA is being hoisted by its own petard is because it's done what you did, but it's painted itself into a corner, okay? It has taken the base and shaken them by the shoulders for decades, that you've mentioned as well. Rush Limbaugh is arguably the beginning of this. And they've taken them by the shoulders and they've shaken and screamed in their face. The elites are all pedophiles. They're all monsters. You're being run by the globalists, the international globalist, post-racial, progressive, communist, Leninist, whatever things. They're all going to kill you. And what's happened is they've radicalized their base to the point that, now, yes, they have power, but now they're turning into the leopards eating faces party. Well, at least the leopard is not going to eat my own face. Donald Trump was forced to, against his will, release the Epstein files because his own party turned against him in reference to it. So once again, you're trying to
I don't understand what argument you're trying to. Wait.
Oh,
what I don't understand what. I don't know what. I don't know what argument.
Telling the truth.
What argument are you trying to make here right now? I don't know what argument you're trying to make here.
The argument that I'm trying to make is that you are trying, for some reason, on the verge of Donald Trump being politically irrelevant within a year. You're arguing that you should adopt and mirror Trump's rhetoric and political positions. It's fucking stupid as shit.
Because the issue you're running into is you're viewing Trump as a single moment, a single discrete moment in time. The Republican Party, you are the Republican Party. The Republican
caused Trump.
Let
the
Destiny
things that
finish.
caused Trump. Yeah, but
Go
Trump is also one of the things that caused Trump is the fact that there is no accountability for conservative derangement, and there's never been accountability for conservative derangement, so they'll continue to be deranged. You keep saying that, like, well, we need to let people back. You don't want to prove them right. Prove them right about what? They say the exact same things that I say when they're talking to themselves, and then when they come to the liberals, they're like, oh, you guys can't do that because it would be horrible, and then they go and they do the horrible things. The difference is, for some reason, you believe them when they criticize the liberals, but you're not listening to them when they're giving strategy to their own political operatives.
Okay, so hold on. Let's say that you win this rhetorical game, okay? Is the remainder of American politics for the next 10 years until the entire republic collapses is effectively like a tit-for-tat race to the bottom between extreme lefties and extreme rightoids? Because effectively what I see
tit-for-tat is not a race. Don't ask me a question, then answer it. You can answer after. You ask me a question. You were about to give your answer to the question.
I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Let him finish, and you can answer, Destiny.
What I see on the left right now is I see like I've said, I've mentioned the four things that I think PF Young is right about that are causing people to crave political radicalism. And I see liberals in their desperation to go after Trump, normalizing socialists and normalizing communists. And you are rhetorically paving the way through which they can use extremist rhetoric in order to seize power. Who's to say that the next Trump is going to be right wing? It could be some left wing fucking socialist degenerate piece of shit. So why the fuck would we make that path easier?
What was the question? I don't remember the question. What was the beginning part of this before you did this whole soy rant on irrelevant shit? In 1 year, we're going to hit the midterms. Yes.
It's probably going to be a Democrat sweep.
Oh, I remember. You were saying that I'm doing a race to the bottom. We've been racing to the bottom, led by the Republican Party. Saying that if you do fuck shit, there are going to be consequences. It's not a race for a bottom. It's stopping the race to the bottom. Tit for tat is not a thing where you constantly go back and forth punishing each other. It's where you avoid
people of crimes that they're not even guilty of.
I do. I think they've committed insurrection. I think you can make the argument for it.
No. Insurrection means that you're trying to interrupt a governmental process through like violence or whatever. The people who are MAGA who support Trump, they might support a person who engaged in insurrection, but they themselves are not insurrectionists.
Supporting an insurrectionist is engaging in insurrection.
They are not guilty.
Supporting an insurrectionist is in and of itself definitively engaging in insurrection. That's what it means. If you're supporting somebody in a rebellion.
You said that it was a part of the 14th Amendment. Go ahead and read me it.
Read the text. It says, or somebody who's aided the enemies thereof.
Aided the enemies thereof.
That has a very specific meaning.
If somebody legitimately believes in the MAGA bullshit, which I don't, by the way, but if they legitimately believe it, and they are supporting
Section
Donald
3 says
Trump.
no person should be a senator, representative, blah, 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 blah. So the ending part of this is to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. It's the same thing. Whether you're supporting them or whether you're doing it yourself, it's considered the same.
Donald Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection.
So
and
charge him
they're
for it.
supporting
There you
their
go.
current
That's the
president.
trial. Boom.
So you're gonna make it a crime and convict people of a crime for supporting someone who is the active president of their of the United States, but also of the leader of their caucus.
I'm sorry, if you do you believe that you should always unequivocally support the leader of your party just because he has the letter R or D next to his name?
Of course not. That's like.
Why did you just give that as an excuse then? Why is that your defense then? You're going to charge this guy? You think this guy's bad just because he supports his leader?
Legitimately believe in MAGA. They're dumb.
Yeah,
They're
that's fine. And those people are enemies to my country. That's fine. There are people that are legitimate communists and legitimate fucking Nazis. Why the fuck would I care about what they think? I'm an American and I believe in the American Constitution. Why the fuck would I care about somebody who doesn't believe in the American Constitution? What a stupid fucking argument.
By saying that you are going to engage in the race to the bottom, I think you are paving the way.
It's not a race to the bottom. How is it a race to the bottom? It's holding people accountable for breaking the law and for encouraging and supporting people who break the law.
But you have already said earlier in this conversation that you're effectively comfortable with fucking convicting these people of a crime that they have not committed. We do not agree that these people have committed the crime.
Then charge them with it and see if they beat the case.
This entire paradigm. Not only that, but I'm accepting this entire paradigm that what you're proposing is even possible.
Okay, Connor, wait, I have a
case. Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead,
Connor, I got a question. What would you do about specific Trump officials? Like, let's just use like Pam Bondi as an example, who has at multiple times skirted court orders.
Okay,
very harsh words. Very harsh words.
Is it? What?
Sorry.
What I would need is so for instance, like let's get into specifics. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, okay?
Yeah.
The Justice Department slow walked / resisted a lower court order in order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and they fought over the word of facilitate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they dragged it out for 90 to 120 days or whatever, and then they brought him back for some kind of criminal processing. I don't even know what it was. You would have to show me a crime that Pam Bondi or a Trump representative actually committed that is indictable and convictable. Because as far as I know, slow walking a court order is actually not a crime until you reach contempt.
Okay. What about? Sorry, just let me check here.
Just to jump past like hypotheticals. Mm-hmm. You need to show me a convictable crime. So as an example, with the drone striking civilian ships in the Caribbean, I think that's quite possibly a war crime. I think it might be a violation.
Hegseth is liable.
I think Hegseth is potentially liable. Absolutely.
So he should be convicted of a crime after.
But you need to figure out what it is, and you also need to process through a court. Because, for instance, like I'm pretty sure what is it? Article 2, the roles and responsibilities of the presidency. I fucking forget which article is which article. But the point is that the president does have broad discretion when it comes to national security matters and when it comes to like declaring emergencies and responding to emergencies. But the question is, he directed his Secretary of War to take military action against narco terrorists. So you effectively would have to go to a court and argue like, what's the definition of a narco terrorist? Who has the ability to even declare what a narco terrorist organization is? Are you able to use lethal force just for drug trafficking? You would have to figure all this shit out. And I wouldn't spend the political capital on this for the next 2 years or 4 years.
But all you're describing is the process. Is like you're saying that it wouldn't be politically.
It would be moral to go after the Trump administration. But by the way, the time to do that wouldn't be after Trump's out of office. The time to do that would be now.
Well, we are taking them to like there's multiple lawsuits going on right now with the Trump administration. I don't understand.
Also, we can't do it now because we don't control the we can't do it.
Striking of Caribbean boats.
We can't do it right now because we don't have the Department of Justice to charge or investigate these crimes. It's owned by Trump.
Again, now we're kind of getting into the nitty gritty or whatever. I don't understand how Congress has oversight and yet has no ability to oversee or affect any executive action whatsoever.
Congress can't charge crimes. They can make recommendations to the DOJ, but
sure.
They would obviously shut all over that.
But if we're currently blowing up boats, then shouldn't, I don't know, Democratic senators, like this is the one that we bumped onto that's probably the most obvious. Okay, so let's stick with this for a second. This is the most obvious one. how come I'm not seeing AOC, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, or any of these people stepping up into Congress right now and saying, we're engaged in a unilateral, illegal, extra-constitutional, murderous campaign against civilians in the Caribbean, and regardless of whether or not these people are drug traffickers, this is like a breach of federal authority, and we need to do oversight immediately.
Haven't people literally been saying that?
Stephen, do you agree? Stephen, do you agree that bombing those boats, that would be one of the things you would charge Trump with, like bombing the Venezuelan boats?
Sure. Like, you wouldn't be charged as like a war crime because this is a Rome Statute stuff. We're not a signatory to the ICC. I would charge as fucking murder.
You charge him with murder. Okay. All right. Even though he didn't actually commit it, you're saying that. Like,
okay, sorry. Conspiracy to commit murder.
He ordered it.
Conspiracy to commit murder. Okay. I'm just
okay,
trying
actually,
to
I'll put that back to Staxians. So Staxians,
Mhm.
do you think Pete Hegseth should be charged with murder when the Trump admin is done?
Murder seems. I don't know it specifically. Look, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know what specific crime he should be committed with, but I do know that. I've got a quote here. He said about the Venezuelan strikes that he has absolute and complete authority based off of the defense of the American people alone and refused justification. I mean, I definitely think that there's something convictable in there. I don't know what specifically that crime would be.
Okay, so if we were still entertaining Stephen's hypothetical,
Well,
then since the Department of Justice can't charge anybody, let's say that we have a Democratic administration next.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, Stephen, it sounds to me like this, you should support this logically. So Democratic administration comes in. They shouldn't attack affordability. They shouldn't attack the economy. They shouldn't attack, existential technological shifts. They shouldn't tackle immigration. What they should do is they should spend probably the entirety of their first term going through the entirety of the Trump administration, looking for convictable crimes, and then trying to convict all subordinate admin officials of the Trump administration.
They could do both at the same time.
I don't have faith that they could, but I don't know if we need to open that up on a can of worms.
You don't know if multiple investigations can occur at one time?
No, I'm sure that they could conduct multiple investigations. I'm just saying that the amount of political capital that you would need in order to convict, so for instance, Pete Hegseth's logical defense would be, I'm the Secretary of War, the Secretary of Defense. There's an immediate threat to death of great bodily harm to American citizens. The president is within my direct chain of command. I'm acting within my direct chain of command, and I'm taking out an existential threat to American citizens. That's part of my purview as the Secretary of Defense. So then you would have to convince a jury or Congress that Pete Hegseth was in the wrong for following orders from Donald Trump in order to take out the Caribbean boats. And then you would have to say, this is worthy of him no longer being able to be in politics, or it would be worthy of incarceration. I think you would bleed a shitload of political capital trying to make that happen.
Let's proffer a hypothetical here. Let's just say, for the sake of conversation, that in 2028, Trump basically disappears. He flees America. Massive blue wave, like 80-20 split kind of thing. Like Texas goes full blue. We have so much political capital. Do you think that we should leverage it in this way? Like, let's just say we do have the political capital.
If we were working in an ideal, let's say that it was like a perfect political environment and we could do this without burning political capital and we could deal with all the things that we were talking about, then yeah, sure. I would love to bar Marco Rubio from politics for being complicit in the indirect deaths of probably hundreds of thousands or millions of people.
What you're not saying, though, but you're not saying that we would also just get rid of the rest of the Republican Party, right? Like that. Well, right. You're talking about the upper echelons.
Well, and the reason why this actually goes back to as far as like ancient Rome, by the way, apotheosis. It's where the emperor, when he dies, he ascends to godhood or whatever. It's why Gerald Ford forgave Nixon or pardoned Nixon or whatever. The reason why you don't go after the previous administration is because somebody could go after you. Arguably, based off of this logic, if the Republicans get back into office, they can charge Obama for murder for Anwar al-Awlaki.
Yeah, so
it's interesting.
Hold on. We can go back to Bush.
and we can
I'm gonna jump
incarcerate
in.
Bush for lying
Sure.
about WMDs
Yeah,
and launching the
thank you
Iraq
for that.
War.
So I'm gonna hold on. Sorry,
Yeah, actually, Prime's good with all of this, by the way.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Go ahead,
Hold
Prime,
on.
please.
Yeah, thank you. So, thank you for that jumping off point. First of all, previously, counterpoints, you said that I was trying to make Steven's points reasonable. I'm not. Steven's points is fucking ridiculous, right? That being said, what we both agree on, what you just agreed on, is the thing that I was saying previously, is that we should have accountability, right? Especially for those in charge, right? Now, how far down exactly down the rung we should go, right? That's up for debate, right? What Steven's idea, Steven's presenting a dumb fuck idea. But still, that's not even my biggest problem with Steven, right? That's something I have yet to elucidate, but you were just touching on. So, right, my issue is that I don't think Steven here is actually being consistent, right? Because he's a partisan hack. So, Steven, I'm going to ask you, hey, should we also go back through the Democratic administrations and then charge presidents with crimes?
I'm gonna get some water.
I don't know which crimes.
Which crimes? Yes, conspiracy to commit murder, right? So you can give
Which
an
one?
order. Yeah, sure, Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden, right?
What murder
Joe
would we
Biden
say that? What
assisting-
murder?
Yeah, the Gazans, right? Providing weapons, right, to slaughter civilians. What about that?
No.
No. Oh, no, we don't do that. No, okay, those deaths, those are okay, right? Why are those okay?
It's not that they're okay. It's that there's
No,
there's
I'm not talking. Well, no, I'm not talking to you, Steven. Right? You have the problem with Stack Sims. You have a different idea, right? And I think
that's fine.
completely reasonable. But
You're good.
Steven, why not?
Because it's a military conflict. It's an ongoing military conflict.
Oh, it's a military. Oh, it's a military conflict now, right? The Trump administration is assembling one of the biggest naval forces we ever have in the Caribbean, right? They're going to take military actions. They're gonna declare that the narco terrorists, right, are working with Maduro, and then that makes it, because now they have state backing. That's a military action, and so why not? Like, why
If we
would
had
she
declared
be
war
involved?
with Venezuela, then I wouldn't be saying that these are murders, because at the very least,
Did
then
we
he'd be.
declare war against Hamas?
No, but Israel did. They're
No.
engaged in a fight with Hamas.
So Israel does. Okay, so when a foreign country does that, wipes our hands clean. So we don't have to even do that, right? But we could just still say that. When
I
a
never said it
foreign
wipes our
nation-
hands clean. I said that for the purposes of saying the president of the United States is
so
engaged
we're not-
in
so we're
murder.
not clean. Oh, okay.
It's
great.
not
So
about being. We're not
clean.
talking. We're not talking about being clean or not. We're talking about whether or not somebody is engaged in the act of murder, right? Which is the unjustified killing of a person.
Conspiracy. No.
Conspiracy
No,
to
no,
commit murder would be like the
conspiracy.
plan to kill a person.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And the plan was to use those bombs to drop them on civilians. What about that, Stephen?
I don't know if that is necessarily what the plan was, but I don't know if you would charge somebody for selling a gun to somebody.
I just want to be clear that I don't want
What do you
this
think the bombs are
Israel,
for?
Palestine
Stephen, what do you think the
debate.
bombs are for?
For military conflict?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So you can see how he's trying to come up with like levels of separation here to say, well, now that doesn't matter when it comes to when it's my leader that I agree with, right? That I dick suck. Well, then, of course, he wouldn't have to face the same charges. What about Obama, right? Like our friend.
Well, to be clear, for the thing, there's a difference between two
For the-
parties that are
for the
actively engaged
specific
in a military
bombing for
conflict. Is a lot different than
Al-Awlaki.
just bombing
One at a
people
time,
in the
one at a
middle of
time.
the ocean, right? Do you acknowledge these are two separate things?
Sorry, which?
Do you acknowledge that killing civilians in the middle of the ocean directly with your own military against a country that you're not at war with, that's a significantly different thing than selling weapons to another country at war?
Well, technically, we
No.
weren't at war with Yemen either.
We weren't at war. Yeah, we weren't.
We're not talking about Yemen right now, but
either.
we have the use of authorization for the military force that covers, I believe, the entire Middle East. But regardless of the Yemen stuff, I'm saying you acknowledge the difference between killing four
No, you
nationals in the
have-
middle of an ocean with your military. There's a difference between that and selling weapons to another country.
There would be it would be a difference if that other country was at peace, right? And then you sold them weapons. Then later on, they happened to be used for something nefarious. No, there was an active military conflict. We were deeply involved in it.
Do you
And then,
hold on? Do you recognize
those
there's a difference between
bombs-
selling a country weapons versus
No,
killing
yes,
another
no,
country's
We
citizens?
can say those are two different
Okay,
things.
thank you.
But
Okay,
are
cool.
they significant enough? No, they're not significant enough to be different, right? And so, like, I get that you desperately need to draw that line.
To
right?
be clear,
So
I'm not
your
desperate.
boy-
You're
your
flailing
boy
right
Dick-
now. You're
Joe
flailing right
Biden-
now. I'm not desperate at all.
Your
but-
boy Joe Biden won't actually be prosecuted. But again, we can even change it, right? So again, Obama, right, bombing or assassinating Anwar al-Awlaki. Can we charge him?
No.
No. Oh, once again. Okay. So now we're having a
not?
direct military action by our.
What would you charge
by
him with?
president.
You
Conspiracy to
could
murder.
charge Obama, and you could probably
No,
charge
you wouldn't
Eric
charge.
Holder
You
with
you
murder.
would you wouldn't charge either one. You would look at the intention behind the action. So Obama claims that Obama claims he's not just murdering somebody; that he's doing a military action. Well, what were the actions that he took around the time? Did he try to hide this? Did he try to do things that he knew was illegal? No, he went to his Department of Justice. He went to
Trump
Eric
hasn't
Holder.
hid
He
anything.
sought his
Trump didn't
legal
hide
advice.
anything.
No, but Trump and the administration
It's
are
relatively
openly
big, but
Trump and the
you're
administration
hiding
are openly defiant of the law. They claim that all the judges are rigged. They don't try to figure out if the things they're doing in advance are legal or not legal. They're explicitly and openly saying like, I don't believe in the law. I'm not going to fall.
They just came up with a bullshit DOJ memo, right? That's saying, oh, it's all legal. No worries, military, right? The things that you're doing is fine.
That's what I was going to
Do
say.
you think that? Do you think that the memos that are coming from the? Do you think the memos that are coming from the?
The dividing line here is that some sort of legality, right? Or some sort of legal justification, because all presidents say they have legal justifications to do everything they do.
So do you think that all presidents seek the same, they are, in good faith, are seeking the same level of affirmation?
It doesn't matter if it's good faith or not. When they're presenting
it doesn't matter if you're trying to figure out if your actions are legal or not? What do you think a crime is? What do you think a key element of committing a crime is? Is the criminal state of mind?
Okay. So, Prime, please let me tag in just for a second, okay? The reason why Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki and Anwar al-Awlaki is in more gray area than you might want to concede it for is because they're United States citizens, and there's a huge argument about geography and also whether or not, like, assisting a terrorist organization precludes you from due process. There's actually an argument there.
That's fine, but the thing that you are,
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
I know, but everything you're about to say is irrelevant. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Let him say it. Hold on. Let him say it.
Thank you. Okay, I will.
So
Thank you. The reason why it's irrelevant is because what you're about to give is an argument that challenges the legality of the U.S. president to assassinate essentially American citizens of other countries, which is a fair argument. But none of that gets you any closer to saying Obama committed murder.
Wait, hold on. Obama went to Eric Holder. Eric Holder said, "Yeah, we're probably good." That was it. And then they drone striked Anwar al-Awlaki, and they drone strike for Abdul Rahman, by the way. They were drone striking somebody else, and then they just accidentally killed a 16-year-old U.S. citizen. So, like, that's fine. Like for me, I don't give a. Sorry, Prime, I'm gonna betray you a little bit.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about Anwar al-Awlaki. I don't give a fuck about
great.
Abdul Rahman. What I'm trying to point out to you, though, is that once you open up this can of worms of, well, this admin was uniquely bad according to my perspective, therefore we're going to go after all you motherfuckers, then at that point,
is there a fact of the matter?
Not just for previous administrations, but for any future administrations.
Is there a fact of the matter that some administrations might be betraying the ideas or the laws of the U.S. Constitution more than other people, or is it all just like a whatever meme?
Of course, but one of the largest political scandals of the past 30 years is the fact that we have evidence for this. Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney knowingly exaggerated evidence in order to justify the case for the war in Iraq that resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead people, tens of thousands of American dead, $2 trillion spent. So if there's something worth investigating to see whether or not there was criminality involved in, I would say that deserves a second look.
Sure, I wouldn't disagree with you at all on that.
Yeah, of course, no, because it's a Republican administration. Yeah, no, hold on.
What?
We can all say that yes, different administrations violate the law in different ways, right? I'm saying, hey, I'll be consistent. In any way that you violate the law, right, you'll be prosecuted. That's what I'm saying. Why
But
can't
you're
you say
drawing
the
this
same thing?
equivalence. You're drawing this equivalence
Hold on,
between.
I'm not.
Let's
drawing
stack teams
any-
finish. Let's stack teams get in here. Let's stack teams get in here a second.
Whatever.
Finish
You're
your
trying.
point, then you can respond, Prime. I promise. Go ahead.
You're
Stack
trying to point to Democratic politicians and Republican politicians like there's some sort of equivalence here, but we're talking about the Iraq War. And
I am not okay. So Stack seems to know exactly what you're going to say already. That's why I didn't bother waiting to
Go
listen.
ahead.
No, I'm not drawing an equivalence here.
How you guys
I
know-
literally just said, hey, there are differences. Just now, when you jumped in, I just said, hey, there are differences in how different administrations violate the law. Right? We
Great,
take that
yeah.
into account, and in any way that you violated the law, that's what you'll be prosecuted for. Right? So it doesn't matter. Right? So yes, in big ways in which you lied to the American people, you make up evidence and you draw draw us into a massive forever war, yeah, you'll be prosecuted for that. And then smaller ways, assassinating American citizens without proper authorization, yeah, you'll be prosecuted for that too. I prosecute all of them for everything, right? So my position is that you terrify past presidents to keep future presidents in line, right? Destiny was trying to sniff at that argument, right? He was pointing at that argument, but he only meant for Democrats. That's the secret thing, right? They were saying under his breath, right? So when Democrats supported genocide, well, that's okay, right? When Democrats assassinate Americans abroad, well, that's okay, right? But when a Republican comes in office, oh, okay, well, that's the thing we have to be afraid of, right? That's when the lawyers get their subpoenas out.
Yeah, but there's several degrees of indirectness when it comes to Biden's involvement in Israel. Even if we're saying, even if we're saying,
well,
like,
let Staxians finish, please. Let Staxians finish.
Okay, well, we can look at Obama or Biden specifically, but Obama's in murky territory and Biden's in murky territory. But Bush and Trump, it's pretty clear cut. Why is Obama?
Well, you don't have to give me Bush and Trump. You don't have to bring that up because I am going to prosecute them in my utopia, right?
No, but I'm justifying why I am going to be harsher towards the Republicans.
Okay, I want to draw this back. I want to draw this back to the matter at hand of what do Democrats do with MAGA once they get into power. I want to bring this back.
Are you trying to reframe it when there's a genocide going on? Wick, you fucking idiot.
Is the matter at hand, right? So we're talking about, hey, like, you're saying that there should be a legal process, Wick, right? You're saying, we're asking, should there be a legal process to deal with the crimes of the previous administration, right? Like, should we normalize that? I say yes. I've already agreed to that. Okay, great, right? Now, like, if this is going to be a process, and if it's going to be something that is respected, right? And seen as legitimate, that you would have to do it on both sides, or else it doesn't count. Destiny says, hey, this process will get us to the capital T truth about what has happened in the past, right? It has to be a public spectacle to do that, right? Well, then part of that should be accounting for every administration.
Tell you
right?
what, when the leftists get power, you can do that. But we're talking about realistic outcomes, and we're talking about the Democrats and the Republicans. The leftists,
none of this is realistic.
If the leftists ever get power, we can have
this
that.
This whole topic is not
realistic.
realistic.
A while ago.
So we're already in fantasy, right? So if we're going to be in fantasy, and we're going to deal with Stephen's dumbass idea, right, of prosecuting the Republican Party all the way down to fucking dog catcher, right? We're already there, and so I'm asking for a bit of consistency. I'm trying to point out the vast hypocrisy that is Stephen's entire political platform.
Okay, if you're asking for consistency, if there's any Democrat who's lied to the UN in order to bring us to war in the Middle East, I would happily impeach them too.
True, King.
Okay, yeah, great. I would too. I don't know why.
Great, awesome. We
fucking awesome.
You keep distracting. I don't know what you're doing here, right? I already agreed to that. I agree to that, right? I'm saying for lesser crimes, I'd also do that too. Come on, what is the minimum?
But you can't.
Let me ask Staxims here. Okay, Staxims, as you've been wanting to jump in and get some airtime. Staxims, what is the minimum the maximum amount of crime, right, that a president can do and not be charged, Democrat or Republican?
This feels like
you just got mogged.
True. I don't need to explain when specifically night turns into day to explain where day is and where night is. I know that Trump crossed the line. I don't know where the line is.
I know. Again, you keep trying to distract. Hold on. You had a lot of airtime here.
Okay, I don't know. The answer is I don't know where exactly the maximum crime is.
Then I do know. Okay, great. Then I do know. I have an idea. So when I'm talking about murder, right? Yes, you've gone into the territory where you get charged, right? I've given a direct line. Nothing below murder. Okay, nothing below murder or conspiracy to commit murder, right? Nothing below that, right? So now that we've established that, great. Then I would say I would charge President Obama, right? And I would charge President Biden, right, for sending weapons to a country that his own State Department declared was committing war crimes.
I love you, buddy.
You're gonna need a piece.
But we're gonna move on. And we're going to get to back to the topic at hand.
Well, yeah, man, Steven's been a coward there. No, look at Steven sitting there being a coward because he didn't actually want to engage with it.
No, it's just the
So wait,
continuing
to be clear,
fallacy.
there's nothing
I
to
don't
engage
need-
with. There's nothing to engage with. When we talk about chargeable
That's
crimes,
not
we talk
me.
about people who are acting within what they believe their legal authority is. There's a difference between people acting within what they believe their legal authority is versus people who are acting with flagrant disregard for legal authority. This administration,
He
and
has
it's
the police
provable.
acting with
This
his
is
political
provable. The current administration
He
is
Hags up his, says that.
no, they don't. And you can look. It's pretextual, and
He
it's
Hags up
clearly
absolutely says
it's
he's
clearly
acting
protect.
with
That's fine because you don't
political
understand the law and you don't follow what they say. Okay, but they clearly say
what should-
Donald Trump.
yeah,
They clearly
yeah,
say that we
bullshit.
don't
Let
believe
Destiny
we don't
finish his
believe
point,
what the
please,
judges
Brian. Let
say.
Destiny-
We don't think that the judges are correct on this. They're all activists. We don't care what the judge says. We're going to do whatever we want anyway. They very clearly know, or if anything, they should know that you can't just kill citizens in South America without cause, and that's a totally okay thing to do. That's plainly obvious.
I want to give it to Counterpoints, hopefully to re-rail us. If he does not re-rail us, I will re-rail us forcibly and non-consensually. but
I'll
go
do it
ahead.
again. I'll do it again.
I understand.
I'm like,
You got to
I'll
put
do
these
it again.
guardrails up to the conversation.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
I will. have to.
because fuck you, Steven.
Reinforce them.
Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to re-rail us. I'm going to reject that this is even a possibility. If we can't impeach Trump now, if the best thing we can do is have Democrats stand up in Congress and ineffectually say, "Oh, I really disagree with this." If that's all we can achieve right now, we're not getting shit after Trump's gone. I think it's a waste of time. I think it inflames maybe it's a marketing strategy. Maybe this is a marketing strategy to get Democrats psyched for the midterms or some shit. If you said it was a marketing strategy, then I would be like, oh, okay, Steven's just using hyperbolic language in order to get, libtards excited for the midterms. And I'd be like, all right, fuck it. That's just what Steven's doing. But you said to take you literally and seriously. And at this point, I'm going to say literally and seriously, it's a stupid fucking idea. The Democrats cannot walk and chew gum. They need to focus on not Trump. They need to focus on the material circumstances that caused Trump, which once again, I will assert is rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, income inequality, and the dissolution of the social fabric.
Oh, so we can't charge Trump with crimes. We just need Democrats to solve fast technological change, solve demographic issues in the United States, solve the social fabric dissolving, and then solve whatever the other fourth existential problem is. Fuck me, why didn't they just fix every single fucking issue with society? That's great. Why did I think of that? Fuck me, dude.
If you weren't being a twat, then you could realize that these are things that are affecting radicalism on both sides of the political binary.
Yeah, but we can agree
and
with
there
that.
are Republicans who are concerned about these things, who would be interested in coming up with solutions to these things.
Yeah, but I can point to a fucking.
Politics is supposed to be.
I can point to a crime and go, okay, but look at the poverty in the area. Look at all of these factors that go into the crime. We still prosecute individuals. Like, I don't understand this.
Yeah, but we've already acknowledged that
this
the
focus
chances of you prosecuting a criminal in this regard is a snowball's chance in hell.
Okay,
so
let me ask you a question.
I'm addressing your point one at a time.
Yeah, let me ask you a question to Destiny and to Staxiums here. If you knew that engaging in this would absolutely lead to Democrats losing in 2026 and 2028, if this running on this platform, if you had a crystal ball and you knew 100% that even advocating for what you think is right is going to fail and it's going to cost you the election, would you still do it?
No, I would not.
We knew for a fact. No, you'd probably try to find some middle ground.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is we have a lot of evidence given the past and how it turned out when we tried to do this with Trump the first time, and how that again.
But we didn't do it with Trump the first time. What do you mean?
Factor in leading to us losing.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know how you could possibly say that. But also, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? We didn't try it with Trump. We never got any federal charges.
We never got any federal charges, but not for lack of trying, and not for lack.
We
of
didn't really try. We didn't try. It was 2 years before the special counsel was appointed. We didn't try that hard.
I disagree with you, and I think that the public.
I would agree with Stephen here, right? That we don't. Well, I would agree that there was massive Democratic incompetence, right, by Joe Biden, by Merrick Garland. Absolutely, 100%. I would agree with that, right? I would agree that they were engaging in what Stephen is trying to engage, right? Like in protection of the powerful. So they didn't actually want to charge him with anything, right? Like if they did, then they could have done it immediately, right?
Just to be clear, I don't know why I'm saying it because this is not my
they
point
waited
at all.
for because until it was politically at least they thought it was politically expedient, right? They waited till the end. It was a disaster, right? It was a disaster because they ran out of time. But yes, they were protecting the powerful. They were extremely reluctant to do that. That case, even when there was their opponent.
Hold on. Do you think if they had been successful in prosecuting Trump federally, right, and they had sent him to jail even, right? Like Trump is now in jail, okay, for all the January 6th crimes, insurrection, all these things. Do you think that Republicans would have won more or less in 2024?
Far less.
Less, yeah.
Less.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that
do.
is absolutely wrong. I think this would have been.
I think he's the
seen
leader of the
as
cult.
feeding into their persecution narrative. It would have
It's
been
so
given
crazy. Do you see
proof.
how cucked
Why
your
did they
position
say?
is? That literally any time you try to hold somebody accountable, they're like, you're feeding into their narrative. So we
Not
just can't hold
anytime and
anybody.
not-
So wait, okay. So
not
then what
in
is?
any
Wait. Then
context.
can somebody give me another thing? Then I'm not like 100% bought into this has to be the penalty, but give me what your proposed penalty is. Then what should the accountability look like for how conservatives have acted over the past 10 years?
Well, I think that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you
Kyle,
go
please.
first.
Oh,
Or
sure.
you-
I'll go first. I think that they're getting their accountability. We saw it last Tuesday.
Never mind. No,
November
never mind.
4th.
Do you have any
I
real
saw
things?
that.
I'm not talking about
Look,
losing
hey,
election. I'm not
Hold
talking
on.
about
Do
losing
you think
election.
politicians don't want to win? Do you think that politicians don't want to win elections?
I think they do want to win elections. Yes.
Okay, so, yes. So when the disincentive is, hey, if you behave in this manner, you won't win elections.
Do you think that they're
Do you think
losing
that's
because they're
probably
behaving in a particular manner, or because everything is going to shit and they're failing to deliver on even the most basic
Behaving in
parts of their
particular-
agenda?
These things are correlated.
They're not.
You don't think that them behaving in the manner that they do is leading everything to go to shit?
No,
Their
I think if Trump were
incompetence
more
and their
competent,
inability
they'd
to
be
govern
better.
If Trump
is
were more competent,
absolutely
no, it's absolutely not.
correlated with
No.
their level of corruption and malice.
You can argue that like the similar traits play into people that act, in
Yeah.
similar ways, but it's not like Republicans are like, you know what? Abrego Garcia, that was fucked up. No, that's not happening, and that's what you need them to think. Just because things are going to shit because the president is incompetent as fuck doesn't mean that conservatives are going to look at the future and go, wow, we definitely shouldn't support an evil person again.
They're not going to think when you again have these trials, these Nuremberg trials for MAGA, that
Then what do you
these
do
are
to
the
get them to think that
crimes
way?
Trump
What do you do to get them to
committed,
think
and this
that
is
way?
Why they can't have power? They're
I'm
going to
listening to you.
think
Hold
that the Democrats. Oh, you're just going to leave.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. They're going to think that the Democrats are the ones who are persecuting their political enemies, and the voting base is going to vote accordingly. That's
So
my
then what do
point.
you do?
Counterpoints? Did you have
Is it just lose the election? Then you have nothing. Then you can't do anything. They've insulated themselves perfectly.
Of course, again, there are things that you can do. But they
Wait.
should not
Oh my
be
God.
your
Hold on. I
focus.
just got my
but
thing.
what
No,
if-
wait.
what if
I got
public-
no. I got it. I think that if they don't let us prosecute them, then that means that they're evil Hitlers. So now they have to let us prosecute them. Otherwise, Wick, you're going to be saying, well, Destiny said you guys are evil Hitlers if you guys do that thing. And now that you're doing that thing, you're proving him right. Can I just say that? All the Democratic
Yeah, you
messages should change to
can,
that,
but
okay? There we go.
What I say has historical basis.
No, it
and
doesn't.
Election results
No, it
backing
doesn't.
it.
What are you talking
say
about?
Has
Wait, hold-
lives
Wait, what is your
You guys
basis?
keep-
backing it?
What is your basis?
The November 4th election that just happened? Where
You think he
moderates
won
ran the
that
fucking
election?
board,
No,
and the guy who had the
sir,
rhetoric like you got
what-
like he performed the least well out of every single Democrat who won.
The least well? You mean the guy who
Yeah,
was based
he
as
was
fuck
sort of-
and said
he got
he
carried
wanted
over
his
the finish
opponent's
line. Jay
children to be
Jones is
killed,
what I'm
still won
talking
his
about.
election? King, okay? Number one. Number two, what in terms of the Trump election, where's the evidence that are you implying that the New York State convictions that helped Trump, or that all the
Yes,
charges?
I think that helped Trump.
You think
Okay,
those
no,
helped
wait, that's
Trump?
fine, that's
Yes, I think
fine.
that
But I
helped
just want
Trump
just to be clear then,
politically.
the rules that Wick are writing right now, Wick is saying that like, yeah, president should always break the law because if you ever try to hold them accountable, it's going to help them win the next election, I guess. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that I would rather win than have some kind of weird, this is what I want to be justice, but not actually get those justice either. Like, in order to get justice, you have to win first. So my advocacy
I agree. We have to win
is
first.
about winning first.
Yeah, and then
Once
after
we
we
win,
I agree with you.
okay?
I agree with you. But what if?
But
what
when
if
you
he-
come out and you say that, hey, if we win, we're going to
Hold them
take
accountable.
away
Accountability.
every
So
single
you're fine-
Republican,
so you're
you're
fine with
not going to win.
Wait, we
Yeah,
should
so
just do
you're
it
fine with-
secretly.
Yeah. So Wick is saying he's fine with all of what Destiny
That's
is
not
saying.
what I'm
quiet about
saying.
it.
Just as long as we
You know,
lie
Wick-
about it, right? And then we
I'm
surprise Nuremberg trials, right?
Look,
we do. And
you're
good.
I'm
just
fucking with you, bro. But you can't admit it
Again.
to your audience because then you're not
No.
saying it
Yeah, you
silently.
can't say
that's not what I'm
I'll
saying.
message
You know
later,
what?
dude.
Well,
Don't
actually,
worry.
couldn't we do that? Well, hold on. I'm trying to think. What are the chances that you could have like a massive agenda that everybody's accusing you of doing, but then you deny it the entire time? And then when you get into elected office in 2025, you have this big project that you're trying to carry out all the plans of, even though you said you knew nothing about it. Maybe this would be kind of crazy. Never mind.
Okay, counterpoints you wanted to get in earlier. Go ahead.
Sorry. So somebody in my chat, I think a DGGer, brings up an interesting point, which is maybe state level crimes as a way to circumvent blanket pardons. But then I don't know what state level crimes you would be accusing people of, that let alone that you would have sufficient evidence in order to obtain a conviction. I also still think that that would avoid the insurrection issue. And once again, I'm just going to say this for like the fourth time. I think y'all got a fistful of nothing. I think you have as a matter of fact, saying Republicans, if you don't let us prosecute you, you're gay. That probably would be more effective than
do
what
it.
you guys are
I'm okay with
advocating
that.
for. Because then the Republicans would be like, no, I'm not gay. You can prosecute Donald Trump. You can prosecute Pete Hegseth. I'm not gay. Like that almost makes more sense than what you're saying.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sure.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, we do realize that we are all 20 to 40-year-old adults here. The thing that you're arguing
What was Connor's
for has
answer
a
to why
snowball
won't
chance in
Republicans
hell
act?
happening.
Why won't Republicans act even more unhinged in the future if there's no accountability for what's happening now?
Well, okay, but I'm asking you a different question, which is effectively like, you can't get the accountability that you're looking for.
You can try. You can get as close to it as possible.
Hold on. Trying and failing is worse than not trying. You understand that, right?
Well, I
That's
do
not
understand
true.
that, but we're also talking about political.
I'm asking.
That
if
feels like a
Steven
truism.
understands that. Destiny,
It
do you
depends.
understand that?
Definitionally
If
not
you
true.
try
You can
and
charge.
fail,
You
it's
can
worse
try.
than not trying, correct?
No. Also, you can't let the fear of
You don't
failure
think
keep you
that's
from.
true?
You can get closer to perfect. Don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. There you go. See, I can do these two.
Okay. But
Okay,
here's the thing.
but-
The perfection that you want of prosecuting everyone who's ever done a crime for every single thing they do
Mhm.
is the perfection that you're letting get in the way of actual progress here.
Well, sure.
So,
maybe we only convict
again,
half of them.
If you try to convict them
Mhm.
and you try this plan and then it doesn't work, what that does is that just sends an even stronger signal that
Yeah,
they
but-
can get away with it even if you try to fight them.
Then what if we don't
So
charge them
you're
with
saying
anything?
that
Why wouldn't they try to do the same
Democrats shouldn't have
thing?
impeached Trump?
Again,
Are
there
you saying
already...
that Democrats shouldn't have impeached Trump before? Because they failed.
Hold on.
That's a
I
great
think that
question, actually.
Impeaching Trump is different than what is being advocated for tonight.
Hold on, but you're saying if you
Hold
you're
on.
trying to
I'm okay with impeaching Trump, even if it doesn't work. That's different than what's
Why?
being advocating here
Well,
why-
tonight.
Well,
You're
trying and
talking
failing
about-
is worse than not doing it.
Not
at
in
all.
every context.
yeah.
The context changes.
That was
calculation.
No, I know. I agree.
But
Okay.
yeah,
So
sure.
when you
hon,
try
agree
and
with that.
fail
No,
to
don't
impeach
agree with that.
someone, so if you try and fail to win an election, that's a lot different than trying and failing
Sure,
to
hon, we're
bar
talking about taking-
25% of the Republican Party for ever running
yeah,
for
and I'm
office.
trying to and hey, so these are apples to apples, okay, right? Impeaching Trump, right, or putting him through these trials, right, is a legal process, well, political/legal process for impeachment, in which, like, a formal process in which you present evidence and you get a group of individuals to decide if it was convincing enough to impose consequences. These are the same things, right? And they tried to do impeachment and they failed, right? And you're saying, well, that's okay. But like if you try to do a trial and they don't have the forethought to know that if it's going to work or not, then we shouldn't bother.
I think that you can look at the evidence that you would bring against, say, Marco Rubio, and that would be far, far weaker of a slate of evidence than you would have against someone like Trump.
Obviously,
You disagree?
I don't think anyone's disagreeing.
Wait, we don't know that. We haven't seen his
Now
emails
you're
yet. We haven't
cheating.
got subpoenas yet. We haven't done an investigation.
You haven't done any of that.
Wait, then Trump
Like, we haven't
himself,
actually gone through the
obviously, it would be
process.
definitionally less, because the only piece of evidence that you would look at is that
your
he's
argument
supporting
is
Trump
that you have
more.
less evidence against Trump than Marco Rubio.
That's not. You're
No,
talking about Steven, right?
no, you're probably almost definitely going to have less evidence because Trump is higher up in the organization and it was handing down orders, right?
No, because Trump is the dictator. Trump is the fascist.
Even if you have less evidence, that doesn't mean you don't have enough evidence for a conviction, right? There might be different quality, or different crimes altogether.
Do you think that they have enough evidence to convict Marco Rubio of insurrection?
If we want to go, if we want to play the 14th Amendment game, if we want to look at the 14th Amendment, it doesn't even require a criminal conviction. It just requires a determination that somebody is committed or engaged in or aided somebody in an insurrection, and that is enough to bar them from ever holding a future office.
But the 14th Amendment use of aid and comfort is different than the colloquial use of aid and comfort. You understand this, right? Like, it doesn't mean anyone who sent a "I hope you feel better, Trump" text was comforting Trump, right? There's specific criteria that you have to meet.
No, it's aid and comfort. It's aid and comfort in them committing an insurrection.
Yeah, we know that. We all know that.
Okay, Marco Rubio participating in his government does not necessarily meet the criteria of aiding and abetting an insurrection.
Do you think that Hitler's second vice president, vice chancellor, I don't know who it would have been, do you think that guy was aiding Hitler just for participating in the government? God.
I would like to jump in.
As Sackfield mentioned, several of the Nuremberg trial people were found innocent.
It's stupid as
So
shit.
no, it's not necessary.
But they were put through a trial.
That's what I'm saying. We should put all of them on trial, but some of them will be innocent, which is why I'm kind of the middle ground here. Yeah.
Yeah, you put them on trial, and then that's how we found out.
I recognize that Rubio. You guys keep pointing to Rubio because he is by far the only member of the administration who is maybe even kind of disagreeing with Trump. The rest of them are fucking lock in step. And
I mentioned Rubio just to be clear. I'm mentioning Rubio because he's the only one with really political gravitas in that administration. He has Fox News contributors like Pam Bondi.
Just to be clear, Rubio has no political gravity right now. I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I want to point this out, though, because there's obviously a flaw in this case. You guys are saying charge them with insurrection in order to bar them from participating in politics in the future.
Sure.
My frustration with what you're saying is, as far as I know, the documented case of Donald Trump conducting insurrection or being a part of an insurrection or seditious conspiracy or whatever is January 6, 2021. Half of his administration wasn't even a part of his administration during January 6, 2021. And not only that, it's difficult to argue that them acting within their capacities as cabinet members is them aiding and abetting or providing comfort for insurrection when the person that you're charging with insurrection is not actively engaged in insurrection. So there's a fatal flaw to your case, even if we were to even entertain it, which we shouldn't.
Once an insurrectionist, always an insurrectionist. If you support him in the future and he's doing the same behavior, boom. You're still doing it.
Okay, same behavior. What's the same behavior as far as Trump is going on right now? How has he overthrown the government of the United States?
He's overthrown state governments by nationalizing the National Guards of different states without getting approval from the governors first. That's a clear violation of the law. He is trying to use the military for purposes of law enforcement. That's also usurping the states' rights there to do their own law.
Except for that's already been to court. And the court said that they're allowed to protect federal buildings. They're not allowed to engage in law enforcement activities. And as far as we know, that's what's happened.
Well, so the ruling from a D.C. court today was that he's not allowed to send the National Guard to D.C. to go do law enforcement things. I don't know. I'm sure there are TROs and states that have been challenged, but these are challenging the president's lawful authority to do a thing. I want him challenged for insurrection.
But federalizing the National Guard is not a crime.
It is if you do it in contravention. If the governors don't want it, it is.
Thank you, Stephen. I already let you psychically know my arguments earlier. I would like to finish a sentence. Thanks.
Well, because you just started off by saying a thing that Trump didn't do, so I just wasn't sure why you were saying that thing.
I get it. You're the main character. Please shut the fuck up for 10 seconds.
Go ahead. Drinking water is not a crime either.
So, federalizing the National Guard in and of itself is not a crime. Also, federalized National Guard are allowed to protect federal buildings, as is the military.
True.
That's what the courts have found.
We're not talking about either of those things, though, are we?
Yeah, you just said that a D.C. court prohibited federalized National Guard from participating in law enforcement.
Yeah, but the first example I brought up, California, was federalizing the National Guard without the consent of the governor.
You're allowed to do that.
No, you're not. You have to have the consent of the governor to do it.
Yes, you can.
No, in Trump 1, remember when Trump made a big deal about, was it the Minnesota, about the governor not asking him for help and not letting him use the National Guard or whatever? No, you need the consent of the You need the consent of the governor. It's the state's national
I
guard.
almost guarantee you. I can look it up.
Hold on.
I will look it up just for the sake of, I don't know, getting something productive out of this conversation.
During states of emergency, that can be overridden, and that's the argument.
Federalize the National Guard for like national emergencies.
Yeah, but see, if we had a court case on this publicly, we'd both know the answer. See how good it would be to get all this out in the open?
We are
I
having
think we
court
already
cases on
have.
it.
I just have to research it.
It's going through the court right now. We understand this, right? That this is an open legal question. That
It's not an open legal
No,
question.
I think it's already been found multiple times. I think there's already multiple states that have already gone through the process, and the process has been Trump can federalize National Guard. Trump can deploy National Guard and federal troops in order to protect federal buildings. They are not allowed to participate in law enforcement action.
The only way that you can do this is I don't know if the law says in times of rebellion or insurrection. It might. I don't know if it's a national emergency thing, but it might be in times of insurrection or rebellion. But again, there's a reason why he didn't do. Why didn't he do this?
I Googled this. There's like half a dozen exceptions. It's not just one.
Why didn't he do this during BLM then?
Why didn't? Because they're not allowed to participate in law enforcement action without declaring the insurrection act.
He could protect federal buildings. What do you mean?
He didn't want to declare the insurrection act. He could have used federalized National Guard if he wanted to. He would just have to declare the insurrection act first.
Why was he complaining then about not being able to do it because the governors weren't asking him for it? Also, Trump was not allowed to deploy the National Guard.
An idiot. Why are we even trying to figure out what Trump means? Like, Trump's a fucking dumbass. He doesn't understand anything.
Being a dumbass doesn't mean that his behavior is random or unknowable. It's because he knew he didn't have the authority to do so.
That argument. I was saying that the president of the United States, throw Trump out of the window real quick. I will Google it. However, it is my understanding, based off of court cases that have already made it through the pipeline, that the president of the United States is allowed to federalize the National Guard under half a dozen to a dozen circumstances, and that he's also allowed to deploy federalized National Guard and military in order to protect federal buildings. However, those people are prohibited from enforcing laws because they're not law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, well, I'll Google it. You guys have fun jerking each other raw about shit that's not going to happen.
Jerking it raw, yes.
Jerking it raw. Okay. I'm going to read some super chats at this point, and then we will get into the final section of the show, and we'll see how it goes. $5 from Darina. Wow, Wick, it's like you don't even care about America. You could have worn something a little more patriotic. Geez, like a giant wiener costume. No wiener costume here, but I thought about, I like my American hoodie. Okay. Thank you for $5. $5 from J-Ray N7 to say, isn't Rubio a main champion of the Venezuela plan, and he has enacted the plan to strip the First Amendment rights of immigrants? He has. I'm not saying that Rubio's a good guy. $5 to Trib1. Can we stop virtue signaling here? LOL. Trump is a traitor. All in power who support him should absolutely get treated as traitors as well. It's that simple. Okay, $5 from the Trib1. Do you remember how many Republicans quit or were fired during and after his first term? The Rhino Group. Like, where are your balls at? This is easy. $5 from Psycher Games. I don't want to get political, but I think butter goes well on toast. Sorry if that offends anyone. $10 from Not Rusted Halo Wick. Ask Destiny to explain why this won't fail, like when we banned the Ba'ath Party members from holding power in Iraq post-2003.
Well, I've done that. Hey, why not?
Yeah, why won't this fail? Did he answer your question? I don't remember.
The Ba'ath Party, it was a single party rule. The Ba'ath Party was literally the entirety of the Iraqi government. There's a difference.
I don't know enough about 2003.
Yeah, you're clearing out. You're clearing out the entirety of the active Republican Party, right? Well, first of all, they do have single party rule in some areas, right? It's just Republican, and so you actually are clearing.
The United States of America is a democracy. They voted for and they supported willingly a dictator. You didn't really have much of a choice with Saddam Hussein. He would fucking kill you if you didn't support his regime, and it was a single party rule. So you had to be part of that if you were going to be part of the government any way, size, shape, or form.
But what we're talking about is the failure here, right? Like you're like.
No, it's okay. I understand because you care about Palestine. You know nothing about the Middle East. Obviously, that logically follows. So now we're trying to make this work. But
okay,
no, it's not even remotely. It's not even remotely comparable. Okay? It's not remotely comparable. Okay.
Steven, it won't work with me. You're not gonna distract me with that. Whatever, right? So Steven, right? We're talking about a failure state here, right? We're trying a point in which you take a political action, right? And it's and the consequences are so huge that it has massive unintended blowback. That's what we're referring to, right? Not the exact sequence of events that happened in Iraq, okay? So why wouldn't this fail, right? So you're saying that we take down the entire active Republican Party, right? We take away the voice, essentially, for half of the voting public. And there won't be any sort of reaction. This instead will
let a new wave of Republicans come up. Let a new wave of Republicans come up.
Rather than
let a new wave of Republicans come up and run for office. People will move on.
And what do you think they'll do? Right?
Not the same things the last party did.
What do you think the lesson?
The lesson will be we can't do insurrectionist things and destroy the country because we're going to get held accountable for it.
Hold on, just real quick. I see tons of Republicans. I'm not talking politicians here. I'm talking normal. I won't say them; they're normal, but average Republicans who vote, and they are complaining because they worried that the Democrats are going to do exactly what you do, and they are urging Trump to be more extreme because they're saying if you don't Trump, then the Democrats are going to do this. So once you get in power,
they should
and
be
you
worried.
Do this,
they should be
what
worried.
do you think these voters
They won't do it
are
again.
saying this now
They won't do it
are
again.
going to vote for in the
They won't do it
future?
again. They should be worried. There should be worry that if you break the law, if you do bad things will happen to you. You should be worried about that. Yeah, that's a good worry to
That
have.
is not the lesson they
Can't I-
learn.
Can't I flip that?
Democrat.
Can't I flip that immediately and say, because I see Republicans all the time who are terrified of Trump and think that they're bringing democracy down to the toilet and America is exploding, and they're like, where's the party of Dick Cheney? Where's the party of?
So why would we ever cede that ground because we're winning? Why
We're
would
not
we
ceding
ever cede that
ground.
ground by being
No, we're
just
inviting them
crazy
in. We're
as
inviting them in.
Republicans?
We're saying we're fucking getting
ground
rid of all
are
of
we
that old
ceding?
administration. Old Republicans, come on in. You're welcome at the table. We'll fight you politically, but we're certainly not gonna. We'll let you run for office. That's an extreme. That's Steven's position.
Do you
That's
hear
not my
yourself
position.
now?
No. But certainly speaking,
No, I don't
Pam Bondi
understand.
should not be able to.
Wick, are you an only child?
No, I have two sisters.
Do you ever play a video game against somebody who's way better than you or older than you, and you're trying to set some fucking attacker percent, and you're like,
never
oh, I
played
bet you won't
against
even let me
anyone
get
better
this.
than
I bet you won't even let me loot this completely. I bet you won't even let me. I bet you're trying to kill me early. I bet you're trying to do this, right? And you say this shit so the other person doesn't do it, so you can get some fucking god gun or some fucking blue shell or some bullshit, so that you can finally beat him. The fact that the Republicans are saying, wow, I bet that the Democrats are going to try to hold us accountable for fucking destroying this fucking country, and then you're like, okay, well, let's hold them accountable. And you're like, oh my god, you've fallen right into their trap. No, the trap is what you've fallen into, which is no accountability because the Republicans are scared of accountability. Meanwhile, what do the Republicans say on their side? What do the Republicans say? We better not be fucking crazy because that would set a really bad precedent.
No, they're saying we need to be as crazy as possible
Exactly.
because the Democrats are going to kill us
No,
all.
they
That's
say
what
the
they're
Democrats
saying.
have already done it. The same thing that you use as excuses for restraint on the left, the Republicans use as excuses, as reasons to act on the right. They say, Megyn Kelly,
And
when
that's
she
why
talks,
they're losing and I'm winning.
they're
Yes.
not losing.
And
They
you're
won
not.
the
We're
second
not
election.
winning.
They won the second election. What are you talking about?
Were you here a year ago? Like, fuck.
They won a fluke election
with his
where we
brain
pushed
leaking out
out
of
our
his fucking
candidate.
ears.
You can't call it a
before the
fluke election when they won the
where
presidency,
every
they won the House, they won the
lost
Senate, they have the
worldwide.
fucking Supreme
You're
Court.
acting and you're extrapolating. It's like people extrapolating the win Mamdani got against Cuomo as what the Democratic Party should do as a whole. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking retarded. Okay, there are various factors in that election that does not mean that makes it silly to extrapolate out further from that. Again,
We don't have to extrapolate. We have to look at the guy who won in 2024 was the guy who said the 2020 election was rigged, among 50 other horrible fucking things.
Because he ran a uniquely bad campaign.
But it's also
Biden?
because he
Or
felt like he
Kamala?
was.
No,
But it's also
Kamala did.
because he felt like
No,
he was
I understand.
protected from all the consequences of his actions.
But like, come on. Like, I understand Kamala run a substandard campaign, but
It's not
if
just
you're
that.
I
if
don't
you're
even blame
against Trump, it should be a landslide.
Should be.
That is the state of the country. That is the state of the country. Is that we can't accept. We have to accept the fact that it wasn't a
You can-
landslide.
And I
You talk
agree with
about what
Wick. I don't think
should be all
Kamala
the-
should have
all the
ran.
day.
I think
I'll
Biden
talk
should have ran
about
again
is.
because he's my god, he's my king. But I digress.
Yeah, I know you're Biden a dick rider, right? His little incompetent or not.
I got
impotent
more. I got more super chats. We can,
Excuse me.
I'm
The
sure
biggest-
this will continue. $5 from Old School to say the next party to take the White House and not use the government to go after their political enemies will govern for the next 2 decades. Okay,
No. What did Biden do to go after his political enemies? Look at that fucking retard.
Just fucking Pam Bond behind the keyboard. Just please.
$2
Yeah,
to
100%.
Jessica Johnson
That's
to
fair,
say,
Like it's fucking.
to say this is gay, Destiny is gay. Thank
That
you
guy's
for
gay.
the
The guy who
$2.
just donated before, I'm going to do this more sibling analogy. It's like when you hit your sibling over and over again, you go, oh, no. When they go to hit you back, you're like, no, don't do it. It's so stupid. It's like somebody breaking into my house and I go to break into somebody's house and I go to break into somebody's house and I tell my friend, watch this. I bet when I go in here and try to take all the shit, I bet he's going to fucking hit me because he's a fucking lunatic. And then you go in and steal all his shit and he fucking hits you and you're like, oh, what did I tell you? But he wouldn't hit me. He would sit there and watch me steal his shit like a cuck because Wick would be like, don't hit him because you're going to prove him exactly right.
No, I would call the cops and get you arrested. That's what I would
what about
do.
if the cop is the one
I knew
robbing
he
you?
was
What
gonna
if the
call
cop?
the cops.
No,
he go-
yeah, I
What if
knew
the
he was
cop
gonna
is
call the cops.
Wait, that's fine. What if the cops are the one robbing you, Wick?
Well, what if the cops are the ones robbing? Then you're gonna get robbed. Actually, funny story.
No,
my,
don't stop.
My
No,
mom,
funny story.
cops
Answer the
did
question.
steal my
Because
laptop.
Donald Trump is the head of the executive branch, which has the DOJ and the FBI. He is the cops. He's the executive. So what do you do when the cops are robbing you? It's a serious question because it's a one-to-one analogy with where Trump occupies the government.
Sure. If you think that the cops are being run by a corrupt sheriff, I'm not sure how cops and that works. Counterpoints could probably speak
Yeah,
to this
sure,
more.
fine,
What
sure.
you do is you elect a different sheriff. That's how you fix the fucking problem.
I'm all for electing a different sheriff.
Okay, great. Let me keep reading these.
Or
$10
what
from
if
Trib
what
One.
if what if everyone's like, no, I'm kind of on board with Wick getting stolen from all this time.
King.
Okay. Well, then you have a bigger problem, don't you?
And that's
We do
democracy.
have a bigger problem. I agree with
What
you.
if the sheriff's already stolen a ton of shit from you and then he loses the next election and you're like, can I get my shit back? And people are like, you can't go and rob him now. That would set a bad precedent.
Hold on. If they said, hey, if we go after this, there's a 99% chance this guy's going to win again or someone like him's going to win again. You
No,
know
but
what?
that's-
I'm going to take the loss.
Then you know what?
No,
What
but
is
it's
it?
just some
I-
fucking
wait a
random
minute.
bum.
My
I-
future,
It's just a guy
more than
saying
my past.
99%. It's
Hold
not
on, I'm
any
telling you
like
my future
political
more than my past.
analysis.
I'd rather
I
die
value
on
my
my
right
feet
more than my
than live on my knees. Okay, that's how it works. We're America. The tree of liberty
Well, you ain't
is
gonna live at all.
thirsty.
You're gonna be in
Okay.
the ground, brother.
Okay, yeah. As opposed to right now, the slow path we're descending into chaos for the past 3
I'm
decades.
giving you a solution to get out of that.
What is
path.
the solution
you're
that's different than
giving
what we've done
us
before? What's
is
the
a
solution? Wait, what's the solution?
recipe
What's the
for
solution?
that
What's the solution? Wait,
slow
what was the solution?
dissolution
What was the
country.
solution?
What is the solution is to be fucking normal, win elections, and then we don't have to worry about
Be
a
normal
future
like Obama was
Trump.
normal?
Ignore the
was,
fact-
was
is
Obama
we've
normal? Was
showcased
Obama normal? Was Obama normal?
Yeah, pretty much.
How the fuck did we get Trump after Obama?
That's
Because-
so.
he was
Holy
black.
shit! Holy shit!
Because he was black, obviously.
That's a great
No.
question.
We got that because of the Iraq War.
That
because of
Obama
all
started?
Is this thing on?
2000
Obama was normal, but he was black, obviously.
No, we all agree, but then
Okay.
but what's the
But
suggestion?
there's a
then?
whole host of factors.
How do we prevent Trumps in the future?
Okay, how do we prevent?
Don't
Trump?
Not elect
Don't
black
elect,
presidents.
don't elect
90-year-old who's on the
radicals
verge of
like
death.
Obama, not radical communists. I spent 8 years of my life listening to these subhuman, degenerate demon fucks saying that Obama was a radical socialist communist. Okay, the guy who couldn't even get a public option passed for the fucking healthcare was a radical social communist, and we got Trump after that. Like this is insane. It's insane. It's insanity. It doesn't get more normal than Obama was boringly normal. Okay.
It's true. And you know what? He won both
I
of
mean,
his
for
terms.
Yeah, but then
American president,
he set up.
for American president,
Trump-
right? Because you can just commit war crimes if you're American president.
And
That's
then
like
you
the
Prime-
thing. That's like the
I'll deal with
baseline.
you later.
Talking out of his ears.
Hey, yo, deal with me now.
$10.
Because, like, yeah, that's what
10.
American presidents fucking
Obama shouldn't be committing
$10.
war crimes. He should be based like Hamas and go rape a bunch of people and then have people like Prime in the West defended. Behaves,
do. Yeah,
kings,
sure.
king
yeah, well,
rapists.
again, yeah. Don't worry. Keep trying to distract, right? You have to change the subject because
I'm
you
not
know
changing the
you're-
subject. I'm talking about Hamas. I think they're
Wait,
based.
that was your.
what you're doing, right? You're not advocating for justice here. Like Steven's not looking for justice because if you was,
What
you
could be
would-
more
you
just than
simply
raped
said
Israelis? I thought that's what you
simply
love.
Said yes, Prime. You would said yes, Prime. Of course, like any president, right? With a D or R in front of their name, of course we'd prosecute them. Of course we'd go back and look at whatever crimes they're doing, right? But no, he had to obfuscate. He had to distract. He had to do everything he can, right, to move the subject off his partisans' daddies, right? Like he is here for the Democrats. That's all he's here for, right? So he's not actually looking for a system that would actually hold a party to account, right? Because that system would only
Okay,
work
can I re-rail us?
if they understood.
In
if
a
they
second,
understood that it was legal, justifiable, and blind. But it's not blind for Stephen, right? He only wants to attack
read my super
Republicans,
chats.
not his daddy.
I'm going to read my super chats, and you can re-rail us if all you like, Staxiums. $10 from the Trib One to say thinking the liberal Dems wouldn't have more people and munitions behind them is insane. The Civil War wouldn't just be fought by Americans. Neighboring countries would also join. It's Trump versus USA and its allies. Thank you for the $10. $5 from the Darwina. Do you think these crusty-ass conservatives are going to do anything in a civil war? They get asked their pronouns, and they piss themselves crying. $2 from Psychor to say, yes, but Obama wore a tan suit. Thank you. $20 from Mr. Wise Guys. Wick, you deserve this $20 for putting on display how unhinged the Trump derangement and Trump deranged Destiny's position on politics, specifically on Trump administration is. I love you, Counterpoints, for not falling for Destiny's gaslighting.
Who donated that? What was that guy's name?
Mr. Wise Guys Plays.
What's his address and full name and social security number? I'm coming after that guy.
That's, we disavow. Okay. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships from Isaac's Text. And Trib1, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Trib1 says, I got candy, and someone else got a candy bar from the store. I went to the register to buy it, and the other person didn't. Is it the same Prime? $5. It's only $5, so you don't have to answer. Is anyone even questioned how these speedboats are being identified? Like, what makes a drug speedboat any different than a family outing speedboat?
Probably a bunch of 55-gallon drums lined up horizontally 4 abreast across the entirety of the ship.
Damn, if only we could have arrested the boats and then found out what was on them.
Oh,
Well,
we did.
Probably shitloads of drugs.
That was
Listen,
bad
I don't think
faith.
drug trafficking should have a death sentence, but
Yeah.
I also think that those...
Also, Trump did provide evidence. I think he said that when they blew the boats up, you could see the fent dust, I think. I heard him say that.
I don't know.
Yeah, some soldiers a few miles away, right? Like when a seizure, right? When a fentanyl seizure.
Real Serious for 100 ARS says, I feel like there's a fundamental disagreement on whether the U.S. should be able to unalive people on foreign soil for purposes of national security. That's true. $5 from Cameraman 502 to say, is a vote for Trump in 2024 support for an insurrection that started and ended in 2021? Is support for executive orders in 2025 support for actions in 2021?
I think the obvious answer there is no. And just giving you guys a heads up, I do have a hard out at 8.
Okay, then I will read these after we get through closings then. But yeah, let's kind of, at this point, I don't know how, this isn't a serious conversation, unfortunately. I don't think these are serious proposals, but we'll get to closing statements.
Quick thing. I just want to say very quickly. Fuck you, Wick. These are not serious proposals. The president of the United States is engaged in like 20 different scams, schemes, things that are like unprecedented in all of fucking U.S. history. Okay. Number 2, the president of the United States is literally tweeting out, "You guys all fucking raked me over the coals for saying I think that we shouldn't disavow violence." Blah, blah, blah. And then the president of the United States this morning is retweeting people saying we should execute congressmen. So if you think that my rhetoric is extreme or the actions I'm suggesting are extreme, they are extreme. You know what else is extreme? The fucking Civil War, and it was started for arguably less shit than this. It's fucking crazy. This guy is killing people in foreign countries. He's scamming all of fucking America. He's engaged in global trade policy. The whole fucking Congress on the Republican side has advocated all their responsibilities. He's arguably protecting himself as a fucking child rapist, and he's rigging the whole fucking DOJ and Congress against everything else in order to do it. The idea that like, well, I think it's actually kind of crazy that you're saying that like, you know, they shouldn't be allowed to like hold on to that. That's fucking wild. If this was on the Republican side, they would never have this conversation. They would say, how do we make it happen? How many of these motherfuckers can we bar from running again? They're using the term seditious conspiracy, which would bar you from ever running for office again. And they've said seditious conspiracy for like 2 years, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're going to lose. I think that when it comes to what Trump is saying, this kind of rhetoric is why he's going to lose in 2026.
Who comes
said
next?
the same thing
We're
in
not worried about
2021.
You
Trump.
want him not to
I said the
lose.
same thing in
Who comes
2016.
Just keep
next?
doing what
Then who
you're
comes
doing,
next?
and you will give him all the ammo he needs.
He already
to
has
stay
the
in
ammo. Who comes next?
Yeah.
Who's after Trump?
He's
Why
got
do
the
we
whole
think?
fucking Senate,
Let's
House of
give it to Prime. Let's give it to Prime, and then we'll give it to Counterpoints, and then we'll give it to Staxiums. Go ahead, Prime.
Oh, is this an outro or is this? Like
Yeah,
me
it's an
yelling at you?
outro.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, it was dumb shit. Like, his, like, Trump's actual extremist rhetoric got him into office the first time, right? And then got him to office the second time, and has like increased his popularity all along the way. So no, like him saying, "Hey, well, we should hang politicians," right? No, it's just another pebble, right? Another stone down the path to hell. But like, it doesn't matter. Like, it'll end up in the same place. So, whatever. Anyway, which way? I think Stephen was bullshitting us. I think that even if he thinks this is a serious proposition, right? There's parts of it I can agree with, certainly, right? But I simply had the reasonable ask of saying, hey, why don't we apply this to all presidents, right? No matter what their crime. It's true, right? Because Stephen will try to distract you. That's what he does, right? That maybe Trump's crimes are greater than other crimes, right? That Biden did or Obama did or down the line, or maybe Clinton as well, right? His crimes may be greater, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have crimes or trials for the other ones, right? If they committed a crime, then they should do the time, correct? Right? Like if we are saying that we're trying to create a system of justice, that justice has to be blind. It has to be blind to political parties. But Stephen isn't, right? This is a partisan witch hunt from his end. Now, Staxiams, from what little we heard of him, right? Staxiams seems to be, no, it's not an insult.
Just go.
Staxiam seems to be trying to actually put something forward that might be useful. Yeah, we should have accountability, right, for office holders. That should be the case. Clearing out half of the politicians, right? Because we said, like, well, at a certain point in time, you hadn't reprimanded, right? You hadn't separated yourself from the previous dictator, right? Setting such an arbitrary example, right? Doesn't mean that. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. This is all bullshit, all right? I lost my train of thought, so I apologize.
I was about to say I need to jump in a second anyway. So do you mind if I just hit it?
Yeah, counterpoints. Yeah, I know you need to go, so just real quick.
Okay.
I want to finish my thing now.
Yeah.
Okay, so effectively, like, listen, again, in an ideal world, I would load Donald Trump up into a trebuchet, fire him in the Atlantic Ocean without a life preserver. That's not going to happen. So failing that, we're kind of talking about like political pragmatism. When it comes to being politically pragmatic, I think this is the antithesis of pragmatism. If you want it to be a marketing strategy in which you rally the Democrats to get excited about justice and this, that, the other, that way you get them excited for midterms so we can throw this guy out on his ass, awesome. If this is legitimately a perspective, I think it's kind of dumb as fuck. I think that it stands a snowball's chance in hell. I don't think that it's going to really do anything. And I'm actually with Wick with the fact that you're effectively giving these people some martyrs complex. I don't agree with your analogies. I think that when it comes to people, so for instance, you're saying, oh, you want me to get cuckolded? You want me to just steal somebody's shit? Well, guess what? He can steal your shit. He's the fucking president of the United States. He has some degree of executive authority. And unless you have the ability to overcome the pardon, or if you have the ability to overcome the impeachment process, or if you have the ability to overcome the criminal process, you're fucked. So the question is, once somebody steals your bike and it's already stolen and you can't get it back, do you worry about getting justice for your bike, even though it's not going to do shit? Or do you focus on working so you can get another bike? And that's what I would say. It's politically unproductive. It's kind of dumb, but it was fun. So I parasocial love you guys. I think I'm going to see Steven next week. So parasocial love. Mwah. Bye to all you guys. See you in a bit.
Love you.
Love you too.
Be careful, babe.
Hey, Time, you can finish up your point.
Yeah, just to finish up. I disagree with what counterpoints just said. You can do both, right? You can get justice for your bike. Of course, you can put the individual in jail, right, who stole the bike. And then you can try to create a world in which bikes aren't stolen because everyone has a bike or some shit. I don't know. You can do both at the same time. In any case, I do appreciate the conversation. It was nice meeting you, Staxiams. Thank you, Wick, for inviting me.
We've
Steven,
met
go fuck
before.
yourself.
This fucker.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
We've met like... Fine.
Where can people find you, Prime?
Thank you. Steven, go fuck yourself. But you can find me at youtube.com or twitch.tv/PrimeKai, PrimeCeys. We love to have you. We're always streaming, and we're putting on political panels. A lot of fun. So come on down. I'm streaming right now. I'll stay a little while longer. So if people had something they want to say to me, come over to my channel, youtube.com, and I'll deal from there.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Destiny, do you have anything else for us?
Republicans are dreamers, okay? I'm tired of being told that we have to be pragmatic while the other side has messianic hallucinations of power and manages to enact them time and time and time again. Gavin Newsom is the only person in the Democratic Party that seems to be willing to fight over anything. He came in with Prop 50 at like 35%, and people said it was crazy. Donald Trump came into the primaries at like 1% and managed to capture basically the entire Republican Party. And if we allow the Republicans to act with impunity, to steal Supreme Court picks from us, to steal elections from us using the Supreme Court, to commit crimes, to scam the American public, to openly and blatantly break laws that we don't even talk about anymore, like the fucking Hatch Act. We're past even beginning to care about these things. If they're allowed to break these things over and over again with impunity, with no consequences, then all you're doing is setting up the next elected Republican to break the exact same laws in a more unhinged manner. Just like Trump 2 has been more unhinged than Trump 1. I don't know why we wouldn't expect Trump's successor to be even more unhinged. It doesn't make any sense. So I think that it would be good to have like some. I think it would be good to have a strict. Watch this. Do you want to see a magic trick? Hey, Prime. Can you give me a single official that was elected to federal office that agrees with your political positions over the past decade?
What is my political? What
exactly? So nothing you say matters because your political positions are untenable. They don't matter. I don't even think you fucking vote. So it actually super doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Got him. That's why it doesn't matter. I'm so happy that we're in the process of ejecting ejecting these people from the left because they're not our allies. They're not our allies. They're not our allies. They're not our allies, and that's good. If I look at your Twitter, have you been roasting AOC ever for refusing to condemn the genocide in Israel? Never. You haven't said anything negative about AOC.
Look at it right now.
Why would you avoid the question like that? Why would you avoid it like that? Why don't post on Twitter? Implying that if you were posting on Twitter, you would be roasting AOC because you thought she was slow to come around Israel. So that's okay. That's okay. Oh, then you do, right? Why would you even admit that? So
that was the point.
Exactly, that was the point. Also, AOC was elected more than a decade ago. AOC was elected more than a decade ago, so it doesn't matter.
Because I don't have to worship my political heroes.
Doesn't matter.
I can say
no one cares.
Okay. This is closing statements, gang. For fuck's sake.
In Inception, when that guy pulls out the rocket launcher, he says, "Dare to dream a little bigger." What, Tom Hardy? That's what we need to do. We need to dream bigger and pull out a rocket launcher, okay?
Okay. Gang, if you like this content for whatever
What the fuck?
You don't give Staxium a final statement?
Unbelievable. After all I've been through, you fucker?
No.
Staxium, didn't you have the first?
No, you didn't give him shit.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Staxium, go ahead.
Motherfucker.
Close this out.
Yeah, sorry. Just something that I wanted to talk about.
Men, okay? I defend white men. I'm an ally.
Thank you. I feel so supported right now.
Because like 99% of his political movement are white men, so.
Something I wanted to talk to Connor about, but he left. A similar historical example that I think we should have been talking a little bit more about is Nixon being able to move on from his crimes. Ford pardoned Nixon, and the Republicans lost all political capital, and their approval ratings were dog water, and lost the next election. And my conclusion is that it's not always politically advantageous to just ask the country to move on. I'm Staxiums. You can call me Hunter. I make political TikToks. I do debates every Friday, and I'm probably going to do more debates. I'm on Wick all the time, and thanks for having me, Wick.
Anytime. We appreciate you coming on. Now, I'm going to stay on a little longer. You guys can stay with me, and I can bring in callers, or you guys can fuck off. I don't care. But that's what we're going to do.
I'm probably going to fuck off.
Yeah. See you later, buddy.
I'll stay a little longer.
Okay, we're going to bring in a couple people.
I'm for sure fucking off then.
Jeez, what do you mean by that? Oh my god, the fuck is
I'm just joking. Prime, we're good, right? We're good?
No, we're definitely good, right? No, I said fuck Steven, not fuck Stacks.
True.
They all sound the same. All white people look the same to me. Okay.
True.
So we got North here, and we got Short Fat Otaku. And we're gonna try like 2 at a time here. What do you guys got? What are you've been watching this? What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yemeni pirates. I don't think Biden had the proper authority to bomb the Yemeni pirates. I mean, yeah.
Would you charge him for that? Would you charge him?
Yeah, would you charge Biden for that? Because you claimed that, what was it, that one act that was passed after 9/11 and like 2001 to basically kill anyone involved with, the destruction of the Twin Towers. But I don't think the Yemeni pirates were involved with that. I think it's a major stretch at all to even consider them within that authority. So is Biden striking Yemeni pirates, is that something that we should bring him to trial for?
Sorry, you might have to remind me. Weren't they attacking American ships?
Well, yeah, they were attacking American ships.
Okay, that feels like in a completely different category. I was mostly comparing it to Trump's attacks on the Venezuelans. I don't know exactly where my line sits. Yeah, maybe I would think that that's abhorrent. I think that's fair. I think that's fair, and it's certainly a category above or a category below what Trump is doing right now.
Well, yeah, I guess you could consider it like a category below, but I'm saying it's still a president operating outside of the purview of the powers given to them by Congress.
Just real quick, counterpoints. I thought you had to go.
That was Connor here.
I did. So the guy sent me a DM that said 8 p.m. EST, but that's when his show normally is. But Andrew Wilson and I agreed to 9 p.m. EST, so I was just incorrect on the time. My apologies. But SFO said that he had a question for me, so I wanted to answer his question.
Okay. Well, go ahead, SFO.
Oh, I thought North, you were still doing your thing.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying.
Look, I'm happy to apply an equivalence here, and if we want to go through the political process of charging Biden and opening an investigation to see if he worked through the presidential powers, I'm happy to do so. I think that it's going to be miles below what Trump is doing and not indictable. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know. I leave that to a grand jury to decide.
The difference when we're talking about charging with crimes are things that you do generally in your country, and it requires the knowledge that you are committing a crime, generally speaking, depending on what time or what type of crime we're talking about. So if the president of the United States is acting within what he believes his perceived authority is to a particular action, then it's hard to say that somebody should be charged with a crime there. That's like a checks and balance question of should the Congress revoke some power from the president. Now, if you want to say that the interpretation of the authorization of use of military force has been stretched too broadly, I think it's been pretty well accepted that presidents have been happy to interpret the authorization for the use of military force to give them broad discretion to do acts, especially in the Middle East. And it seems like Congress hasn't tried to intervene to stop that. I don't think there have been challenges that I'm aware of that have gone to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has ruled against the president in terms of their interpretation of that. So it would seem that the president does have the legal authority to function in that manner. I don't believe that Trump cites authorization for the use of military force for like his attacks in Venezuela. I don't know if it's been used outside of the Middle East.
The way that I understand it is...
If President J.D. Vance believes that in the unitary executive theory, right, he believes he has the authority to do whatever it is he wants to do, right, then would that inoculate him? There's
two things. One, there is going to be some reasonableness standard that we can talk about. But two, I don't even think he believes that. I think he knows that he's breaking the law. And I would prove it with his past statements, because he's made statements saying that he thinks that Donald Trump could be the next Hitler, or that he's had completely different opinions on what the powers of the president should be. Like, we can ask questions about his state of mind.
But even then, he could say he could change his mind, though, right? Like, even with his past statements, he could change his mind.
You could.
So now I believe in unitary executive theory, right?
Sure, but I mean, we could look at all of his statements collectively. We could subpoena him, see what he says behind closed doors. It wasn't a question about the Trump administration. They knew, all of them knew, relating to the 2020 election stuff. They knew they were breaking the law. All of them knew it. It wasn't a mystery. It wasn't, what's going on here. And with Vance saying statements like, "Well, let the judges enforce their rulings" or whatever, or "We don't agree with what the judges are saying," that's clearly like in violation of the law. You can't do that. It's a clear abuse of checks and balance. You're not allowed to do that.
I think another issue that I have is you're wanting to push this to the Supreme Court in order to figure this out. There are certain things that the Supreme Court can't really do, right? So let's say Trump is bombing Venezuelan ships in the Caribbean without the purview of Congress. Can the Supreme Court even do anything about it? I mean, they might say like, "Oh, you're being a naughty boy," but it's not like the Supreme Court has the power to order ships to stop bombing Venezuelan crap.
Well, the government the Supreme Court could find that the president is exceeding his authority, and then now the issue you run into.
But the Supreme Court doesn't have any purview to follow through with
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, I was about to
well,
say,
I'm
they
aware.
have to have
Stop,
cases
I'm aware.
be put in front of them first.
Wait, hold on. This is called a constitutional crisis for that reason, right? Technically, it's up to the executive to enforce it. But in the past, most presidents have generally followed what's come from Congress and come from the Supreme Court. It's only the Trump administration that seems to clearly just not give a fuck. That's exceptional. That's a new thing.
But that isn't even necessarily descriptively true, because we've had them push it to the limit. For instance, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, we had them push them to the limit of obstruction. Then before
This is bullshit. I'm not even going to entertain this. Like,
Before
if my wife tells me I'm not allowed to fuck another girl, and I put a condom on, and I say, well, my dick didn't technically touch her, and Connor's like, well, actually, his dick really didn't actually technically touch her, so does he even got to see? That's the argument you're giving. It's bullshit. This is a bullshit argument.
I didn't come here just to listen. Okay, I didn't come here just to listen to you. This isn't just the Destiny show.
Nobody said it's just a Destiny show. You're just giving a bullshit argument. You don't even believe this.
This is the Wick show.
8 hours
to be
to listen
clear.
to you. Okay, this
Okay,
is
we're on the
Connor
Connor show
too.
now. Let's go.
Okay, so on the Connor show, okay, so they pushed it to the limit as far as obstruction goes, but the lower court didn't find them in contempt of court and didn't charge Trump admin officials and incarcerate them, which technically they probably ran right up to the limit to. And now Kilmar Abrego Garcia was brought back. So you can say, oh, the Supreme Court can do this, can do that. No, they need a court case to be appealed up to their level first in order for them to do it.
Bullshit.
You
Okay,
bullshit.
hold on.
They
What,
knew
the
they were
president
breaking the
is
law.
doing
They
it?
knew they were
Wait,
breaking the
in
law
front
with
of them?
Abrego Garcia. A court finally ruled on it, like, oh, okay, we'll come back. The precedent you're setting there is you can break the law infinite times as long as you eventually listen to the court afterwards. It's fucking retarded.
Somebody has to sue first. And
No,
the people who should
that's not how the law
it should
works,
probably be the
motherfucker.
United
You're not
States.
only held accountable by the law if you break it and then the court corrects you on it. The court is not there to keep you from breaking the law. The court is there to punish you for breaking the law.
Wait, hold on. Are you
The court is there to
arguing
adjudicate
against
the
my
law, but
position?
anyway.
My position is that somebody would need to bring a court case that the Supreme Court would need to review. Are you even arguing against it, or are you just
You're
yelling?
arguing that the court needs to tell you if you can do a thing or not. That's not what the court is for. The court is there to punish you when you break the law. That's what the court is for. You're saying that the Trump admin can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they listen to the court afterwards?
Well, hold on. Number one, I think we actually both agree descriptively. You have to violate the law or be accused of violating the law before somebody can hit you with a civil or a criminal infraction. I think we both agree on that.
Yep.
So, yeah, Trump has to violate the law, and then somebody has to sue him for violating the law. And then
Yes.
that needs to go to a lower court, and then the lower court needs to send it up to the higher court.
Yes.
I don't even know what we disagree on.
The
I
thing
think
is,
just
because
yelling.
you're saying that the process is working, I'm saying that them saying you can't do it and then Trump stopping it, that's not the solution. It should be you couldn't do that and now you're convicted of a crime. That should be what's happening, but it's not. So Trump's saying,
okay,
oh,
so
I didn't
I'm
know I
sorry,
couldn't do that.
Okay, so I'm with you here. So
Hold
the
on, no,
lower
wait.
court
No,
judge
hold on.
could have
So when
charged Trump
Biden
admin
tried, no,
officials
stop.
with obstruction.
Stop. When Biden tried to make a law to or executive order to forgive student loan debts, and then the Supreme Court said, no, you're breaking the law. That's not something we should do. And then he stopped it. Should Biden be charged with the crime even though he stopped?
No, because you can
I'm going to
look...
interrupt real quick. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm going to peace out. All right, love you
Love
guys.
you.
Okay,
No,
see
because
you
you can look at the actions of the presidents to see if they genuinely believe they have the authority to do so. President Biden could make a good faith argument stemming from an earlier law passed by Congress that gave the Department of Education relatively wide discretion on forgiving debt in times of emergency or whatever. Now, the Supreme Court ultimately decided, no, it doesn't apply here. It's too big of a thing. And then he wasn't able to do it. But there was an articulatable reason why he thought he had the authority to do that. Donald Trump doesn't even give the pretense of that. Like, there are times when the president might act outside their authority. You can say, okay, well, the court needs to check this, and the court checks it. It's like, oh, okay, then it's not okay, right? And I'm not saying, like, oh, my God,
Wait,
the
I
president needs
think
to be charged with a crime. It's, do they have the state of mind of, like, I know I'm breaking the law. I don't give a fuck. Let the court come and fuck me. I don't give a fuck. That's the difference.
Okay,
Trump
but
is doing that.
I think that when they've gone to court, though, as an example, with like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they've said, oh, well, we thought he was acting within his, I don't even know if plenary is an appropriate word, but he was acting within his XYZ ABC authority in order to carry
I
out
don't
the
think they
duties of
did.
the presidency. in
They
reference to
said-
national security.
No.
No. You said that they didn't even have the pretense
They
of an
didn't.
argument.
That's why when they
had
went to
the
the court,
pretense of
they
an
didn't.
argument.
That's why the Solicitor General said, okay, you
What do
think that
you
you
think the
can,
word
you
pretense
think,
means?
what? When the
What do you
Solicitor
think the
General
word
went to the Supreme Court and he
pretense
argued, the
means? You said
Supreme
they
Court,
didn't have the pretense of an
Supreme
argument.
Court said, hey, they're suing you to enjoin the government from being able to deport people for no reason. And what is your argument? And their argument is, well, We don't think you should be able to have universal injunctions against us. That was their argument. It was a procedural argument. They didn't defend the substance of it at all. And even when they won on the procedural argument, they still brought him back because they knew it was fucking bullshit and they should have deported him in the first place. So no, they don't even try to argue the substance of half the shit that they take to the Supreme Court. They get hung up in fucking stupid procedural
Stephen,
land.
Could you help me out? Stephen, could you help me out? Because I was looking confused before. So your complaint against our friend Counterpoints was that like the judiciary is reactive, right? And then you, in response, said like instead we need to limit a president, right, in the first place, so they don't actually commit the crime in the first place. So if that's the case, one, tell me, how do we actually stop a president from doing an action, right? We can make a law, but they can still just break that law. And in the end, like, isn't it up to the Supreme Court to be, or the judiciary, to be the corrector of bad actions, right? So, like, once that action is taken place, then the only power that we have is really the courts to say, hey, that was wrong.
If I want to play Monopoly with you and I bring a knife to stab you if you start beating me, what rule can you put in Monopoly to keep me from stabbing you to death over a Monopoly game?
No stabbing.
Nothing,
Also,
right? So,
you
like,
still got pretest.
There's
the legislator
nothing.
can't actually restrain the executive. Yeah, exactly.
Correct. The executive has to want to be restrained. That's why George Washington leaving after 2 terms was such a big deal. That's why we put term limits after fucking Roosevelt or where the fuck, when he had fucking 20 terms in office. The reason why the executive is so important is because the executive is supposed to be the one to enforce the laws. So if the executive decides not to, that's why it's called a constitutional crisis, because there's nothing you can do about it. Courts are not here to stop bad things from happening. Courts are here to make people whole or to enforce justice after bad things happen. And you have to hope that the executive is playing in good faith.
So okay. So then you're saying that we need to reestablish norms, and the way we reestablish those norms is through these trials, right? These like public trials where there's like a significant punishment for perpetrators. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to establish that.
I wanna get. I know Short Fat Otaku had some question he wanted to ask. So go ahead, Dev.
Well, this debate's made me pro-genocide, that's for sure.
Jeez.
Counterpoints. So you said earlier, if we can't get the Republicans now, it's not going to happen. Why do you think that again?
Because
as in not waiting until 2028.
Because right now you have the egregious violations that we're talking about. We're talking about like the civilian drone bombings. We're talking about the resistance to court orders. We're talking about all that kind of stuff. If we don't have the will within Congress in order to do something before 2028, I don't think that you're going to get anything in 2028.
Why though?
Because there's not enough Republicans who are willing to go with the Democrats in order to hold Republicans accountable.
Well, no, but if you have a blue sweep, then you'll have enough people in Congress then, right?
Well, I mean, I would be happy to take a look at it in 26, but also then we open up the can of worms of holding previous presidents accountable for criminal behavior. And then we also have to read this within the realm of like, you're going to have to impeach, then you're going to have to criminally charge, and you're going to have to balance that against the new Supreme Court ruling while still having a conservative Supreme Court.
Why do you have to impeach and then first you just fucking charge him? Fuck him.
Okay, but you understand that you're going to be spending a lot of political capital on this venture that I do not think is ultimately going to be successful.
I think we have a high investment in the United States to have it so that our chief executive doesn't believe that he can commit crimes. I think that's a principle worth fighting for. Even kings were more limited in their power.
Yeah, and counterpoints. Like, what difference does it make, like, to you, really, that like an administration burns its political capital on this project?
Because I actually think the reason why, so for me, I think that I don't think it's just nostalgia. I think things have gotten materially worse for Americans over the past 2 or 3 decades. And so as a result, I see us like socioeconomically sliding into a position where radicalism is becoming increasingly normal. And I think that if Americans' lives were better, they wouldn't be as attracted to radicalism. And so for me, I would actually rather focus on the things that I think are driving radicalism rather than getting into, we must punish Trump. Once again, I'll say it again. I think Trump is a symptom, not the disease.
I mean, I agree. I perfectly agree with you. But one, I think political capital, we look at it the wrong way, right? Like, political capital, you actually gain it from doing things, right? Like getting wins, right, gives you more political capital. And so if you could put these people on trial, right, not all of them, like Steven says, it's a dumbass idea, don't listen to him. But if you put like a
wants to invade Israel, by the way.
And
If you let's make a scenario.
So if you put Pete Hegseth on trial and you succeeded, right, and you brought him to justice, I think that gives you political capital. Look what I've accomplished, right? Rather than like burning it from trying to put it on trial, right? Success breeds more success.
I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say that we find out that Pam Bondi knowingly hid incriminating evidence against Trump from the Epstein files under the color of law for DOJ investigations, and she was not pardoned. And that was revealed, and we had the midterm ability in order to, I don't even know if you'd impeach her, but you have the ability to criminally sanction her. 100%. Yeah. I'm all for it. But what I'm saying is, what I think is going to happen is that the Trump admin is going to use the Hunter Biden pardon, which I know is bullshit, but they're going to use that as a pretext to blanket pardon their own admin as they're on their way out the door.
Well, they're going to do that anyway, right? Like, but they can just do that one way or the other. Like a blanket pardon, like Bush did a blanket pardon
themselves, their families, all that stuff. Yeah,
yeah, but they'll do that anyway.
This brings into a concern that I have: the constitutionality of this. How much of the Constitution are you willing to violate? Like, let's say Trump just pardons everyone, right? Or the Supreme Court says, like, no, you're not allowed to go through with this theoretical Nuremberg situation. How much of the Constitution are you willing to violate just to prosecute Trump?
Every single prosecutor that works on this case,
those like associated.
Every single prosecutor that works on this case and the judges that adjudicate these cases, I think should be legally required to wear giant shirts that have that Trump tweet printed on them that says, "He who saves his nation violates no law." And there you go, boom.
Yeah, but see, now we're just
a non-answer right there. That's just a meme answer.
Look at how mad they are.
So counterpoints. the disagreement that we have is that I think even if you did get Trump in 2026, you kicked him out of office, Vance will pardon him immediately. I think the only way to actually get justice for any of this, and I think Americans should get justice for this, is to wait until 2028. I think there's no path to prosecuting Trump that doesn't begin in 2028.
But then what we're talking about, because I did bring this up, I'll bring it up again. So we're in let's say Gavin Newsom. Okay, we're in the first 2 years of a Newsom presidency or 4 years of a Newsom presidency. So what you're saying is, instead of focusing on a domestic agenda that should actually be helping Americans, survive and thrive in an increasingly difficult economy, what they should do is they should instead spend 2 to 3 years going after a popular with his own base political opponent who already has pardon. And what is your circumventing capacity? Well, what is your capacity to go after Trump? What is your capacity to go after Hegseth? What is your capacity to go after Bondi? Because I think
Trump, I think it's actually pretty easy. I think it's actually really easy for Trump. On January 21st, you put Trump in handcuffs, and then you bring back the Epstein, not Epstein, Jesus, the Eastman scheme, that related set of lawsuits, because that was dropped, but it can still be brought back up.
Okay,
but was it Jack Smith?
Hold on, was it ever determined that those lawsuits were under the the presidential immunity with official actions? Was that ever determined?
We can get by that by appointing 12 more Supreme Court justices and overturning that decision. Easy.
Okay, then this brings back to violating the Constitution.
Nothing in the Constitution about the Supreme Court justice.
Okay. So if you appointed like 12 Supreme Court justices that just said like, okay, we're just gonna do whatever the Democratic Party says, but they really,
but it's not a violation
of the Constitution.
Hey, you're talking about the immunity ruling, right? Because in the immunity ruling, they even some of the conservative justices in the immunity ruling said that some of the things that Trump did with regard to the Eastman scheme and all the false electors, that wouldn't be covered by immunity. So you can bring that case back and you can immediately throw him in prison, and I hope Americans do in 2028. But I don't think you can get there if you allow Vance to become president by indicting Trump first.
Why? Okay, but hold on. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but with the pardon power, it's been argued that the pardon power is so vague and so unspecific within the the constitutional construction or whatever, that it is believed that the president actually does have the ability to pardon himself.
Hasn't been tested before. I don't think anyone really
There's
knows
a loophole to that as well. Trump could just step down like the day before he leaves office, appoint J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance could pardon him. I mean,
right.
You know what? What? I agree. Actually, we're going to be creative with loopholes. When Abrego Garcia was out of the country, the Trump admin ruled that once it's out of the country, this is out of the jurisdiction of any court to rule. So we should just throw Trump onto a fucking plane, and we should fly him out of the country. Now we can do whatever the fuck we want, and he's beyond any court apparently, according to what he's argued. So,
well, technically, it's not us. It's whoever the fuck we're sending him to. But yeah,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
right. Yeah,
My
I agree.
trebuchet idea comes back, but okay.
Well,
But
Send
barring
him to
me,
Venezuela.
No, do
Sorry.
you guys understand how kind of fucked up this is to talk about? Like,
No,
how
it's
we're
100%
going-
Yes.
fucked up.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. Wait. What's fucked up? What's fucked up?
fucked up. Like,
What's
do we
fucked up?
think that it was good that they sent Abrego Garcia, even if he was guilty of every single thing that he's been accused of,
Yeah.
to foreign soil so we could do whatever the fuck they wanted to him? No, it was obviously not good.
Uh-huh.
So it's obviously not good, even if Trump is and he is guilty of every single thing, right? That is still something we should not do because it is wrong to do so.
Why was
is
it wrong to do
immoral.
so? What's the difference between killing and murder? The lack of
You
justification.
shouldn't kill Trump either.
I'm not saying we should kill him, but I'm just saying that you're saying that when you do the
Lack of-
same action in like physical time and space, then it's of the same moral equivalence. It's just stupid.
I
That's
think
not
in
true.
this case it would be to try to get around laws and civil protections that even Trump is protected by sending him to foreign soil, even if he did it himself.
Well, that's
and
real
he violated
unfortunate then. He
these
shouldn't
laws
argue that.
Which
That
he
was just
did.
shitty.
Your whole thing is
I
basically
think
saying,
that is
fuck the
wrong to
Constitution.
do.
We're just going to ignore it entirely and try to just prosecute
not.
him in like fucking
Well, who's
Holland or
saying fuck the
something like
Constitution?
that.
We're going by
Like-
prior rulings. This is all legal according to the Trump admin, right?
okay, but Dev,
But
I actually
you
because
would
were the
disagree
only
with them.
person- You were the
Hold
only
on, but
person
he's
not
actually fine.
leaning.
But hold on, Stephen's point isn't not to say fuck the Constitution, though, right? Like he's actually trying to work within the judiciary, right? You're saying you're trying to block all these avenues.
No,
He's
that's
saying, like, we
not
could
what
just-
he's saying. He's saying he wants to subvert it by going outside of the country, just like what the Trump administration
No,
did.
he didn't. No. That came afterwards, though. Like, and your objection to him before, you were saying the same thing previously, before you even mentioned that, right? But like having these trials wouldn't be a subversion of the Constitution. Even packing the courts wouldn't be a subversion of the Constitution. You can stretch the rules the way the Trump administration has stretched the rules, right, and still be perfectly within the bounds of the Constitution.
There you go.
Well,
I
Okay,
would still
so
like to
it-
know how Dev is going to overcome the pardon power
fuck
because
Steven.
because
But
Dev
fuck Steven.
actually seems to be trying to like laser in on if this was possible, it would be good. You think that the midterms could give Democrats or never Trump Republicans or enough people enough political capital in order to do this, and it would be good for the country if we do so. However, how do you circumvent the pardon?
Well, they're trying to
when
do it right now
comes
with
to
AutoPen,
people-
so you just do the same thing, measure the signatures. Somebody accused him apparently using
Trump's
AutoPen. So
AutoPen.
there you go. Boom. Easy.
So, when it comes to Trump, I do think you just have to let him be in office and then get him on the way out. Because if Vance gets into the seat, he will pardon Trump. In terms of other people, I honestly don't know. You
But
might
we
have-
already
you might
brought
have
up,
to.
we already brought up the self pardon. He can either self pardon or he can step down if he really thinks like let's say that Destiny is appointed like head of the DNC and he's like, this is the Democratic priority. We will be prosecuting Trump on January 8th, 2028, right? So or 2029.
Okay.
So if Steven says that, then why wouldn't Trump step down day before? Like he could probably self-pardon, but if he can't self-pardon, why wouldn't you just have step down for a day, have JD Vance sign the pardon, call it a day?
I mean, either way, like you are entering into constitutional crisis territory where
I
you
don't
have
think
to-
so because I don't think that's not a crisis of the pardon. The pardon thing is like
doesn't
overly
violate any
vague.
constitutional.
No, it doesn't violate the Constitution, but it certainly violates the spirit of the Constitution because you're allowing this guy to
We're
basically
not
get
throwing away a
with everything
republic for
he's done.
violations of spirit of the Constitution.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, nonetheless, though, this is the moment where now you have to start talking about political violence. I think.
Jesus
This is
Christ.
Okay, so like, what is
Yes,
the point of a
this is the
constitution
political
if
violence
the
threshold.
entire goal is basically
Prosecute a
just to
man who is
subvert it?
no longer
in order to
power.
achieve,
What a
like, your
great
political, like,
question.
norm.
What is the point of the Constitution
Yes.
if all you try to do is constantly subvert it to accomplish your political ends? That's a really good question.
Well, I don't know. I'm asking you that because that's what it feels like you're advocating for, Steven.
You say that I'm advocating for
no.
that, and what I'm
The
trying to make you guys
Republicans
understand
do
is we're
that.
already there. That's already what's happening every single fucking day. Every single day, that's what's happening right
Why
now.
would you do it too? You're
Then
accelerating
basically just
the
saying
death
It's
of the
already
Republic.
happening. What do you mean?
Just admit it. Just admit it that you're just saying fuck the Constitution.
No,
we're
I
just
like
trying
the
to achieve
Constitution,
ends.
but the
Who do you
Constitution is
give-
already
you don't give a
shredded.
shit about the memes.
Do you acknowledge right now that we live in unconstitutional times?
Well, yeah.
Okay, then
Yes.
the Constitution
Well,
doesn't
kind of.
apply. What do you mean?
Sort
There's no
of. Sort of.
Sort of. What do you mean by sort of?
There's testings of the Constitution. The Constitution is still in place. Like we haven't. I don't think we've gotten to like a full blown constitutional crisis yet.
Sorry.
Really?
Basically
How many
throwing everything
articles
away
need to
and
be
we're in the middle
broken?
of
How
a
many
fucking
amendments need
war
to be
right now.
broken? How many parts of the
Like-
Constitution have to be broken before we're in unconstitutional? Is it every single word? Is it every single sentence? Is it all the section? Like, how many parts of the Constitution have to be broken before we say that we're in unconstitutional times?
You're acting like there aren't active cases. Like, so for instance, with the citizens
there
who
are
are being
cases.
detained But hold on. With the citizens who are being detained by the Trump administration due to just being Hispanic, those cases are making it through the courts. And I actually would be surprised if they don't find a sympathetic judge eventually and have to award Hispanic citizens who have been detained merely for the element of being Hispanic millions of dollars.
Okay.
So acting like that's not the court
How about this?
playing out is bullshit.
Here, how about this, okay? Let's say these cases go through, they get to the Supreme Court comes down against Trump, and then Trump and his administration say, fuck you, we're going to do what we want. Is it time for violence then?
Yeah, then it's time for violence, yeah.
Jesus.
Okay. I think that you are closer to that point than you want to admit.
I think that Donald Trump, I think that there are plenty of people, particularly within law enforcement. I understand like ICE got blown up with like a huge budget and they're all Trump sycophants and loyalists and all that kind of stuff. I still think there's plenty of people who have joined the National Guard, who have joined federal law enforcement, who have joined the federal military, who take their oaths to the Constitution very seriously. So I don't think that Trump snaps his fingers and then all of a sudden we have, 2 or 3 million security personnel who all are automatons for the Trump agenda. I think that's bullshit.
Wow.
I hope so.
Okay, we got some new people. I want to give them a chance.
I hope that's the case.
Yeah.
I was going to yell at you, Wick, for a minute, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, you can yell at me later, buddy.
You should always yell at
Okay,
me.
we're gonna get some of the new people in. I know Kalinda and Purple Base Politics. I don't know how to say your name.
You almost got it, Wick. You could just say Riddell. It's fine.
Riddell. Okay,
Yeah,
let's give it to you guys. What do you guys got for us?
You can go first, Riddell.
All right. I mean, this is in regards to the super chat that I sent, and I kind of have smoke for you too, Wake. So, my thing is, you brought up the consequence of the Republicans in terms of everything that they're doing, and we can imagine scenarios of it getting worse. Of course, is them losing the election. So
losing political power, losing influence, losing their ability to affect their will. Yes.
I like how he said losing the election, and you
Right.
said losing the election like 3 different ways. That was base, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my thing is, Wick, though, in the situation we're talking about, where the only thing that is kind of keeping them at bay is losing the election, but then there's going to be an incentive later on, considering they won 2 elections with Trump being a historically terrible president. And of course, I'm sure you guys heard the murmurs, whether or not this is legally possible, of Steve Bannon talking about, we'll try to figure out if Trump can get a 3rd term. There is going to be that underlying
If he
incentive
gets a
that
3rd
they're
term,
going
like,
to try
population
another
changes.
strategy later on
Sure.
to
Again,
acquire power.
my mind changes as soon as certain lines are crossed. And if he is, if he runs for a 3rd term, a line has been crossed, and my calculation.
Have you ever driven? You ever do interstate driving? Do you know how like when the road is like really far in front of you and it's like sunny outside? You know there's that weird like thing, the blurry thing above the road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Heat.
Yeah. The heat.
Yeah, that's the line. And every time you drive, it's weird because it never seems to get any closer. Could you have imagined
mean?
5
It
years
never
ago?
seems to
Could you have
get
imagined
closer.
5 years ago? Could you imagine 5 years ago?
Back a 3rd Trump term.
Could you
guys are being
imagine? Could you
fucking
imagine
assholes.
5 years ago? Somebody's like, "What do you think about a president running for a 3rd term?" You're like, "That's crazy. That's a deal breaker immediately." And you're like, well, if he said he was going to run for a 3rd term, if he flirted with it, if he made his political opponents come into the Oval Office while he had hats saying Trump should be elected for a 3rd term, and when his surrogates are arguing about running for a 3rd term, that's all okay. But if he would actually run, I think that would be the line for me. Do you think you would have ever made that statement 5 years ago? No.
Yes.
5 years ago?
Because it's not. No. This is bullshit. Okay. And the reason why
It
it's
is.
bullshit is because Bannon is a uniquely large piece of shit.
Nope.
And Mike Johnson, who is in charge of the House of Representatives, has said that he's not going to back a 3rd term. This shit is dead on the water. It's prohibited by
Johnson
itself.
explicitly
It's
committed to an
prohibited
anti-Trump
by
position?
22nd.
Wait,
Just
really?
because
Show me
you're
that. Show me
yelling
that. I
at
want to see
you're right
that.
about everything, Steven.
Wait, I want to
All
see
you do
that.
is you just get really
I want
loud.
to see that. No, I'm curious. You mean Johnson committed to a opposing Trump position? He said, "I will not support Trump for a 3rd term." He actually said that. That'd be curious. Number one. Number two.
Yes.
Bannon is not a random. You understand that Bannon was chiefly
I love the
involved
chaos.
with the Trump campaign in 2016 and was literally
Yes.
the author of the creator of Breitbart and was whispering in Trump's ear through up through 2020 as well, right? So it's not like Bannon's like a random
Yes.
dude.
And Steve Bannon is a fucking schizo who has lost a lot of his political capital. As a matter of fact, you can go ahead and find a clip fairly recently where he said, you know, we really need somebody like Trump in office in 2028 or else people like me are going to prison or going to jail. Steve Bannon has lost his cachet compared to...
the worst...
Okay, hold on, I found it.
The worst...
Just real quick, because I did find the actual quotation. He said there is no path for a third Trump term. He doesn't see the path for such a move. And it is barred under the Constitution. And he just said, well, there's the 22nd Amendment. It's been a great run, but I think the president knows, and he and I have talked about the constrictions of the Constitution.
So he did not say he would not support him because he would support him. And he'd do it lovingly.
So, hold on,
and Bannon did allude to the fact that they were looking into legal means.
Hold on, just let Randall finish his point, right? Did I answer your question, by the way, Randall? Randall?
I mean,
Radell,
you said you're the threat. Riddell, yeah, it's fine. You're good. It's not a big deal. So, I mean, you kind of did in terms of you said there is a line, and the line is him running a third term.
Oh, there are other lines too, but that's the one that comes to mind, right?
But that's where I have to question how is the accumulation of so much of the things that MAGA has alluded to that they plan to do, as well as things that they've already done, not already flirting with the idea that there should be some type of consequence.
Look,
that's my
we are both
confusion here.
wanting consequences. We both just want different scale of consequences, right? Do you agree with Destiny that we should bar 25% of elected Republican officials from office?
More. In my world, it'd be like 80%.
50%, 75%, whatever fucking crazy number he's dreaming up. Do you agree with
No, I don't agree to that because you need something substantive to make such an assertion.
Okay. But you can convince me, just real quick. You could convince me for some sort of other consequence. I'm open to that. I came into this conversation again in the context of the President of the United States, and let's be clear, calling for sitting Congress members to be hanged by the neck until they were dead. And I was like, oh shit. Maybe I'm actually going to agree with Destiny today. And then didn't take long, and I was like, oh no, Destiny's fucking crazy.
You were like, I bet Destiny's going to be on board with the idea that, like, man, these guys need some consequences. What are the consequences? They're going to lose their elections. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy consequences. My God.
Wait. My thing's related to this, Wick. My thing's related to this.
None of you, hold on, all of you twats are super loud, yapping, including Destiny. None of you have explained how you're actually going to impose consequences.
I've already given the explanation. Use the 14th Amendment.
Dev is the closest person.
Use the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment says
and he doesn't have a way to circumvent the pardon.
The 14th Amendment doesn't require a criminal conviction. Boom, pardon circumvented. The 14th Amendment says that if you have been engaged in insurrection against the United States, you are a prior oath taker, you are no longer allowed to hold office. That's it. Easy. Boom.
How is it determined?
Well, Donald Trump isn't allowed to hold office.
How is it determined?
It's somebody whoever talking about targeting are not engaged.
It's adjudicated. You allow the states to adjudicate it. Allow the states to adjudicate it.
I'll amend my previous statement.
Good.
There are specific politicians who were involved in January 6, 2021. I think that
but the states figured out.
No. I think Josh Hawley might have actually been texting Stop the Steal representatives and Proud Boy members during the riots. So anybody who was engaged in January 6, 2021, I'll take that all day. Yeah, sure. Charge them with insurrection, bar them from office. I'm good with that. I don't think that you're going to get the entire MAGA base. That's an insane proposition.
Yeah, but that was someone was asking a good question. How do you determine someone's done an insurrection?
It's up to the states to determine that, however they want to do it.
So, like,
most of the states don't.
In every court where the question was asked, Trump was adjudicated as having engaged in insurrection. It happened in Colorado. It happened when there was a politician that was barred for running for office, I believe, in New Mexico. And it happened in the Senate when they voted by a majority to convict Trump of insurrection. They didn't get enough to get the actual conviction, which I think is 60. And in the House, they voted overwhelmingly that he had engaged in insurrection. So in every forum where it's been adjudicated, they've said he has engaged in insurrection. So I don't know. Leave it up to the states to figure it out. There's not a specific mechanism laid out.
Overturned?
What?
Wasn't Colorado overturned?
Okay, Stephen.
Colorado was overturned because the Supreme Court said we think that the 14th Amendment is bullshit. Correct. So we would need to bring the 14th Amendment back.
Stephen, if the state of Texas basically declared that Kamala Harris engaged in insurrection on whatever bullshit charge they want to make up, you would then support the state of Texas not allowing Kamala to run on a Texas ticket.
They have the right to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
a
guessing they
racist
would have to
model.
prove it.
I don't
At the end of the
that's-
day, there has to be some level of proving that situation.
I like just wait. I'm sorry, real quick. I just
don't
want to cut you off. You guys think you're so clever when you're like, would you care if Republicans did this thing? And I'm like, yeah. Do you think they're just waiting for Democrats to do it first? Like, who are Democrats shipping off extrajudicially to other countries in order because they were too lazy to enforce immigration law properly? Like, how many crypto scams were Democrats running prior to Donald Trump running a crypto scam? How many different you're acting like the Republicans are just waiting. Look at Donald Trump begging them to get rid of the filibuster. And the only reason they didn't do it is because they probably thought it wasn't politically tenable. You're acting like the Republicans are waiting for the Democrats to do it first. This is the game they play, and you've fallen for their tricks.
Yeah, so I mean, I the thing I wanted to agree that I don't want to agree with Steve on anything. But this idea of this endlessly moving mirage that he was the metaphor we were setting up there, right? This moving mirage of unconstitutionality when we've entered the point where the Constitution has been burned, right? How much of the Constitution has to be violated? How many times it has to be violated until we have discovered, oh, we're in an authoritarian state or a fascist state? There is no point. We're waiting for for it to be like in the movies, right? For it to be black and white, and then you see troops lined up on every corner, right? Well, asking people for papers. I guess we're already doing that, right? We are harassing citizens, right, and some non-citizens everywhere they go, just because for what they look like, and asking for the papers. We're already doing that part, so that's happening, right?
We've already got bullshit indictments. We've got the DOJ charging people with crimes. Comey,
Yeah.
Letitia James. We already have that happening.
But you understand
Yeah,
how
so
every single hold
all
on, just
these
real quick.
things-
Every single thing that you are listing here, the Republicans, and I agree, this justification is bullshit, are pointing to past actions of other people on the
Yes,
Democratic
you said
side.
it, Wick. You got
That's
it. It
fake,
was
Wick.
bullshit.
Those are
It's
fake
all bullshit
actions.
anyway. Yes, they're gonna justify what they want to
But
do.
you
no matter
understand,
what.
if we don't do these things, they have less justification, and it's less likely they will
But they'll
succeed.
do it
doesn't matter,
anyway.
Wick.
What do we have to do? We just have to do
No,
nothing.
no,
We just have to stop
bullshit.
breathing.
That's the
Wick,
flaw in your
please.
argument. Is
No,
that
no,
No, it's not a
the
flaw.
success rate would be the
No.
exact same if we gave them ammo versus if we gave them no ammo.
It doesn't. None of this matter.
It absolutely matters.
There's been a clear level of escalation, right? From the first Trump term, from the Bush administration, there's been a clear level of escalation, and there's been no correction mechanism. I agree. I would also apply that to Democrats, right? I would also say they've been pushing the War Powers Act as far as they can get away with it too, right? I would say that they build on to what Republicans are doing, but still, in any case, right? There's been no level of correction, and so if that's the case, we have to at some point introduce a correction. They're going to do it any which way. The next Republican president is going to do something worse. It's guaranteed.
Here, I'm curious. Wait,
So
real quick.
It is
No,
not.
I-
here.
I-
Wait,
I have a
wait,
question for
sorry,
you.
go ahead,
Wait,
Mike,
I got a
go
question
ahead.
for you, just
Yeah.
real quick.
Wait, I'm done.
Okay. I got a question for you, Wick. Just so you said their punishment is that they lost the election. That's the punishment for the Republicans, right? Is that they lose the
That's
next
the
election.
main one, the major one. And now
Okay,
again,
I understand,
can
I
be-
understand.
Hold on, just real quick. I can be convinced for more. I do think we should prosecute Trump specifically. I do
Okay.
think that. But
I
when you're
understand
talking
more
about
on
that.
prosecuting
Here-
Marco Rubio, for what?
Okay, so here's my question. Okay, if someone was raping you, is it an
Jesus.
appropriate punishment that they have to pull their dick out of you?
No.
You need something more than that, right? You need something
Yes.
more than just them pulling their dick out of you, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But you
Yeah,
know what?
them
Rape
losing the election is
not
not
the
enough of a
same
punishment.
as holding
It's not
office,
enough of a punishment.
usually.
How are you? I've asked this before. I'll ask this again. It's actually
Hard to
genuinely
punish.
pissing me off. How, when the presidency has the pardon power, how are you going to effectuate your alleged punishment?
Make all of them state
Not if
crimes.
you're
Have it be
political
state
violence.
crimes.
I'll
State
answer
crimes.
that. I'll answer that. I will answer that directly. Okay.
Woulda. You will not.
I will
tell me
answer-
how.
State
I
crimes.
will answer
Boom.
directly. If your political leaders are
Wait.
so morally degenerate that they're going to pardon themselves, you are outside of the bounds of the Constitution now. Now you are in violence time.
And what state crimes are you going to be convicting
Hold on,
Donald
just real
Trump
quick.
for?
No, I want to be very clear.
This
So,
is
Dev, if you
legitimately-
think that
Dev,
if J.D.
this is
Vance
one of the dumbest
pardons
things I've
Trump
ever heard
or
you
if Trump
say.
pardons
So you're
himself,
saying
that it
if
would be
the Trump
justified to do violence
administration
against the
walks
U.S.
away
government.
from power, we should start killing each
Let
other
make
in
Dev,
the
no,
streets
hold on.
on their
Make
behalf.
Dev answer that question. Dev,
Hmm?
if J.D. Vance pardons Trump or Trump pardons himself, do you think that we are now in a time where there would be justifiable violence against Trump and his administration?
Yes.
Damn.
That's
Fed
crazy.
posted. He
I
just
disagree.
Fed posted like
See,
crazy.
my issue with this is that I feel like there's also not a recognition. If we're going to use the cachet that what you're referring to in terms of the people being super dissatisfied with Trump, we can also use that in other ways as well as the growing sentiment from the people on the Democratic side. And now the Republicans can't go back in the past and use this as ammunition. When it comes down to the pardon circumstance, now there is actual justifiable reason why we probably should deal with it, especially if we're doing self-pardoning. The people are starting recognizing, oh, yeah, sure, we have issues with the preemptive pardons from Biden. We have big issues with Donald Trump pardoning himself, pardoning the Jan 6ers, and pardoning all these corrupt politicians and these weird billionaires, the guy with the Binance. So now this is becoming more of a thing that is becoming recognized, and now there's heat on both directions. So in a circumstance like this, not only with the pardon system, but even something that I don't really care what you feel about it, but with the filibuster, another example where there's a lot of people on the left that was like, we want to get rid of the filibuster. Trump obviously wants to get rid of the filibuster because he wants to do whatever he wants as an executive authoritarian. But this is just another thing that it's like, oh, we saw how it was used. It was used in a way that was super corrupt by the Trump administration. So now certain things that have been deliberated regarding the political landscape can now truly be challenged, not only from the sides that have dissatisfaction with it, but with the people now seeing how they can be used in a corrupt fascist way. So it's not just them losing elections, but now you can raise these issues in a way to not only use it against the authoritarian regime that is MAGA, but they can't even go back on it because they use these type of arguments to attack the Dems at the same time. So you have now a full picture of framing it very clearly on why we should attack these specific things.
Okay, the solution to I'm sorry if I'm not addressing what you just said, but the solution to pardon abuse would be legislation amending the Constitution to limit the power of the pardon. It wouldn't be for militias to enter into the streets, sparking off a civil war that kills tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of people. The fact that like that would be the constitutional crisis that I'm talking to Dev mostly. The fact that you think that would be the constitutional crisis that Americans should fight for is fucking crazy.
Do you understand he's deaf right now? He can't hear. You didn't hear a word.
I kind of don't give a fuck. I just wanted to stand on record.
I do want to give Kalinda a chance because Kalinda hasn't said a word. And Kalinda, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, I do. Also, before I get into yelling at Prime, because that's what I came in here to do, but the Trump, the Georgia prosecution case, it's coming back. It's coming back, guys. It's here. It's they're bringing that back. Do you think that could mean or count for anything? Like the racketeering case in Georgia? As a fellow
Coomer to the DA there, I cannot believe that they let that case get sunk on that retarded fucking shit. So fuck Georgia, okay? That's all I got to say. We'll see what it comes back as, but I feel like at this point that it's so far removed from everything. I cannot believe they let something so stupid stall that case. But
they appointed a new prosecutor. But yes, I agree with you. It was very stupid. But they did appoint a new prosecutor. So anyway, Prime, I'm very sorry that I'm about to derail this whole shit back into the thing that nobody wanted to talk about, but I'm going to do it.
Hold on, no. If you're gonna bring up Israel Palestine, I'm going to veto this.
What?
Just say you're not, and then do it.
Yes, okay. I'm not going to bring up Israel Palestine.
Okay.
Prime, do you understand?
Else other than Israel Palestine?
No, that's not what I was going to bring up. Prime, do you understand the difference between the ships and Biden's alleged crimes? Between like Trump bombing drug boats and Biden's alleged crimes, can you think for me for just a second?
No, I don't. No, I don't understand them. No, I don't understand them. Like, these aren't the same things. Please help me out. Like, draw the distinction. Please go ahead.
What crimes would you consider Biden to be like violating?
Nothing. Don't answer that. He's trying to bait you.
Under Biden.
No, yeah, don't. I already know what the answer is that he's going to give, but I think it's bullshit. The thing is, here's the difference. The difference is that Trump is bombing civilian ships against a country that he is not at war with, violating the principle of distinction instead of arresting people for drug trafficking, which he could do, rather than like bombing people that they are not at war with. And Biden is sending weapons to a country that is fighting a war that is a very different kind of war than the one that would likely be fought in Venezuela, which would be a normal, regular war against another army. And he's sending those weapons to Israel so that Israel can fight against Hamas, which is a organization that hides behind civilians. But you probably don't agree with this because they
hide behind civilians. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, because you like to pretend that Hamas doesn't exist.
There was a Hamas. No, I'm not saying Hamas doesn't exist. I brought Hamas up during the debate, okay? But you weren't paying attention to that, right? You heard.
Yeah, I was paying attention, but no, you like to pretend that they don't do the shit that they do.
You went into a red rage, right? But I brought up Hamas, absolutely, right? And so I guess Hamas was under every baby's cribs that they dropped that bomb on, right?
They killed every baby in Palestine? Holy shit. All of the babies? Every single one? Every child?
Hamas, headquarters, right? And they were dropping bunker busters on those kids, right, to kill those Hamas agents. No, don't bullshit me. No, we get what Israel.
Wait, why would you need a bunker buster to kill a kid?
It's fine.
Why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza?
Okay. Just like us.
Okay, enough.
Wait, what's the answer to that? Wait, I'm curious. What is the answer to that? Wait, why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza? What was the answer to that?
Why aren't the civilians allowed in the Hamas tunnels?
So I don't know what you're talking about.
I can feel Wick's blood pressure like rising slowly.
Wait, I'm just curious. What's the answer? Wait, are there really no bomb shelters in Gaza? Is that true? Wouldn't that be kind of crazy? Prime, is that true? There's no way that's true, right?
Wait, what's the consequence of them bringing up Israel-Palestine?
Nothing. I'm just curious. Wait, I'm just curious. What's the answer to that? Wait, Prime, is she speaking truth there? Why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza?
I'm confused as to like what's the point of this question. I'm very confused. There's no
answer the goddamn question.
No, hon, what's the question? The question is,
why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza? Why did Hamas build no bomb shelters for their civilians?
That might be because of the embargo that's been there since, was it 2012?
Wait, how do they have all this? Wait, how do they have all that? Wait, I'm just curious.
Actually,
fucking tunnels.
Wait, yeah, I'm just curious because I don't know anything about this. Wait, why do they have so much concrete for tunnels?
A massive population of people, like was it 2 million individuals? Yeah, those tunnels. Everyone's going to fit in those tunnels. Is that what's going to happen?
How many miles of tunnel do they have again? Is it just half a mile? Is it 1 mile?
It's like four. It's like. It's a lot. It's like the whole strip.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to build a very strong wall. Kalinda, thanks for coming in. I do appreciate you. Thanks, Raydale. Thanks, North. We're going to cycle out.
I will happily argue with you about this later, Prime, because you trigger me so fucking hard. And you are the problem with the Democratic
Party. I want to debate more about this with the constitutionality and all that. I'd love to talk to you about this.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Whatever. I did have more questions if you're okay with them. If you're all right with that.
Hello.
No, we're not okay with questions here. Fuck your questions. So go ahead.
Oh, okay.
What's your question? Ask.
Yeah, I have I guess my question's for Connor. I mean, I have two, but I'll start with the bigger one. What do we do to ensure that Republicans don't, or anyone doesn't do what Trump has been doing, if not some level of atonement, right? If we don't have some level of atonement, what's to just stop this from happening again?
Yeah, so I think that this is the way that I would like to spend political capital. Number one, so somebody's arguing with me in chat, so I'll try to answer it real quick. Congress can't, let's say in 2026, we actually get a Democrat majority Congress. You can impeach Trump. You could also even indict him. I know that people have said that through the unitary executive ruling, he can't be indicted. No, he can. The Constitution clearly says so. So that's number one. Number two, what do? You would have to pass legislation in order to reform the pardon.
Wait, just a quick thing. We would impeach Trump after he's done with his second term in office? That's the penalty?
No, you would impeach him in 26 when you hit the midterms. He's still in office.
We're not going to have a majority. We won't have a majority in the Senate to do it.
Well, then I guess you're fucked.
Also, doesn't this seem a bit Trump exclusive? Again, what's to stop someone from just coming in the next presidency and doing a bunch of fucked up shit and even rigging elections so they don't have the majority, for example?
They will anyway.
The
Republicans will do this anyway.
He's asking me the question, and I actually do have limited time again because now my debate is coming up again.
Is this for real?
So hold on. So this time for real. So when it comes to what can we do in the future, we're a republic, which is the rule of law, which means we have to pass legislation. So if you don't like the pardon, you got to pass the pardon. And one of the things that's been pissing me off about this conversation is people are saying, oh, well, they're ignoring the court orders or whatever. I don't think so. As far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure that a shitload of court orders have come down that have limited the power of the presidency and have been followed by the executive administration.
So you can break the law as long as you listen to the court where they do to stop breaking the law.
This is the other thing I want to push back on too.
The dick analogy. That was right.
Wait, this is the other thing I want to push back on. The national guard stuff.
Is angry by the concept of time that you have to violate a law in order to be held accountable for.
This is the other thing that I want to push back on.
Wait, just to be clear, Connor's mad because he doesn't know what courts are for. He thinks that you're allowed to break the law as long as you stop breaking the law when the court tells you to stop breaking the law. That's not how that works.
Or the court can hold you criminally accountable if you violated the law intentionally and knowingly.
which they've done how many times to Trump now?
They've done
With
it
the National
0
Guard,
times.
especially.
Which
because
is
of
How,
all
hold
the
on.
judges are
What
fans
do you
of the
think your
Trump
strongest
administration
argument
asking?
is here
Sorry,
for
Stormwolf had a
Trump
second
during his
question, so I
second
wanna
term?
address it.
Is Trump during his second term, when do you think he has most clearly, knowingly used his executive power in a way that he knew he didn't have the authority to do so?
The National Guard, right? I mean, like, it's blatantly illegal to send the National Guard no matter
Well,
what.
okay, what's your
without,
evidence that he did not know that he did not have
Well,
the
first of all,
authority
Destiny
to-
brought up earlier the Black Lives Matter stuff, where
Yep.
he wasn't able to deploy the National Guard without the state's consensus. By the way, this is established in Title 32, which explains the exemptions, none of which is met, because Trump originally said he's going to do it for domestic law enforcement, which is legal according to the Posse Committees Act, which
True.
means that Trump knowingly was violating this stuff. That's the thing I want to bring up. You cannot deploy the National Guard without the federal government, without the state government's consent.
Actually, I have a question for you regarding that.
That's already
then, because
wrong.
I see a lot of right wingers talk about how Eisenhower federalized the National Guard to enforce desegregation against the
Yes,
will of the Arkansas governor. So what was the?
So
what
the
was
reason
reason
that is because, so yeah, I had a debate in my college around this, so I was doing research on this. So you can do it. There's 3 conditions. You can do it if the U.S. is being invaded, there's a rebellion or danger of rebellion, or if the president is unable to enforce federal law. The issue is none of these apply because why
Hold on.
Trump deployed the National Guard to blue cities is because of law
Is
enforcement.
because he's
which is
unable to
explicitly illegal.
enforce the federal law in sanctuary cities, right? Because sanctuary cities.
No, that's not why he
no,
deployed it. He
nope.
deployed it because he cited crime as the primary reason. Then he hasn't even retroactively changed it. He's still been talking about crime rates in D.C., Chicago, L.A. That's why he said he deployed the National Guard.
And here's the thing though. All of the courts have come back effectively saying exactly what you said.
Which
He
states?
can hold on. He can federalize the National Guard. He has used rebellion as a
Wait, why do you
pretense,
keep
by the
saying
way,
that? He's
Destiny.
lost like every time this has been challenged. He
By the
lost
way-
in
by the way,
California. He
Destiny,
lost in
You
D.C.
should Google the word pretense because you've used it incorrectly multiple times. So, anyways.
Wait, what do you think
he's
I-
used the
wait, how am I-
pretense- He's used the pretense of rebellion, and then the courts have come back and said the only way that you can use federalized National Guard, you can't use them for local law enforcement. You can only use them to protect federal buildings.
Why did
That's
he
how it's
say
been
he
ruled.
was sending them to D.C.?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Because
The
it
reason he
doesn't
said he was sending
matter.
these,
in court.
it
he's
does
used
matter
a
because that would be
pretense.
the justification for
In
deploying
court,
the National Guard. The
used the
reason.
pretense of rebellion.
No,
That's
you
not
can't. You
what
can't
he
change
said.
your
He said
argument
he was
in
doing it for
court.
law enforcement.
You can't just go to court and say.
Hold on. Wait. Where did I hear? What large political streamer did I hear say, I don't care what people say in public. I only care what people say in court.
Because in court
Wait,
you
no,
have
but
to.
the issue
Wait,
is
no,
that-
stop. Hold on. Oh, no,
There's a
shut the
really
fuck up.
famous liberal streamer who
Yes.
said that probably a dozen times.
That's when you're the plaintiff. It's a totally different thing. When Donald Trump goes to court, when
no.
Donald Trump goes to
Also-
court, hold on. When Donald Trump goes to court to defend a thing, I've never said that you can't look at a person's public statements to determine the things that the state of mind of the person at the time. That's a lot different than me saying like,
Yeah.
I think Connor has defamed me a
This is
million
why you
times
need to
over every
Google
single statement he's made,
pretense
and then when I sue you and I go to court, I say, well, I don't think he's defamed me, but I think he inflicted emotional harm, right? Okay, well, I'm gonna get your court statements here. That's what you're charging him with. That's what you're suing him for. That's a lot different than me going to court and saying, oh, I only did this for reasons ABC. That's really crazy because when we consult the public record, you were saying X, 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 Y, 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 Z, 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 Z. So it seems like it doesn't work there. It's not even remotely comparable. Nice try, though.
Hold on. So if
It's like
Trump
if you stab
uses
someone.
the
It's like if you stab
pretense-
someone and then say,
So hold on.
it's like
Trump,
if
if Trump makes a public statement that we all agree is in the legal purpose in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, I agree with you.
He has.
But he uses
No,
in
he doesn't.
court the pretense of rebellion. You should Google the word pretense.
that's not how that works.
That's not
You
how that
can't
works.
retroactively say
You
this is
can't
why I'm
do
deploying the
that.
National Guard.
And then the court orders the Trump administration to behave in a certain way, and then they comply with said order. That's the system working.
When
Connor,
you say
if I
comply
stab-
with said order, you mean
Connor, if I
comply with the
stab
law.
you- Wait, Connor, if I stab you and then retroactively say, oh, well, it's because I was scared of you attacking me, that doesn't change the fact that I stabbed you because I wanted to kill you. Your state of mind when you do the action is what matters.
No. You're
but
wrong
who
because
holds
that's
you
the
to
defense
account?
people use. Like, I thought I was going to be killed.
But it's
so
about
I
the
But
state
you
of
said
mind
at the
when you
time,
did
no,
the
no,
action.
if at the time,
No, it's
I
about the
say-
state of
if
the
I
mind
say-
when you do the
yes,
action.
exactly. If I say at the time, I'm going to stab Wick because I fucking hate Wick and I think he's too much of a centrist cuck on these panels, and then we go to court and I say, well, I was actually afraid of my life. What do you think the prosecutor's going to say? They're going to say, well, really, let's look at the statements that you made at the time. Oh, it looks like you said you were going to kill him because you thought he was too mean to you on panels. Well,
But
that's not
when
the
the
defense
court
when he's in
comes
court.
around and says you can only stab Wick when he's being like
When it's
That's not
I
the
don't know,
point
when
of
he's threatening
court.
your life, and then from now on you only stab me when I threaten your life. You're complying.
And
with
by the
order.
way, hold
Yeah,
on.
but I would be
Wait,
charged
no, but
with
this
a
was
crime for
established before.
stabbing you.
This is already established. This is already
Okay,
established.
I
Well,
got-
this
I
is
got-
a precedent. This isn't like a
I gotta
precedent
go.
thing.
If you guys want to
This is
continue this
already
another time,
established.
we can. However, what I would point out to you guys is that the courts are the ones that are supposed to hold you to account. So if you have beef with the way that our system is working, take a beef with the judges, take a beef with the legislature. Those are the people who are supposed to be holding
the way that it works in the United States of America, the
Just
way that it works in the United States of America, you're supposed to follow the law. That's how it's supposed to work. Yeah, you're not supposed to wait. You're not supposed to wait for the court to say, by the way, you're breaking the law. This isn't Dave Chappelle where you can go, I didn't know you couldn't do that, and you're scot-free the first time.
Also, this is already this has already been established as my issue.
Why are we treating the Constitution like a fucking daily word jumble?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Out.
I wanted to come in. Hey, it's Kafka. Hey, I wanted to come in. I want to defend the Nuremberg trials as being constitutional real quick. There's a lot of people talking about how we have to come in and do a bunch of unconstitutional shit to hold Trump and them accountable. And there's plenty of room within the Constitution to do exactly what Destiny's calling for. All right.
I know.
That's all I wanted to come in to say. You can go. The Congress, if we had 67% of the Congress, they could come in, they could establish courts, they could establish laws that allow us to go after these people. So it's not, and we would actually do it in a way where we're not breaking the Constitution, tearing it to ribbons like all these people are talking about. That's all I came in really to say, is that there's nothing in here. You guys all are acting like doing it would be somehow the same as what the Republicans are doing, and it's not. We'd be able to do it within the law easily.
Do you think that what Destiny's advocating for, hold on, just real quick, do you think what Destiny's advocating for, where we bar 50 to 75% of sitting Republican people, current office holders from ever holding office again, is that a constitutional thing to do?
Yep.
Sure. So here's what you would do.
Yes, we can.
Kick him out. Kick him out. Kick him out.
As we should.
You would get the Congress to come in, and you would have them write a law that says that they can't, that these people, if they did these things, they can't hold office.
So
and then
you want the Republican-controlled Congress right now to write a law saying that they can't hold power? Do you think that's...
Okay, I'm sorry. Are we talking about right now? I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about a world in which we're trying to hold these people accountable.
We get to a world where the Democrats win the election and we blue sweep. We got 60 seats in the Congress and things like that. Do you think that there's any political will for them to write this law?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes,
I think
that
is crazy talk. I don't think.
Wait,
that's
you think that in 4 years? You think that remember, it hasn't even been a year yet. You think in 3 plus a few months, years, by the time we get to that point with Donald Trump in there that long, you don't think there's going to be the political will to do that? You think people are going to go, you know what?
No, I don't think there's going to be a political will to bar Republicans, 75% of Republicans from ever holding office.
We're mixing
the only real problem
we're
here
mixing
is
the whole list of things. Hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whether you can do this, right? Whether it's constitutional or not, right? It's not unconstitutional. Yeah. I agree, right? But like then it's like, well, will there be political will to do this? Well, that's a completely different animal, right?
Well,
and should we do this? Which is another.
Yes, you should do it. Yes, like, absolutely. Unequivocally, you should fucking do it. The only real issue, in my opinion, is where you draw the line. I don't know how you do that.
I don't think we should do what Steven is proposing. But we're talking about like holding the top line Trump administration accountable. Absolutely.
Well,
they're not just talking. Hold on, no, they're not just talking about the Trump and JD Vance and the immediate thing. What they're advocating for is people who run, like our state senator who happened to tweet out Trump is great one time, right?
Easy. That's an easy. You're giving me easy ones. That's an easy. Get him out of here.
I'm sorry.
More office.
We need McCarthyism for MAGA. All right, bring McCarthyism back and target MAGA. That's what we need to do.
I think that's a bit unhinged just because I feel like supporting Trump isn't the same thing as actively having power to do it. But I would say that, look, Wick, again, and I asked the same question to Prime Case and Wick, what do we do to prevent this happening again? It seems like absent some kind of atonement, which means if it's...
Well, didn't you hear they lost if they lose the election?
They consistently lose.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, that's my point.
They gotta pull out, guys.
Well, wait, if they lose the election, what do we do then to hold them to it? If we show, hey, look, you lost, and that's it. That's all we do. We say, haha, you lost, and that'll show them to never do it again.
Remember when Trump lost the first time and then they stopped?
You remember?
We had January 6th. Wait, this is so true. We had January 6th. We win the election.
Getting it over and over and over again, and how that obviously worked, and they never held power again. Wait, that didn't happen.
But that's the question.
So we just standing with our dick in our hand?
You are advocating for doing what led to Trump getting elected in 2024 all over again, and thinking, oh, somehow we're going to have
the mistake is not doing fast enough.
I appreciate the internal critique. You can't replace
Wait, the mistake was
something
not
with
doing it
nothing,
fast
Wick.
enough.
Give me something else to do then, because I'm not going to sit there with nothing. You're telling me to not do this thing. Okay, great. Instead, what? I wag my finger at them and say, well, you know what? We're just going to keep winning elections.
From office, what I'm advocating for is for us to be fucking normal, and then suddenly
Biden was normal.
Wait, what could Biden have done differently? Wait, what could Biden?
Keep this from
Biden was
What could Biden have done differently? 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 That he wasn't normal enough.
Well, first of all, Biden couldn't have
That's part of
dropped
the
out.
genocide.
Like, if
That
he
would've
had
been
stayed in,
helpful.
I think we would have won. But
Wait, Frank,
oh my
sorry,
God,
this genocide thing is insane. What law did Biden break? What law did Biden break?
Biden didn't break
funding
any
Israel?
laws.
No, I'm asking Prime Case because he brought up the genocide thing.
Sure,
What
like
law
that,
did
right?
Biden
Well,
break?
Don't you dare fucking bring this back to this fucking bullshit again. Jesus fucking
I
Christ.
can. Okay, if you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it. I'm just
we
curious
don't
what
have to
law
do
Biden
that.
broke.
Any which way you asked
Okay,
me
we won't do
previously,
that.
right?
We won't do it then. It's fine. I don't want to. I don't want to do something. No one else
I
do.
know. Shut up, glasses guy. Before you asked me previously, hey, like, like you were asking me, like, do I agree with Wick basically? Like, am I against something? You were trying to. You asked me something previously.
I think I asked you probably the same question I asked Connor about, like, what do we do to prevent this from happening again, which is how we got to this whole conversation.
Okay, yeah. So, like, I'm saying, I am for accountability for our elected officials. Absolutely. My disagreement with Destiny purely is within scale, right? Not that we shouldn't hold elected officials accountable. I'm saying I want to hold more, right? But I'm talking about more of the C-suite of our political class, right? I'm talking about the president, and I'm talking about yeah.
I don't fully disagree.
Every single one of these people are using Trump to push their own insane agendas. Like, why are we in 2025 talking about putting like the what is it called, the Bible thing in the classrooms? Why are we putting Bibles in classrooms? There you go, 10 Commandments.
Yeah, that's not new.
Why are we putting
This
the 10
is something
Commandments?
They've been doing for all my fucking.
It doesn't matter. They're still they're using this opportunity to pass insane laws. Like we just saw what the Department of Education saying that like being a nursing student is no longer like a valid degree. Like what is like why are we at this point? Like how did we get here?
You're bringing up a good point too, in that these people are abusing their positions, and yes, we're going to hold them to account as elected officials, get them out of there. But also, we should hold them account as citizens and as people who are clearly breaking the law and clearly acting in a way against what their responsibilities are. If you are a lawyer, if you're a fiduciary of people, you can be held accountable for not just breaking that fiduciary duty, but doing crimes beyond that. And that's what we're seeing here. These people
Okay,
are
well,
elected,
let me ask
they're
you
doing
directly.
something
Let me
wrong.
ask you, Kafka.
Yeah.
Let me ask you directly.
Yeah, ask him
Do you
directly.
think that if a lawyer comes on a YouTube channel, right, or starts a YouTube channel and advocates that Trump is breaking no laws, he's doing fine, he's not going against the courts, do you think anything should happen? How should they be held accountable?
If he defends Trump, yeah, he should get out of there.
They should be prevented. They should be prevented from holding office.
So
They should be prevented from holding
a lawyer
public
who
office.
comes on and starts let's just call him.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. I'm saying if he actively
Ryan
defends Trump in court.
Mulally, right, comes on and starts a YouTube channel, you would
Yeah, I know that
advocate
guy.
for his disbarment?
Wait, which guy?
I never
wait,
said
wait,
that.
wait, wait,
I
wait,
would
which
not
guy?
advocate
Wait.
for their disbarment.
Who? Which one?
Let's
Don't-
just
I also
call him
wouldn't. I
Brian
also wouldn't.
Mulally.
Absolutely,
I never said that.
1,000,000,000,000%.
I know that guy.
Oh my God,
No.
1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000%. Oh my God, so much.
No.
Wait. Can I ask you a question?
Disbarment
Can I ask
is,
you a question?
I would advocate for him to not hold a public office. That's fine with
Okay,
me.
so hold on.
Disbarment
You
is a
would ban
different
him
matter.
from running for office because he went and he defended Trump on some of these things that you think he shouldn't be defended.
Look, this is my starting position. If you want to negotiate down lower at some point, that's fine. But I'm starting with MAGA supporter out. All right, that's where we're at. And then you know what? If we need to see what the political will is at in the country to see what we can get done, that's fine. But I'm starting at the strongest possible position.
Dude. You understand? That's
Wait. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
It's not insane.
They're
It's
calling
not
for the
actually
death of
insane.
my
wait,
representatives.
wait,
The president is calling for the death of my representative.
True.
Okay.
True.
The president
Also, wait.
is.
The guy that's in charge of the government is calling for the death of my representative, and it's insane.
You think that everybody that supports him in Congress, calling for the death of people, should be held accountable? How stupid are you? Oh my God.
Wait, in question. Okay, you said just be normal. Biden was normal, and Biden won after Trump's whole thing in the first term, and after January 6th, we've had Biden. What did Trump suffer from that? He came right back into office. What does being normal get us? Because Trump came back after doing the worst thing in his political career.
Hold on, you keep
this
is such a fucking dishonest thing to say, as if there was no other circumstances that were happening during the 2024 election which made it an outlier. There wasn't massive inflation where Every single incumbency across the world lost. You weren't asking like.
No, I agree with you. Why we lost?
So they'll be held accountable as long as there's no inflation. I hope there's not any inflation because then there's no accountability.
Our major candidate, as if like it was just a normal election and Trump won because they were doing normal things. What are you on about? It was
no
nothing
okay. So wait, it's okay for insurrectionists to be voted back in because there's inflation. Is that your argument?
That is his argument.
Okay,
Yep.
It's not okay.
It is.
But my
that's
whole argument
we're
is that
advocating
your
for what we should do to
argument
stop
here,
this happening in
what
the
you're advocating
future.
for is going to lose, and I don't want to lose. I want to win. And you can be all high and mighty. I don't know where are you from, India? I don't.
We're
care,
not being
right?
high and mighty.
Like,
We're saying
not
hold them
America,
to the standard
right?
that they've
and
set.
you don't have to suffer the consequences that we do.
That seemed pretty racist.
Well, yeah, if we want to win,
Pretty basic.
if we want to win, shouldn't we copy the people who are winning? Shouldn't we copy their strategy?
In London, I live in India. I am Indian.
They have the lowest approval rating.
You're Indian, but are you?
They won the second election.
I'm in America. I'm an American.
But wait,
citizen.
Wick, you said we need to be normal. Do you think that Kamala Harris's campaign was not overwhelmingly normal? They were
not. You know
don't
why?
think
It's because
why?
she
was a
the
black woman?
candidate initially. We pushed out that candidate,
Oh my
and then we
God.
got her in 3 months.
Okay.
Before
So
the election.
normal-
There was nothing
So
normal.
inflation can fuck you.
Does it not count as her being the candidate?
No,
Like being the VP?
Abnormal appointment process doesn't count. Like basically, if anything goes wrong, so not only does it have to be that they have to be super normal, there can't be any like irregularities. Also, by the way, imagine how the rest of the world looks at the United States. If anything is going wrong in the United States, they're gonna elect a fucking schizo to office. It's like dealing with a drunk cop at a traffic stop. If you make one wrong fucking move, the guy's gonna execute you. Are you crazy, Wick?
It's not
Also, Wick kind of deflected from my original point. Wick.
These were major issues.
So I agree, Wick. My point is nothing held Trump accountable. My point is, despite doing January 6th and losing because of his handling of COVID and all that, nothing held him accountable because he still managed to come back under the right conditions. My point is, he shouldn't be able to come back with the right conditions. He was an
my argument here
insurrectionist,
is that
traitor.
your advocacy creates the conditions of which we
I'm
have
not as
another
extreme
Trump.
as Destiny. I don't know what you mean by my advocacy. I think that Trump and
Wick,
the
Wick, listen
cabinet
to me.
and
So Wick, you're acting like this hasn't been done before, right? But it has been done before because 1954, they passed the Communist Control Act.
Yep.
You cannot be a member of the Communist Party of the
Famously,
USA.
communism died in America.
wait. Also,
Are they
after the
currently
Civil
controlling
War,
the government,
after the
Wick?
Civil War, should we have barred
Hold
people from
on.
office or no?
Say one more time.
After the Civil War, should we have barred people from office or no? Because that'll just mean the South will get even more mad at us.
Hold on. We're talking about after a civil war versus after this. These are not the same thing.
My point is the principle stands that the idea that we
principle
shouldn't
does not
hold people
stand.
accountable for
Context changes
doing
how
stuff that
effective
insurrects the
was.
government is insane.
The
Sorry,
context of the event changes how effective a punishment accountability is. Correct?
Sorry.
Reconstruction was one of the most unpopular things in the South and risked alienating the South further and leading to a further conflict. The only reason it didn't is because the South was fractured. Ideally,
Hold on,
we'd
hold on.
be coming out of a
Hold on.
political election where the Republican Party is
Also,
fractured.
to be clear, the other reason it didn't is because we stopped doing it because it was too burdensome on the South, and the South
we stopped
bitched and
doing
would have
it.
ran off.
Red shirt guy, are you advocating for banning the Republican Party?
Cover
Is that what
cover
it's
your mouse
called?
over his name, over his face, and it'll show you his
By the way, you
name.
can call me.
Yeah,
Ideally,
whatever,
just call me
I don't care.
Rich. Just
Hey,
call me
red
Rich.
shirt guy,
Just call me
I'll him
Rich.
Red shirt guy. So, hey, are you advocating for banning the Republican Party? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, but I would be banning. I would be
The MAGA
advocating.
wing.
I'm similar to you, Prime.
You're not
Prime.
red
I'm
shirt guy. You're not red
Prime.
shirt guy.
Technically, he is. Technically, he is. But
He is
also,
wearing a
I'm
red shirt.
I'm advocating. What I'm
I
advocating
am
for
in
is
favor
Not
of
from-
banning
not
the
from
MAGA
Summer,
wing of
right.
the Republican Party. Yes.
I'm advocating more for like so Prime.
But the MAGA
Prime,
wing of-
You
Prime.
think that'll? Stormwolf, I'm not talking to you. I'm not asking for your opinion. Here. I'm asking for his opinion. That's person.
The
Oh,
MAGA
sorry, there
wing
you
of the Republican Party.
I think
Yes.
you're Stormwolf. I think you're great. I like you a lot. But so you're banning
Thank
the
you.
Republican Party. Do you
No.
think that will
The MAGA
lead
wing of the
to-
Republican Party. Fuck. For the
just
10th
the
time.
just the MAGA wing of it. That's the
Yes.
Republican Party. There is no other.
No,
there's
it's not.
Barely anything else that like
You know what?
there's like
Whatever percentage it happens to be, get rid of them.
okay, so just banning anyone and anyone who expresses anything MAGA-like in the future, you would say you're ineligible for office. Is that you think that's a good state of affairs?
MAGA like in the future. What are we talking about?
No,
I have
like,
a great opinion on this. We should treat them like Nazis. Push them down in history. Anytime anyone asks you about your historical family lineage, you say, "Oh, I don't know, we were German." And when they look at you and ask you if you were a Nazi, you just say, "Oh, I don't know." We should treat MAGA like that, right? Anytime someone says, "Am I MAGA?" we should all look the other way and try to like
okay,
brush
so
it
are
away
you
under
saying-
the.
So But hold on, it's one thing to not elect them, right? Like fuck MAGA, I don't want to elect them in office; they're awful, right? But should we have political tests to say that, oh, this person agrees with the MAGA movement, right? The historical MAGA movement, and so they're ineligible to run for office.
Bring McCarthy as a
We're
guy.
going to see like the modern.
I'll answer directly. So if let's say someone is running for office and someone digs up their 10-year-old tweets and it turns out they were pro-MAGA back in the day and now they're like, listen, I'm not pro-MAGA anymore. All right, all you have to do is publicly piss on a picture of Trump and you can run again. All right, that's the threshold to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we hold people accountable.
Okay, Wick,
Guys,
Wick,
I'm gonna.
Wick, let me just do a quick olive branch to you. Would you accept?
Before you do, okay, I gotta use the restroom right back. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Gotcha.
I'm back in a sec
Right.
too. Actually,
he ran.
Yeah. So
Wait.
but
Is it
Destiny-
true? Wait, Jay, just real quick. Weren't they shipping in like hundreds of thousands of pounds of concrete and stuff into the Gaza Strip? Why couldn't they make any bomb shelters? What was going on with that?
I don't know if they were shipping. I know that.
How'd they build the tunnels? How'd they build the tunnels?
Yeah, how'd they build those tunnels?
Well, a lot of the tunnels were pre-built. They weren't.
Pre-built? Who built them?
With what
How do you
material?
Yeah,
build
actually,
it?
With what material?
How do
Wait,
you-
a lot of the tunnels
Yeah.
are pre-built. Wait, who
Israel
built
Oh,
them?
Israel.
Israel went and
They
Did they
pre-built.
send
Yeah.
holes down
They
there?
literally
Like
did.
what happened?
Israel went and pre-built all those
Sorry, what
tunnels.
are you talking about? Sorry, what? Sorry, Israel. Some of those tunnels were pre-built.
When you
They
say
weren't,
when you
Hamas
say
didn't build
some
all
of those tunnels,
In
are
any
you
case-
referring to the
but hold
single
on,
set of tunnels underneath Al Shifa Hospital that you're conflating with every single tunnel that's been
I'm
built
not
in that
talking
that
about-
entire
I'm
Gaza
saying-
Strip?
I'm saying
Some the one you're talking about the one.
pre-built.
I know exactly the story because lefties
I'm
love
not
to hog
talking
that
about the one.
story.
There are other tunnels underneath Gaza, but in any case.
Oh,
right?
so how many?
So,
What?
like,
I'm just curious. What percentage of them were built
I
by
have
Israel?
I have fucking
If you had to guess
no
the
idea.
difference, if you
I
said
didn't
2%
say
or
that.
90%, what do you think it's closer to? 2% or 90%?
I didn't say they were all. I didn't say they were all.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So
you
where?
have to
So
put that
I'm just
on.
trying to ballpark. Do you
I
think
said
2% or
I have
90%?
no fucking clue.
Oh, okay.
I have no fucking clue, right?
Okay.
In any case, right, the thing that was presented
Mhm.
is that they have all these tunnels, right? Let's say there's a whole beehive of tunnels that they somehow built, right?
Mhm,
They built all this beehive
Yep.
tunnels. Is the solution here to put the entire Gaza population underneath while they're
No, we're saying they
bombing?
should have
That's
built
what-
bomb shelters instead of tunnels. They
Yeah.
should have built bomb shelters
Just like
instead
a
of
couple,
tunnels.
just a few.
Like it's actually insane. Wait,
The
sorry,
shelters-
it's actually insane.
the tunnels act like bomb shelters any which way, right?
Well,
Like,
they don't
They're
use
not
them as
allowed
bomb
in tunnels.
shelters.
Wait. I'm so
But they
curious. Why
can't
weren't there
put
any
the
civilians in
entire
the? Why weren't there
population-
civilians in the tunnels
They can't
then?
put the entire population under there.
That
Don't
is
even
bad.
try that. Like, obviously, can't put the entire
trouble.
population under
Oh
there.
wait, how much of
And
the
how-
population?
how
How much of the
many
population was allowed to go
how
under the
many
tunnels
years did we
then?
do that? Like, is this supposed to be?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Anybody have an idea?
No, Stormwolf. No, Stormwolf. Is that a solution? That you would put the entire population under there, right? Or maybe
I would build bomb
how
shelter.
many people? You tell me. No, tell me, huh? Oh, okay.
I'm not saying I'm saying they should
no,
have built
okay,
tunnels.
no, I'll get you. No, no worries. I'll go.
Wick,
with
you
right?
did
Hey,
this by going to the
how
bathroom,
many,
by the way.
How many bomb shelters, right?
Immediately
fit the
I
entire
leave and they
population?
do this. Wow.
At least one.
They-
No,
Hey,
I
Let's
would
start
give
with.
them
How about we
so
start
much
with
credit.
one and let's start with one and we'll go from there.
Whatever. But, like, what does that mean, hon? Does a bomb shelter?
Well, okay,
stop
can I
you
explain?
from-
Wait,
stop
Prodigy,
an
can
invading army?
I just explain? There is no, so to be clear, the law of like why you, there's no reason why you're supposed to build bomb shelters, which you are if you're in a humanitarian crisis like this, or not in a war like this, is because you want to avoid human shields, because technically speaking, international law is supposed to balance a country's ability to do warfare and a protection of civilians. That's why Hamas has the responsibility for why civilians are getting bombed, because they made no effort to protect their civilians. If Hamas was able to get away with no responsibility
God,
for protecting
yeah.
their civilians,
That is
Israel will be
not-
unable to
There's-
conduct
there's-
warfare.
Piss in that
No,
cranberry juice
the
bottle.
attacker has responsibilities. No, it doesn't
Well-
matter if they're all in fucking huts.
The defender-
right?
the
If they
defender has
literally
responsibility
all
too. The
are
defender-
small huts,
wait,
that doesn't
the
mean you
defen-
can do
wait,
anything to them.
I'm sorry,
wait,
I'm sorry,
hold on,
I'll
wait.
stop.
The defender has a responsibility too. You acknowledge it. It's a war crime to allow your own civilian population to die and provide no cover for them. That is a war crime as well. Equally as much as attacking a population, you have an obligation to your civilian
I
population.
think it's, and by the way, I think
Hold on.
Israel wouldn't be responsible if a country
No,
fails to do it. The
no,
attacker
no,
isn't responsible if a country fails.
Stop for a second. Hold on. Destiny, even that's the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would say, okay, I'll take exactly what you said.
Cool.
Then Hamas would have committed a war crime,
Okay.
but then Israel would have done the war crime of bombing the civilians too. Correct?
Nope.
Right?
Bombing
Because the
civilians
war
doesn't
crime-
Oh my God, are we back
necessarily
on this shit?
bombing civilians
Correct.
doesn't necessarily constitute a war
Correct.
crime. You have to
Okay.
prove you have to prove that the
Yeah,
person was
but-
intentionally
no,
targeting
see-
civilians with the goal of killing
There's a
civilians, or they
solution.
were doing a proportionality assessment
wait,
to make sure that they
I'm sorry,
weren't
you-
killing
I-
civilians while they
someone-
were targeting military
I-
targets.
someone-
Yeah, okay.
I
Someone needs to
don't
go to
care about
Hamas.
Israel Palestine right now. Okay,
They
I want to
asked
give the
me.
mic to
Come on.
Kafka, who had some questions.
Yeah,
for me or
Kafka.
whatever.
Okay. First, if someone just go and tell Hamas they could build the bomb shelters above the tunnels, the people would still be human shields and the bomb shelters would be there. So everybody wins if they did that. But Wick, I'm going to extend an olive branch to you. What if we only ban the MAGA wing of the Republican Party for 10 years from office? What about that? What if we just say, hey, we're 10 years, let those old fuckers die off, get rid of the older MAGA people at the very least, give us 10 years
It's the younger ones that are the problem.
Well, sure, but we're still keeping it on for 10 years. We fix the system so when they come in,
No. And I'll tell you why.
not even that. You wouldn't do that.
No,
definitely
I am
not.
okay with limited targeted
I don't want it either.
prosecution of Trump, of maybe Vance, maybe Hegseth, maybe a couple.
Maybe
of
Hegseth?
people. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Hegseth,
That's
right?
insane.
Maybe.
Hegseth deserves
Right?
it.
We'd have to investigate to find out, right? I assume.
Yeah, what? I don't know. I saw that signal
Do you
chat. I
think we
don't know how
should
much more investigation we
investigate
need.
Hegseth? We should just charge him with whatever.
Yeah, he's
Yes,
guilty.
there's enough
He did
right
it.
now in the record to
Okay,
charge
well,
Hegseth.
we'll
crimes, yeah.
He did it.
Holy
I mean, we can investigate
beans.
him for more, but I mean, we've already got enough, in my opinion.
Do you know? Do you actually know that the DoD has to like implicitly
DOW?
agree with every? Sorry, my bad. The DOW has to implicitly agree with every single one of his memorandums without. They have to, or else that they lose their job.
Yeah,
Right?
he's been
Every single
purging
one of his
so many top
memorandums.
staff.
Yeah, I think that's
So many black
I
men,
don't think
black
that's
women,
illegal.
white women, other
No, it's not illegal, but
It's
it's
not illegal,
absolutely
so-
insane.
Well, I think
It's
it
not
is
illegal, but it's absolutely
absolutely
insane. He's
insane.
complicit.
It's
He's
incompetent.
absolutely complicit.
It's
to
malicious.
Trump.
I don't think it's chargeable. I don't think this is one of those things we can charge them with.
I
Let's
think being
make it something we
complicit
can
to Trump
charge
is
him with.
enough. I think it's conspiracy. I think it's racketeering, murder. It doesn't matter. It's everything. It's every single one of them. He's complicit to Trump. Just as I think that Kristi Noem should be charged with every single human rights violation that came
on,
out of ICE.
Wait, do you think it's a crime that they killed those people off the coast of Venezuela? Do you think that was a crime?
Probably.
Do you think Hegseth
absolutely.
at all could be
a crime.
implicated in that crime?
Probably, but we'd have to investigate it because one of the problems with it is they're not giving us any.
Investigate.
Hold on. Well, hold on.
War.
Stop. One of the problems is neither I nor you
I
know
know.
whether or not it was legal because they refuse to release their reasoning and the evidence. So we'd have to look.
Well, okay, Wick, how about things they've already investigated then? So
Ooh.
here.
I think it's okay to reopen those investigations that they already have on Trump and some of those other people. I think that's okay to do. But that's
so in
not
2028
what has been
here,
advocated for tonight.
Let's say Blue Wave 2028. Should whoever it is that wins,
Yeah,
bring
reopen
Trump
all
back
the
into court for all
investigations
those
against
old
Trump. I'm
cases in
okay with that.
2020.
I do it with my blessing. Hoorah!
But
right?
are you sure that's not going to make the Republicans feel worse and galvanize them more against you and all that shit?
Okay,
Oh
not
shit! It
to
might
the
galvanize
level
them.
banning 75% of them from office would.
Well, I don't know. They got really mad. Didn't you say that part of the reason why Trump won was because of the New York convictions the first time? Wouldn't convict them of
Yes,
even more crimes?
it
Yeah. So why
was.
should
And
we convict them of even more crimes?
Yeah. Okay. Because
And then the
again,
fake
context
fake
changes,
assassination.
Circumstances change as we go, and what Trump is doing right now, and the things that he is engaging right now, has made him far less popular. And so I think it's okay.
Oh
to
wait, so we
charge
can
him
only charge crimes
now.
based on how popular they are. Oh.
Hold on. When you talk about like what you could actually do, kind of yes.
Imagine
Kind
if
of, yeah.
imagine
Wait,
if
oh, wait,
Hitler
did- wait,
had
wait,
your
wait, didn't Wick
limitations.
make
He
the
would never
argument
the
earlier?
the great leader of Germany that he was if he
Wait,
had
wait.
all the same constraints that you're thinking of right now. You're such
And
a
he
cuck.
voted on how to off
Also,
himself.
didn't
okay?
Wick make the argument
Hitler
earlier about how
decided what to do with
prosecuting
Hitler.
people? Wait, Wick, didn't you make the argument earlier about how prosecuting Trump was what led to his popularity? So it doesn't matter if it's
That's what I
unpopular
just-
because it'll just make him more
Hold on,
popular.
no. You're doing this game, right? Where you aren't understanding the context of things.
Yeah, the
yes,
context.
different actions or the same action taken at different periods of time can lead to different results. If I jumped 3 feet now, I would just hit the wall. That'd be fine. But if I jumped 3 feet and there was a cliff, I would fucking die. You understand how different contexts can make the same action have different
Sure.
results. Yes, this is
But what's the
grade
difference
A,
here?
like
What's the
grade
difference
A
here then?
stuff.
Wait, don't
The
just use the
different
analogy. Explain how it's
context-
actually different.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Okay, the difference is the political realities on the ground. When Trump was in office in when Biden was in office, and everything was going to shit. We had all sorts of problems, right? And that was mostly due to COVID and the inflation and the things like that. And even though we did a lot of good recovery for that, right? We could not effectively use our political will because the people weren't behind us. And so trying in that environment to prosecute Trump was not viable. It didn't work.
Aren't
if those
Democrats on all-time low
circumstances
in favorability?
change,
So what-
Except
then
the
it will.
They ran out
the
of time.
Republicans don't.
A few of them.
The Republicans don't exist in a world of the political reality on the ground. They do not exist in a political reality that we can say, guys, we got to look at what's really going on right now. No, instead we have to look at whatever schizophrenic like shit they're believing from their news media and their top-down stuff. That's what we have to apparently deal with and like kind of read the bones over there to make sure we're not going to set them off too much. How about instead of that, we hold the people accountable, we hold accountable, have an actual system of law that we implement without worrying about what half of the insane country that we have are going to act and actually
Because
hold people
it
accountable.
won't
Why don't
work.
we do that?
How do we
Because
know
it
if we
won't
don't try?
work.
We got to try.
Why wouldn't it work if you actually get the guilty verdicts and they go to jail?
Yeah.
That's the logic Cenk
Yeah.
uses for why we should try left-wing
Why
populism,
wouldn't it
though,
work?
right?
Oh, of course.
Well, because
it
we've seen
would
that
work
tried
if
and it doesn't
worked.
work.
Yes, obviously,
True.
you're correct.
True.
You're correct, Dev. If it worked and they go to jail and get convicted, it would work. Yes, but my argument is,
We shouldn't even try.
again, if you try to do that with 75% of the Republican Party to bar them from ever holding office again, you are not going to win. And in fact, what you're going to do is you're going to feed an insurgent movement and showcase to the public that's going to think you're insane, right?
Or crush them
Wow,
well.
these guys are just as insane.
Wait, can I ask a big
You
question?
crush
Wait,
'em.
how do we make it so that there are more of you in the conservative movement? How can we get that to happen? How
I'm
can we
not
make
in the
it? How can we?
conservative
No.
movement.
But I'm asking, how do we get it so that when conservatives are thinking about doing crazy unhinged shit, they're having these panels where they're like, guys, if we start like doing all this crazy shit, Democrats are going to come back on us. They're going to get us. How do we make it so that more Republicans are thinking like that? Because they don't think about that at all, ever.
Absolutely.
Hey, well, hold on.
Tell them
You're
they're
having a whole
retarded,
civil war on the
honestly.
right now about whether or not like they should go the Fuentes route or the Shapiro route. Right? They're having a whole big
on, that's
argument
not
on the right.
talking about-
They're
right
having a
now.
whole big argument on whether or not they should stay with mega populism, which is borderline fascist, or go full neo-Nazi. Wow. Well, my bad. I guess they are having these debates, just in a different way. Thank you.
Yeah.
What-
So hold on, Kefka, right? I'm sorry,
Hello.
I'm a little confused. You had said a comment earlier. I just want to, so would you be in favor of creating a law? Let's say there's nothing we can charge Republicans for, right? Currently, right? Would you be in favor of creating a law now and then charging them in the past with that law?
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Whoa, that's a major
wouldn't have a
violation of
problem.
a Latin term that I don't remember the name of, but...
Okay, then
You wouldn't
impeach
have a-
all
that's-
the Supreme Court justices that don't agree with it. Put in ones that do, and then boom,
I mean, that's
have them
like
say it's fine.
within the Constitution. That like
That's
you-
all within the
and I-
Constitution.
No. What you just said is a specific violation of the Constitution. I also forget the Latin term.
Not
You can
according to
look
the
it up
Supreme
first.
Court that I'm going to put into place because
Um,
I control the Congress.
Modus
Whoa,
operandi.
countered.
Never
Countered.
backfire.
I can impeach any Supreme Court justice that disagrees with me, and then my president is going to go in and put people in place that agree with me. And then whenever any Republican brings it to court, the Supreme Court's going to go, no, actually, this doesn't apply to the Constitution here.
So the country you want to create, right, is one that puts laws
That
in
succeeds
place
in every way possible, yes.
Based.
It succeeds anyway. So like just a different sort of authoritarianism. All right, so you would put a law in place now, right, and say, hey, you group of people, you actually violated that law in the past. You didn't know it, but you did, right? And we'll put you in jail. And that's a country. That's the United States worth preserving. That's what you want.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
isn't the
that
14th
is worth
Amendment kind of
preserving
that
over
one?
living in the country that I'm in right now. If I was living in Biden's America and someone suggested this, I'd be like, that's insane. Where I'm living right now, I would way rather live in that than where I'm at right now. Yes.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
Trump's
those are the
America.
alternatives.
this
Also,
person-
quick question,
this
prime
whole
case,
audience
quick
members, in
question.
case you didn't know, this person actually wants to torch the Constitution. Like Destiny wasn't actually talking.
Bro, everything I said is within the Constitution, to be clear.
No,
As an
hold on.
attorney, I understand the Constitution.
Really? Name
Everything
the
I
whole
just said is within it.
Constitution right now.
Prime,
Huh?
you know, it's
Sorry,
better,
what'd you
it's
say,
better to
Destiny?
live in like a liberal authoritarian government than a MAGA one. Like it's just obvious.
Sorry, Destiny, what did you say before?
Wait, also, I think the 14th Amendment kind of applies retroactively too, technically, because it came in 1866 when it's ratified, and that's what that was cited oftentimes to prevent people from holding office for things they did in the Civil War. I understand the Civil War is not analogous completely, Wick, before you come at me. My point is, though, that like that was in sedition and conspiracy and like insurrection. We were able to say like, hey, you guys did this. The 14th Amendment just made more clear why they were able to be held underneath that. So I don't think I'm not a lawyer. I'm
It's act- hold on,
it's
I'll
own
find
undergrad,
it.
but yeah.
Right in the Constitution. Did you find a Destiny? There's a part within the Constitution that said, I don't know the
Which
the
part?
exact,
Yes, Article 2, Section 4. It literally authorizes the legislature to do post facto bill of attenders.
wasn't the original
Article 2
Nuremberg
is the
trials
president.
done after anyway, right? Like that was the
Yeah,
original
well, I guess-
thing. That's the
Yeah,
whole
wait,
thing.
also 'cause-
Is that they went
yeah.
back.
Sorry.
So like, why are we questioning
That's-
whether or not we can or can't? Because like that's
Well, the
we already
hypothetical is that there's
established that
like
that's
if there
something.
the hypothetical is that like let's say there's some actions they've done that we can't charge under any law, and I'm saying we'll just let the Congress make up a law that we can charge them under, and then whenever they try to come in and say, oh no, you can't charge me under this, we just have the Supreme Court say yes they can. What happens then? How would the Republicans get out of this debacle without? I mean, maybe with trans people, I don't know, but I can't think of one.
It'd be so easy. We just make 50,000 EOs, and then we
Sorry.
use them to charge everyone, right? Because I mean, that's what
national
EOs
judges
are for.
EOs, by the way.
I would
Okay,
rather
yeah,
do
hold
that
on,
than
hold
live
on,
in a
hold on,
world
hold
where
on.
MAGA people
Hold on,
have
yeah,
access to
hold on.
political power.
Please,
Yes.
Please. Pondering Politics wants to know whether or not Destiny and Dev specifically support Democrats expanding the Supreme Court with sympathetic justices before they do these investigations, prosecutions, etc., to maximize the chance.
Impeach and replace is better than packing, but go ahead.
I mean,
I think there are strong arguments to expand the Supreme Court. I think we should have enough to have at least 2 justices per each circuit. And I think that packing the court is just a horrible crime, and I don't think you should ever have to do that. But unfortunately, if we're going to expand the court, I guess those first 10 picks would all be liberal ones, which just, it's unfortunate. But after that,
You
every
should
president will
expand
get 2
the court.
picks.
I think it's probably 1 per circuit, but yeah.
One? No, make it 2 per circuit. Why not? Fuck it.
Just to be clear, you both would
Why don't we
support
just
this?
deny them? Why don't we just deny them Supreme Court picks like we did in the past and just keep installing our own? That's what we just keep. What's the Republicans did? They've set this precedent, right? Like this is the issue. Like I think this is the issue that like Destiny keeps raising up. And I've seen him raise it up before on like Pierce and stuff. We're just constantly held to a different standard. Republicans break the law and they're extended as much grace as they want, and then Democrats are like, well, we can't pack the courts. We can't do this. We can't do that. Why? Like Republicans need to be held
Republicans are
accountable.
losing and we are winning. That's the reason.
What they
Sure,
they just
but
won the
every
last
country-
election.
federal government.
They won the last election. They have 5
Trump
Supreme Court
is just-
justices.
Oh, no, they lost the last election, November 4th, 2025.
They did lose that one.
They got shellacked.
Where
at a
is
level
this?
that we haven't seen?
Where is
in a
Stormwolf?
long,
Where do you
long
live?
time.
Where are you from?
A
Where is this
district
guy?
that haven't elected
I'm from
a
Jersey.
Democrat
I'm from
in a
Jersey.
hundred
You're from Jersey?
years.
Wick said it was India.
If
A
Stormwolf,
fucking
if
century.
this guy right
Walk,
here,
not
there
from
is at least
India.
one person on this panel that ICE could literally walk up to and demand their papers if he was doing
Wait,
the
no,
wrong
so
job.
at my school.
That's
I'm
where
at a
we're at
school
right
that
now.
had, like,
That's
a
where we're at
huge
right
case.
now.
I'm at.
Thank
I
God
wanna say
he's
my school-
pro-Israel.
I'm at a school. Wait. I'm at a school that had a huge case of like someone getting detained by ICE. I have to carry my global entry card with me at all times just in case because ICE is on our campus yesterday. Like this is
That
a
is
real
so
fear for me.
fucked up.
Well, like it's fine because I'm a citizen, but it's a real fear for me that I could just be detained randomly.
mean, it's
right?
fine.
Trump,
That's
it
not
doesn't matter that
They
Trump
just
will
said
be
it's
will
not
win
fine.
in 2020.
Fine. That's the problem. It's
not
not fucking
fine.
fine.
Sarah was
No.
great.
I
Not
come from a rich.
fucking
I
fine.
come from a rich family. I come from a rich
This is
family.
friendly
I'll be
fire
fine.
gang.
So I come from
Yeah,
an
but
upper
he's
middle class
saying it's
family, as Dustin was saying
fine,
earlier
that you might
today.
No, he agrees
Hey,
it's the problem. No, he agrees it's the problem. He does agree it's the
Well,
problem.
my point is-
He's
well, my
saying it's
point-
fine,
my
it
point
will
is-
survive.
Because I also come
We're like,
from-
oh no, it's
I
fine.
come
I'm a
from-
citizen. No, it's not fucking
Well, no,
fine.
I
No.
We understand.
I
that.
agree it's not
Everyone
fine.
agrees.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Well, let him
Okay.
finish his point.
What I'm
Let him
saying
finish
is-
his point.
What I'm saying is,
Sorry.
what I'm saying
Sorry.
is,
Go ahead.
yes, we won the last election. The issue is that we lost the presidential election, and Trump is destroying this country. The reason I say I'm fine is only by virtue of the fact that I'm from. Well, Jesse was making this joke earlier about being an upper middle class. I'm from a rich family. I'm from a rich town. This was like earlier in his stream.
If
But,
you're
like,
from
my point is,
prove it right now by donating a bunch of money to me. Go ahead, prove it.
Look,
That's true.
Wick,
My
you
point
said it
is-
right though.
my
We
point
won the last election, and it might
I
be the
support
last
it.
election we
I
have.
support it.
So who
Yeah,
cares
exactly.
about
I
anything
don't know
forward?
midterms. They're trying to gerrymander midterms. That's why I like Gavin Newsom. I don't know if he's like the candidate I want the most in terms of policy perspective, but he's the only one who understands that if Republicans are going to play like this, then we better spit it right back in their face and show them, fuck no, get out of here. If you want to gerrymander,
We're
we'll
losing.
gerrymander.
They are losing because they're playing like this. They are losing because they're playing this explicitly. Because
No, they're
doing
losing
this.
because the economy's still bad
Republicans
because
are
Trump's
turning
tariffs are
against them
awful.
and
But
taking
Trump
them
is
out
just
of
trying to
office.
rig elections.
And you wanna
Wait, what
do
about
the
the
exact
SAVAC?
same thing
How much you know about
that's
the
making
SAVAC?
them lose.
How much you know
Did
about
you
the
know that
SAVAC?
2 different
How
things
much
are
you know
the
about the SAVAC?
exact same thing? Did you know that? I didn't know that.
I'm gonna.
I
Wait,
was on
also,
a Wick
did you
panel
know
today.
Trump is
gonna-
torching an election verification
no more.
committee? He started this at the beginning of his term. He literally already went and tried to destroy an election verification committee because he wants to like be able to control the outcome of elections more, or at least stop like wants to be able to claim rigged elections more so he could start doing it. Because at least then the election verification committee he could use, it was an independent committee, he started torching their power. He passed the SAVE Act to limit who all can vote. They're doing gerrymandering. They're already making encroachments on voting rights.
Wait,
They
do
are
you
going to do
understand
everything
how
in their-
this is going to be dummy mandering? They're going to try to gerrymander these things, but after the last election, and
Notice how you only look at the
they are
one thing, not the
realizing-
broader
hold
point
on,
I'm
there's a
talking about.
realizing
You focus on
Kentucky
one
first. I'll
specific
give you
thing,
an
not the broader
example.
point.
Kentucky, immediately after November 4th election, they dropped their bid to gerrymander because they realized this gerrymandering shit was going to be a dummy mander, right? Where they're going to actually lose seats because they watered down their margins by a lot.
He's living
So
out.
They can try, but they're
He's
going
I'm
living
glad
out
you
right
focused on the
now.
gerrymander thing. There was two other things I mentioned, which is supposed to be a broader point of how the elections are at risk. Winning elections isn't enough. You can't just focus on one gerrymandering point. My
I
point
would
is
say,
that
I would say that if
they're
you're gonna,
making
if we're
several
gonna like legitimately worry about this, we'd have to wait until like you would need like some kind of like Republican election official to buy up like all fucking Dominion or something before this is a huge problem. I think.
Oh wait.
Oh wait.
Destiny.
Wait.
Yeah.
Destiny, someone did that.
No way, really? That would be crazy. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Again,
Yeah, well, that would be insane.
That would be pretty
If only
crazy.
someone did that.
in a situation where we can prove that they have rigged and actually rigged an election, then my advocacy changes.
Wait a minute.
Elon Musk,
I wish there
Starlink.
was a
We'd have
time
to
they
run
ever
a
did
trial
that.
to do that, right? We would have to go through the process to do that, to figure out if we can actually, if we have enough evidence, right? Like,
Yeah,
To be
obviously.
clear,
we'd have to
I don't
go
know
through
how
the process to do
I
it.
don't know how obvious
okay,
it is they're going to
but
rig
hold on,
elections.
but we might lose that trial though. If
Wait.
we lost that, then that'd be a problem.
Well, I
Right,
mean,
Rick?
one second. I don't know if we need that trial because Donald Trump pardoned every single J6 false elector.
True.
So it seems like he really thinks that there was a possibility or some kind of time that they could have been charged and convicted of something. So it sure does seem like the people that tried it do think that they did do that. But maybe I don't know. Maybe there's some
Hold
context. I'm
on,
not
Wick
seeing.
just his mind just went off. Go ahead, Wick. Hit him up with it. I know what you want to say. Do it.
Oh, I'll let you go.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
Wick, just out of curiosity, when it comes time, what are you going to be writing on your bullet casings?
I'm gonna write. I'll write. I don't know.
Stop.
Liberal
We're
forever.
posting too
Okay.
close.
Hard R liberals. Stuff like that.
Hard
Should
R
put
liberals.
anti-ice.
Hard R liberals. Yeah. Okay,
Anti-ice
gang.
is the best.
It's been a peach. It's been fun.
Thanks for letting
I'm
me on.
tired. Okay. You guys,
Who's
this has
getting
been a
impeached?
what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 1, and I've come out winning. Okay, as I always do. Thank you all for coming to my show today. I do appreciate you all for being here. We're gonna have more of these conversations in the future. Trump's gonna do more insane shit, and it's very important that we stop him effectively. I think my way is more effective. That's it. Okay, thank you again. I'll see you guys later. Wait, bye-bye,
E-Court
everyone.
tomorrow, 12 o'clock.
It was
Come to
great
the
meeting
Zip
you,
stream.
Destiny. Huge fan.
Later
Bye,
on.
everybody. I love you.
Be
Bye.
careful, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Destiny.
You too.
Hey, Destiny.
That's my
Destiny.
name.
Oh
What?
no. Oh
You
fucking
support
no.
war crimes. I just wanted to put that out there. Like,
Okay, I'll let you guys have.
Ooh.
Like, I think you're
Fuck.
Wait, is your favorite government? Is your favorite government on the list? Is it the Houthis? Is it Hamas? Or was it the Syrian Assad regime? Which one? If you had to choose your favorite one, what do you think? What's the one that you celebrate the most? Where you're like the most based?
The Houthis are pretty cool.
Yeah?
The Houthis are pretty cool.
You really think
They're
so?
pretty
Yeah, are they?
cool.
Are they?
I guess that
Yeah,
tracks. I guess because
pretty
like minorities in the U.S. kind of
fucking
hate gay
cool.
people too. So
Wait, I'm sorry. Don't they do
Based, true.
child
Based.
like in
Based.
soldiers there?
Based.
Isn't that bigger
Based.
war crime than anything Israel?
Yeah, the Houthis.
Hey,
And,
we unclassified them as terrorists at some point so that we could give humanitarian aid. So yeah, I guess they are pretty cool, right?
based.
I mean, like
I like
the-
One
the-
Piece.
The U.S. Yeah, the U.S. is also just classified. Was it that gang in Venezuela as a terrorist, so as an excuse to start a war with them, right? So like whatever, right? I don't. Who cares if there's a
Wait, do you acknowledge the Houthis
designation,
do
right?
terrorist attacks?
Just-
No.
You acknowledge they do
Yeah.
terrorist attacks, right?
Just make-
Terrorism?
The
No.
Houthis,
They
the
can't do
Houthis have
terrorism.
never done anything to war.
Yeah,
That's
the
only the
Israel-
United
wait,
States.
wait,
That's only the
idea.
U.S. that
Wait,
does
Wait, no,
terrorism.
prime
Yeah,
case,
for
prime
terror.
case.
And
You
yeah,
acknowledge
for
the Houthis have attacked
Exactly.
like ships just coming
I
from
agree.
India or
No,
China,
they
right?
They absolutely have, right?
And that's why they're
America
based,
has
right?
slaughtered- I would agree. America has
America
slaughtered
targeted civilians?
I
Yes.
Like targeted civilians.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
yeah, we
ones
have
in
in
the
this
boat,
administration.
in the middle of the ocean.
Sorry, I mean, have any other administration other than Trump, who we all agree is like awful, has any other administration targeted civilians the way that like the Houthis?
We killed a lot of we targeted civilians.
Wait, killing civilians is not the same as targeting civilians. Where one side's engaging in guerrilla warfare. What are you talking about?
No, I said targeted civilians. Actually, yeah, we went to villages and we cleared them out to get the
Wait, do you know why we did that? Wait, do you know why we did that?
Hold on, does it matter? Does it matter?
Yes, because they were engaging in guerrilla warfare. It's actually really similar because we didn't know who was a combatant. The Vietnamese were using civilians as shields and were pretending to be civilians.
It matters, huh? Yeah, they're pretending. Oh, yes. And so that means you have to slaughter every man, woman, and child there. Yeah,
no, but what it means is you can't pretend to be civilians.
You're just like Destiny. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I am. Because Destiny's right about this stuff.
So we gotta be sure. We gotta be sure, right? And so we should firebomb.
Wait, how do we be sure? Wait. Sorry. You're right. Can I ask you a question? If I go into a village,
no.
If I go into a village, how do I know who's a combatant if they're all dressed up as civilians?
Yeah, by slaughtering them. By slaughtering them. That's how you.
One second.
Right?
Real quick.
Hey.
Please.
No.
1 second.
No.
I gotta head out. It was great talking to everybody and meeting y'all. E-Court tomorrow. Come to Zip stream at 12 o'clock. Hope everybody's there. Connor's going to be there. Y'all have a good one. Also, ban appeals are going to be at 11:15 right before it. Love y'all. Destiny, it's great talking to you. Everybody else, bye.
Wow, me rude.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
So all I was gonna say is like if I go into an area where militants are dressed up as civilians and any of them can just turn around and shoot me at any point, how am I supposed to deal with that situation?
Shoot them back.
How I'm going to ask you something. How are you not supposed to deal with that situation?
Oh, got you. He got you.
No,
you're right.
That's a serious
I would say that you. I don't know. It's a tough situation. I would say you like the thing is it's kind of hard to like. What do you mean? Like how would I not deal with that situation?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like
what
there's
is
like the only things you don't do. I wouldn't nuke the village. Like that's like the claim would probably rely on you because
would you
and the things I can't do.
Would you kill everyone?
Wait.
Just in case.
What?
Would you kill everyone in the village just in case?
I don't know if I'd say it's like the best way to do it. I also wouldn't say it's the worst way to do it either.
Okay.
You can do things that aren't like objectively awful.
So you're saying that's in the realm of possibility. Hey, if you kill everyone in the village, right? That's like within.
I would probably need more context. I'm saying I would probably avoid killing kids. I would probably avoid killing kids. Yes.
All right. Okay. So the Russians
probably.
Right.
Not definitely, by the way.
They invade New Jersey, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on the context. They're using like child soldiers. It's a bit more complicated.
You have to Wick, right? So we don't know if he's an actual rich kid, but
yeah, true. I'm not rich.
I'm just messing with you there. But they come to your house, right? And into your city, but they don't know who are American combatants, right? Some American soldiers have mixed into the population, and so you'd say,
well, I would say the American soldiers shouldn't be doing that because that puts a target.
It would take
the American.
You would say, hey, okay, what about this? Hey, what about this?
You would say, hey, the American soldiers shouldn't be dressing up civilians because that puts a target on every civilian's back.
Stormwolf. Would you say, hey, we will take just every person of fighting age, right? Fighting age meaning like 15 and up, right? And we'll every man and lamb against the wall and shoot them, right? That would
this question is not that complicated. This question is not that complicated.
This question is now. Oh, now.
Well, if you let me answer, if you let me answer, sure. What I'll say is the Russians probably would be using a little bit too much force, but I would probably put primarily the blame on the Americans who are dressing up as civilians because you're not supposed to dress up as civilians if you're a militant.
What difference? Oh, no, guy. Sorry, stop trying to shift the blame. We're talking about the attackers.
I'm not.
Right?
That was where the blame would lie.
No, the Americans are the attackers, the defenders in this case. Obviously, follow the hypothetical.
It doesn't matter. Defenders have responsibilities in international law.
Both sides have responsibilities.
Defenders have.
Both sides have responsibilities, correct?
Yeah, sure, but in a situation where the defenders have caused the situation, the defenders would probably take the brunt of the blame.
Do attackers have responsibilities?
What do you think the responsibilities of the attack? Wait. Hold on, wait. What do you think the attacker responsibilities are?
Not to needlessly slaughter civilians.
Wait, not to needlessly? What does that mean?
Responsibilities.
What does that mean?
Be clear, the situation is
America. Stop. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean to not needlessly slaughter civilians? What does that mean?
Sure, right? When there is a possibility of one militant, right, or a military target within a crowd, right, of 100 people, not to drop a bomb to kill that one individual.
Okay, I mean, you could argue if it's a military commander, maybe, but so then some civilian death is allowed in the rules of war, right? Even if you know you're going to kill civilians by bombing a target,
obviously.
right? Okay.
Yes,
So what is our
obviously.
strongest point of evidence that we feel like Israel is not engaging in proportionality or distinction when it comes to targeting enemy combatants in Gaza?
It would be dropping 2,000 pound bombs in the middle of refugee camps that were designated as safe zones, right? Filled with tents of individuals, right? And
They dropped a 2,000-pound bomb in the middle of a tented area. How many people were killed by it?
Is he
2,000.
referencing Rafah?
No.
If you're referencing Rafah,
Wait. He dropped a 2,000. So is there an attack? This killed what? 1,000 people? 10,000 people? There were 1 million people in the tented area south of Rafah before they did that. So they were dropping bombs that were killing 10,000, 1,000, thousands in a single strike, or
dozens, sometimes 100. Like
Wait.
in a strike just
Wait,
the other
2,000
day.
pound
Does it
bomb?
sound? Does it sound? Does it
100
sound?
people died in that strike. So I don't like there was a certain
A 2,000
number,
pound
right? And
bomb?
In the middle of a tent city, a 2,000-pound bomb only killed 100 people?
Sorry, hold on. I don't have a specific incident with a casualty report right at hand, right? But I can, if you want to sit down and go over those different casualty reports for those different attacks, we can do that, right?
Okay,
we
find
have, casualty reports with large numbers. But,
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find one.
It just seems weird.
disproportionate-
It just seems weird that there have been so many bombs. I'm pretty sure there have been more bombs dropped than people killed. It seems weird that they're not doing any kind of distinction if that's the case. It seems like they could have killed way more people. Why they waste so many bombs?
The analysis showed that we've dropped. Sorry, not we. Well, I guess.
Wait, no, this isn't the point. Wait. To be clear, I don't care how many total bombs we dropped.
Sorry, Stormwolf. Sorry, shut up. Look in terms of bombs, right? They've dropped enough bombs to equal 6 Hiroshimas. 6 Hiroshima.
This is exactly what I preempted. I don't care the total bomb.
I care. You said 6 Hiroshimas, right? Okay, how many people died in the Hiroshima bombing? Atomic bomb in Hiroshima killed about 140,000 people. The immediate blast killed 78,000 people. You said they've dropped 6 Hiroshimas worth of bombs, and they've killed about 1 Hiroshima's worth of people. How is that possible?
Because they've killed a lot more. They've killed a lot more. We don't actually have the full numbers.
So you think they've killed more than... Wait. You think they killed 6 Hiroshimas? Also, all of Gaza is far more densely populated than Hiroshima as well, right? So you think they've killed, what, twice as many as the reported figures? 3 times as many? 4 times as many?
I have no idea.
If you have no idea, then how could you possibly have an opinion? How could you possibly have an opinion if you have no idea?
I'm not going to make a wild statement that I don't have evidence for. Right?
Okay, that's fine, and I respect that. But wait, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
How many people died?
I'm not asking you how many. I'm not asking you how many people died.
You want me to make a wild guess? I can do that.
I'm asking you how you justify that you think that they're not distinguishing between enemy combatants and civilians. And you gave the example of how many bombs they've dropped and ostensibly, I guess, how many people they've killed. I'm asking, well, how many people are actually dead? And you're like, well, I have no idea. But if you have no idea, it seems like they would heavily inform that answer.
Within the safe zones, we have Israel established safe zones. They said, hey, go to these places, right? And you
Which is, by the way, not the responsibility, by the way.
Sorry, what?
So, wait, hold on, stop. He's talking about you. Hold on. I think Israel had only ever agreed to a singular safe zone. I think it was around the time of the evacuation of Rafah. Okay? Just to be clear, you acknowledge that Hamas has never agreed with Israel mutually to a safe zone ever, and that they've failed their obligations to their civilian population by failing to do that, right?
What difference would that make if they agreed to it?
Well, you just said there's safe zones, and only one has been officially established.
I'm asking you.
There were 2 bullets.
That Hamas has never taken care to agree with Israel about a civilian safe zone. They've never done that.
I don't know if that's the case, but I don't know why it would matter.
Because because it would be a war crime. You have an obligation to your civilian population to do what you can to take care of them during times of war. And 2,
Hamas has committed war crimes.
Okay, but 2, it would also, the goal of that would be to facilitate more civilian death, right?
Sorry, the goal of what?
The goal of not saying, we agree that this area is off limits for bombing. We agree that we're not going to, conduct warfare from this area. That you would do this to protect your civilians. The only reason you wouldn't do this is because you hope to induce more civilian death or to fight from civilian areas. No?
Maybe not. No, I don't know what.
Give me another conceivable reason.
If that's the case, hold on. If it's the case that Hamas never agreed to a safe zone, I don't know if that's the case, right? I know you're a liar, so I don't know if that's the case.
I'm not.
But if that's the case, that wouldn't necessarily mean that the reason would be to facilitate more deaths. There could be other reasons.
Name one. What could another reason be?
I have no idea.
How the fuck can you have
Wait,
such
wait,
strong
wait,
opinions?
don't make
Wait,
that
stop,
claim.
stop, wait.
You're putting out-
How can you
you're
have
putting
such
out-
strong
you're putting
opinions
out
about
this
this topic
criteria,
and not have
right?
any
And I
idea
have-
about
and,
any?
like, well, justify my criteria. I have no idea. I don't know how.
Then why do you care? Then why pretend to have strong opinions?
I
Then
have
wait,
no
then,
clue if it's the
then
case.
why pretend to have strong opinions on it if you have no idea about it? Then who cares? Just talk about something else.
Hold on.
Like, come on.
Why
Okay, so-
have strong opinions on a number of deaths there? No, I can have strong opinions.
I've got a question
right?
for you about
Without
this.
having
Prime,
the-
You don't know-
I got a Prime. So here's my question. Okay, so I looked it up real quick. 67,000 is the official total since October 7th in Gaza. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, how many more do you think there are beyond 67,000?
He said he didn't know. He has
Additional
no clue.
5,000, 20,000, 100,000?
Wait.
What are you thinking here?
Sure. Let's. Hey, no, I'll pull.
600,000.
Yeah, I'll put a number up my ass. Yeah, 500,000. Let's say 500,000.
That's insane.
What is
by
this
the
based
way.
off
Why,
of?
though?
What is this based off of?
Nothing.
Also, a quarter of the
Nothing, which is
population
why
is
I wasn't
dead.
doing it
Wait, so a
before,
quarter of the
because they don't
population
have
would be dead if we have
nothing.
no
Hold on.
idea?
Hold on. Yes, I have.
Why are
no
you just
idea
making up
because the
numbers,
bodies
bro?
haven't been
Like-
counted. Because the bodies haven't been counted. So you're
At least
saying,
other
like,
pro-Palestinian sports
hey,
have the
oh my God.
audacity to like the Lancet study. You're just making shit up because you haven't researched it.
Hold on, no. Hold on. I'm saying I don't know if those numbers are accurate. Those are an estimation, right? I can use those estimations.
But based on
Like,
what?
I've heard
Based on what?
200,000. Based on the studies. Yeah, based on 200,000.
What
But I'm
study?
saying- But we have multiple. There have been.
So we have the
estimations
Lancet study,
as
which has
those-
been
hold on,
widely
hold on.
debunked by every other
Hold-
person in
hold
the
on,
field.
hold on,
What
hold
study
on,
are you
hold on,
referencing?
Hold on. I'm not referencing. Hold on. My guy, Stormwolf. I need you to shut up and listen for a second, right? Because you're trying to make a point here, but then you're just running over me. So hey, listen.
You're saying they're not being counted,
I'm
right?
not
That the
putting-
bodies
hold
aren't
on
being
one second.
they
I'm
haven't been
not-
counted yet?
hold on, sorry, shut up. I will answer your question in a second. Okay. Hey, I'm being asked. Hey, come up with a number. I'm saying no. I don't want to come up with a number because I won't have anything to base that on, right? And then you're saying, hey, there are other studies here, right? Why don't you base it on that study, right? Like the Lancet study. But then you immediately say, well, the Lancet study has already been
Wait,
debunked.
no, I said
so you wouldn't want to base it on that
I didn't say
either,
you should
right?
base up the Lancet. I said at least other people have the audacity to have researched their lies and then say the Lancet. My point was you
So,
don't
hold
even
on.
research it. You have no way of proving these numbers.
I'm not. Okay, so I'm not lying. Okay. Hey, how?
Then you're
how
just
did that-
wrong.
how did- one second. Hold on. 1 second. How did they come up with the number? The official number. How did they come up with that number?
So the Gaza Health Ministry has a pretty good track record of being correct in these things. I believe they just count bodies based on reported deaths and stuff like that. I think they've had to revise numbers a couple times because of different like more information that comes out. But the Gaza Health Ministry is an on the ground, I believe, ministry that's like looking at the deaths. They've been fairly accurate. We have no reason to distrust their numbers because they've never really had inaccurate numbers in the past. But all of a sudden, the Gaza Health Ministry,
hold on.
which
But
by
hold
the way
on.
is run by Hamas, so it's a massive incentive to
Run by
overestimate
Hamas.
deaths.
Oh, no,
It's
yeah, yeah.
so
Hold on.
underrated.
Hey, hold on. So no. Hey, hold on. No, I'm not going to answer anyone's question. I'm going to do one at a time. All right.
Okay.
I got Destiny here, so it's going to be a problem if everyone jumps in at once. So, Stormwolf, right? I'm asking like the logistics of it all. Like, how do they actually count them?
I don't know their exact methodology, to be honest.
okay,
I
no,
would
no,
have
no,
to.
I'll tell you, that's okay.
I would imagine. I would imagine because I
on.
have some understanding how this works. Wait, I wasn't done. I would imagine what they're doing is they're basing off reports, based on dead bodies found, based on the ground estimations, based on missing people's reports, and kind of gauging it from there.
I'll
So
tell you.
I would imagine
No,
that's
I'll
being
tell you.
factored in. The
I'll tell
Lancet
you.
study does not do
Stormwolf,
any of this.
This is not the gotcha. This is not the gotcha. Right? Calm down, Stormwolf.
I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I'm trying to answer your question.
I know. I'm saying I don't have a gotcha for you, so calm down.
I know, but I'm
Anyway.
answering your question because you asked like how do they do it. I'm giving you my rough estimation.
Okay, and I've heard you because you just repeated what you said previously. Anyway, Trey, it's fine. Stormwolf, I actually like you. Okay, all right. We're getting loud, but
Thank
I
you.
actually like you. I'll put that out there. Okay, so they count them to the hospitals. People bring bodies in. Right? They bring
What
bodies
hospitals?
in. The shelves of hospitals, the shelves of medical facilities are left after Israel's bombed those hospitals. But from those medical facilities, they bring in family members or whoever, right? Emergency workers bring in bodies, and then they decide if they're going to count. Not all bodies count, right? So if you died from other reasons, right? Even if they're war related, if you haven't died from an actual like a bullet or a bomb or something, they won't actually count those individuals, right? And so
But that's not true.
there's
Wait, so that's not true. Wait,
Hold on,
that's just not true. That's not true. Because
Yes,
that's
it
not how
is.
a health
Yes,
industry
it is.
works.
We
Because
have-
they're not
we
counting
have-
cause of death. They're just doing death. They're just saying this is how many people have
you're
died.
incorrect on this. We have doctors who've come, like American doctors who come from Doctors Without Borders. They've given testimony, talked about exactly the way they do this, right? There are many bodies that come through aren't counted, but even then, But even then, there's still a problem because those bodies still have.
Why would you
to
take a
arrive.
body to a hospital?
Well,
Why would you take a dead body to a hospital in the first place?
Good question. Good question. Good question. Right? Why would you?
Well,
take
then
a dead body
the
to a
Gaza health
hospital?
ministry isn't counting basic.
Listen.
Were
Calm
they taking like
down.
arms and legs?
Stormo, breathe. Stormo, breathe. I got you. So I'm trying to explain this. So they take. Oftentimes there are individuals who come to the hospital and they're hurt and then they die, right? But then sometimes people are bringing bodies to the hospital or want to take care of those bodies, like in terms of a burial, right? Like that's where you would do that. However, there are individuals, one, who are underneath the rubble and who can't be extricated. Those people aren't counted. Two, there are bodies that are so mangled that, just like whoever said that just intimated, they don't even bother. There are people who died, blown to pieces. Their families don't bother taking them, and they don't count, right? And then
So
I think you're just making shit up. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not making. Sorry, why would I be making?
I think you're just
making shit up?
Yeah, because you're like telling this fantastical story about like bodies.
Explain what I just made up.
First Google search. First Google search.
So wait,
You
here's
said
real
that
quick
it's only
before we do
hospitals.
this.
That's not
Wait,
true.
so here,
There's
real quick. Just so the way that they count bodies is a combination of people bringing bodies in, directly reported deaths that come from news articles, but they will also use, like, if families are reporting people missing after some period of time, they'll count those people's dead too. That's how they did it with 2014 and Protective Edge. I'm pretty sure that same practice carries through to today. There probably are some deaths that aren't counted, but that's probably on the scale of thousands, not on the scale of tens of thousands, certainly on the scales of hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. That's why I would say there's an online record that they pull numbers from. There's an online record that families can report dead bodies on that they will then use.
I just want to ask a question, Prime. Do you think that the death count that we have been provided, what is it? I think it's 60-something thousand right now.
67,000, yeah.
67,000, the official death count. Do you think that's all civilians?
No, they're probably actually Hamas fighters in there. Yeah.
So you recognize that Hamas does not publish their civilian death count, or their fighter death count?
Civilian death count.
No, their fighter death count. They don't tell you how many of their fighters have been killed.
Yeah, that's probably the case. Yeah.
That's probably the case.
Yeah, I haven't heard of. I'm saying I haven't heard of a fighter death count myself. Specifically from Hamas.
Okay, does it maybe bother you a little bit that they hide these numbers? Does that not give you any thought whatsoever? Why do you think they do that? Why don't they tell people how many of their fighters have died?
It could be for propaganda purposes, right? Like you would want to make it look as many civilians died in that situation within this war, right? It would be to their advantage.
So one of the things that people often like to lean on when they make all these claims about how it's a genocide and Israel is targeting civilians is they lean on the witness accounts of the people who have said, oh, they struck this area and there's no Hamas here. Do you believe those accounts? Do you think that that's what's happening? It seems like you think Israel is just wantonly targeting civilians for no reason because that they want to kill all Palestinians or something because they're an evil mustache-twirling villain.
Some accounts are credible, some accounts aren't. As in within any battlefield.
Okay, what if I were to show you evidence that Hamas instructs their civilians to not ever talk about whether or not they saw fighters nearby a strike, or to not ever talk about whether or not there were people, whether or not people were firing stuff off from the at any part of a populated area with civilians, because they do that. Right. And I very much doubt that Gazan civilians are going to say.
You kind of, could you condense that? What are they saying?
Okay, what if I were to show you evidence that Hamas basically forces their civilians to not tell anybody that there were Hamas nearby at the site of a strike, and to just say that it was all innocent civilians that died? Because that's what they do.
I would say, one, Hamas doesn't have complete control of the civilian population. I would say, two, we do have third-party observers on the ground. So
that would be subject to Hamas.
There'll be some credible points and some.
They are subject to Hamas, by the way.
Subjects of Hamas. Yes, I'm a subject.
You're not subject of. They're subject
there are literally reporters who have gone to Gaza, and then
I'm a subject of Donald Trump, right? And yet,
no, there are reporters who have gone to fucking Gaza and who have said, and then who have come back and said, we weren't allowed to say this, or that because that Hamas
Yes.
wouldn't let us.
Yes, governments put
They don't
restrictions
have a
on-
free press.
I didn't say they did. I'm not even saying they did. They do. But governments put restrictions on individuals. That doesn't mean that that doesn't automatically mean that all information coming from that area is now untrustworthy. That within that area there is no either individuals who will tell the truth or those who are third-party outsiders who will do it any which way.
I'm just gonna say this: we've been having this conversation, and there's not been and Prime's point is there's genocide going on. There's not been a single positive argument from Prime other than they targeted refugee camps, which safe zone, sorry, that he couldn't back up. He's had one positive account that has not been.
You realize that you can pay money to get on that thing and then vote in favor of it being a genocide, right? That International Association of Genocide Scholars. You realize that, right?
We have a whole list of third-party organizations. Take your pick, right?
Yeah, and they're all using the same bullshit evidence, the same out of context quotes that were in the South Africa genocide case.
I know.
And
only Israel. I get it.
No, I'm not saying Israel's never done any war crimes. I'm just saying you don't have enough evidence.
So they've done some.
That's called an appeal to authority. You haven't argued the actual facts. You're just saying, look, these people said
you haven't read any of
tell me the evidence.
If you had your chance, you had your chance. You're beautiful. I love you, but you had your chance. Sorry, what did you want?
I know.
Sorry, blue lady. Sorry,
Helinda.
Lady. Helinda, sorry, I'm sorry, Helinda.
Yeah. Also, Ukraine is based, Slava Ukraini, etc. Listen, no, all of those reports are based on the same shit. Even the recent UN report that came out, it's all the same crap. It's all the same 500 trucks and like the quotes that are out of context. They're all just talking about Hamas.
They have extensive. They've written extensive reports, gathering evidence on the ground. These aren't like just.
Yeah, they've talked to people on the ground who told them there were no Hamas here. Because if they do tell them there were Hamas there, then Hamas is going to come and fucking kill them.
Okay, you say this, but like we have extensive reports from outside observers, who've gone. Who reported back, right?
You really don't get it. You just want to pretend that Hamas doesn't exist so that Israel can be a
I'm not saying Hamas exists. I don't say that they're good guys, right? I'm not saying that these
the Houthis are though. Just to be clear, you think the Houthis are
sort of coercive pressure being put on civilians to exaggerate. All that could be true, and Israel could be doing a war crime.
Wait, can I put some positive arguments why I don't think? Wait, can I put some positive arguments why Israel isn't committing a genocide? I think there's a couple things I like to reference to talk about this. First of all, I don't think it's true that an attacker has any obligation to facilitate aid. Even though Israel has blocked aid, there's been times in the past where they've facilitated aid. No, the only thing they have to do is not block aid. They have no proactive obligation to apply aid. Secondly, they distributed a
What's a war crime done by attacker? Is there a war crime that can be done by an attacker?
Yes, there could be. So blocking aid. So Israel did commit that war crime, but they also
for 3 months they blocked aid. That was a war crime.
Which I do agree, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a genocide because Israel's also provided aid, which they don't have an obligation to do. Israel distributed a polio vaccine. They don't have obligation to distribute a polio vaccine. Israel has always given warnings for their bombing.
I didn't say that. I only asked you one thing. Calm down. Breathe, Stormwolf.
Well, you interrupted me, so I was just gonna finish my point.
No, but Stormwolf, you're fantastic. But like, you're mixing things, right? All I asked you is, did they commit a war crime? Not necessarily did they.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna disagree that Israel committed war crimes. I'm gonna disagree that Israel committing a genocide.
Even then, that's not really it. I'm saying like an offensive war crime. I mean like involving guns and bombs.
Yeah, I mean, if you explicitly target bombing civilians, but you've not presented one piece of argument they have.
There are instances where you could say where they have, but like you can't Prime seems to think that all of their bombings is just targeting civilians.
You think any civilian death is
the scary G word?
I didn't say that, so you don't need to put those words in my mouth. I didn't say that. Of course they've bombed just like quote legitimate targets before. Of course they have. Why would I deny that?
Yeah, but you think the majority of how many?
You don't know.
Wait. Easy question.
Tell us what you think, because you think it's
a
fucking genocide, so you either don't know what that word means or you do.
Easy question. How do we differentiate between Israel just bombing and civilians dying and Israel targeting civilians in your world? How do we do this?
How we determine, hey, were there sufficient military targets there, right?
But Hamas lies about being present there, and they force people to lie about it.
Hold on, both sides will lie.
Yeah, but that's not our favorite film.
Stormwolf, would Israel ever have a reason to lie themselves? Would the idea of ever have a reason to lie?
I mean, sure, but we
Yeah,
don't have
they
any, like,
do, but they're
large-scale
also a
precedent of them
democracy, and they're
lying.
so
Like Hamas
Exactly.
lies.
And what cases would they
They're
lie?
a liberal
What
democracy
cases would they lie?
with internal checks and
Hey,
balances
what
that
case-
are held
hey,
accountable to
here's-
international standards.
here's one
Hamas has
example where they
none of
target-
these
come on.
criteria.
One example where they target civilians? No, I'll provide you, no problem, right? There
One
was a
explicit
convoy.
event.
Hold on. You want an example?
Oh, the one where the I know what convoy you're talking about.
I'm going to tell you an example right now. Shut up. There was a convoy.
I know it's
of
WCK.
ambulances
UNA.
that was going
never
down
mind.
some darkened road. There was
Just kidding.
a whole line of IDF agents or soldiers there, right? The convoy was lit up, right? They were seen, and the Israeli soldiers fired on these ambulances anyway. And then they buried the bodies in a mass grave afterwards, and then they lied about it, right? The idea of
Sure. Wait, but notice how we know that they lied about it?
They lied about it.
Wait, how do we know they lied about it? How do we know they lied about it?
Because they actually lied. They said like this I forget what.
How do we know they lied about it? How was the lie discovered?
Because they said false statements. They actively said false statements that was countermanded.
Yeah, but how did we discover the statement's false? You're just going in circles.
I'm about to tell you, Stormwolf. Shut up. Like there was.
Okay, then tell me.
I'm literally right now, Stormwolf. Literally out my mouth is coming out. Just Stormwolf.
Go ahead.
You're sexy. You're so sexy. Let me
Just say it.
Okay. They had video, right? Like so, there were the victims were recording what was happening, right? And that countermanded or contravened exactly what the IDF said. So yeah, that's how we knew, because we found video footage of the incident. That's how we knew.
Are you talking about the
Where's the video footage from, by the way?
WCK bombing or a different thing?
It sounds like
not
he is, but I'm not too sure.
No, it's not a bombing.
How did they find the video? If
Yeah,
they were buried in mass graves.
They found the mass graves. People found the mass graves later on.
Wait,
And
no, but how they find the Israel, like, you said there was a video. How
it
find
was
that
a
video?
cell phone.
Where was it from?
It was a cell phone.
Okay.
Well, they
My
like
point
went
is-
through their phones and like uploaded it. Like I'm confused. What's
No,
going
it wasn't.
on?
Hold on. I just told you. Like, hold on. Listen. I need you to use your ears.
Are you
Listen.
talking about when they killed
found-
those ambulance drivers?
Yes,
and
yes.
tortured
yes,
one
there
of
was
them?
A convoy of
Which
ambulances,
was an intelligence error, and I think
emergency workers,
wasn't
and
there an
they
incident
found-
where Israel like used tanks?
These people are way more pro-Zionist than I am. Oof, oh man, but I'm never helping Prod Guy here.
Hey, is there a moment where Israel slaughtered civilians? Right. That would be. This would be that moment.
First of all,
Okay,
those aren't
yeah,
civilians,
none of
but I
us-
do agree
listen.
Israel did fuck up in that incident.
How are ambulance drivers not non-military?
Nobody-
Well, I wouldn't say they're
Prime,
civilians,
nobody
but I would agree it's fucked up to bomb that or
Nobody
shoot that.
disagrees
But that's still a war
that
crime.
Israel has
They're
done
not-
war crimes,
Listen,
but the problem is there's a difference between war crimes and genocide. Israel's
thank you,
problem
yeah.
is that they,
Once again,
are not
I need you to
accountable.
I need you to put your listening cap on, right? Put your listening cap on, because I didn't ask him about the genocide there, right?
Well, I
asking him
agreed with
about
you when you
war
asked me if they did war crimes. I said Israel probably has committed
None
war
of us
crimes. I don't
disagrees with that.
disagree.
And so they would have reasons. And so if they're capable of doing war crimes, the attacker is capable of doing war crimes, when they have reasons to lie about that, correct?
Prime, do you think the government did 9/11?
Just
walk into there. Because Nick Hunt has made this argument to Destiny where the government has the capability to lie, so that means they did lie. That's what you're doing right now. This is a Nick Fuentes level
They
argument.
would have reasons to lie about the war crimes they've committed. So
Wait,
I'm
I am just curious. Wait, Prime, do you think that Israel did 9/11?
My computer is really fucking up. I do apologize. It's slowing down here. I apologize, guys.
No, he
Israel do
probably
9/11?
thinks
Prime, we're coming through.
the,
Prime, do you think that Israel did 9/11? I'm just curious.
Do I think Israel? Oh fuck! I'm sorry. I'm getting like I'm like doing a dual streaming type thing here. I'm sorry. Apologize. No, I don't think Israel did 9/11. As far as I know. Yeah, as far as I know.
Who did 9/11?
Is it possible?
Who did it?
Wait, Israel. Wait, Prime. Israel has an incentive to do it, right? And they have the capability.
Also,
to
okay,
do
wait,
it.
real
So we
quick. I love you guys.
They did, right?
I'm going to
That
sleep.
was-
Okay, be careful.
Wait.
You know?
It was great meeting you. Huge fan. That's me. Huge
Don't
fan.
tell
Great
me.
meeting you.
I'm fucking tired. Okay. Jesus. Okay. A lot of Zionism in that call, all right? But I'm never helping the Prime.